Chapter 151. Old Friends, New Acquaintances. Today is the time for you all to demonstrate your own abilities. First, I'd like to introduce the 7 main characters of today. They are the new summoner students. Dean Slough didn't have much to say, and he didn't let other teachers talk after him. He firmly went right into today's event. Maybe there were a couple of new students holding on to the attitude of laying low in the beginning, and thus not wanting to participate in the beast battle competition this time. However, after they heard that speech, perhaps the majority of them were no longer able to hold on to that same thought. They had won against all of their competitors during their high school magic exams, so why did they have to hold on their tails now? The school won't give those rare resources to you for no reason, especially when you've done nothing. In this institution, you had to compete, harshly compete. The 7 brothers of the Good Evers walked onto the tall stage under the shouts of the audience. Perhaps there are a lot of people who are dissatisfied with this. Why should these summoner students become the focal point of the entire school the second they enter the school? Don't worry. If you defeat them, you'll be the real main characters of today. Dean Xiao declared loudly. The entire arena began to erupt, especially the new students. They were all impatiently wanting to jump onto the stage and fight a war. Hey, how come it's you? In the designated seating area for the Earth Elemental students, a sweet and gentle-looking girl was filled with astonishment as she looked towards the summoner students on the stage. Shumian, is there anyone you know? Li Junwei, who had sat down shamelessly sat next to her, raised his eyebrow. I guess you can't say that I know him. Qin Xiamian shook her head. She really didn't. Back when the guy had come to her master's shop to awaken, he probably forgot the appearance of the girl apprentice who was present. However, what Qin Xiamian was astonished about was that the youth who was recommended by a judge from the magic courts was actually a student at Pearl Institute like her. Master, Qin Xiamian hurriedly fished out her phone as she sent a text message to her master, Guoliu. What is it, my apprentice? The awakening master Guoliu quickly replied. I found the young intermediate magician that came to us for awakening a year ago, precisely the one that was recommended by the magic court. Qin Xiamian typed her reply very quickly. Where? Aren't you in school? Yes, he is actually one of the new students in Pearl Institute. Furthermore, he seems to be studying the summoning element. Holy crap, this kid only awakened the summoning element a year ago, and he relied on that exact element to enter the Pearl Institute. Guoliu replied back excitedly. Yes, this person is strong. Then go and get to know him and enter a relationship. Most of the people from the magic courts have an unlimited potential for future prospects. Master, what are you saying? Qin Xiaomin's small face turned red, her mouth began to quiver. All of this was naturally seen by Li Junwei's eyes. Li Junwei's gaze immediately locked onto the only person among the 7 summoner students who he knew, and his face immediately froze. Qin Xiamian is my dish. Whoever dares to fight with Li Junwei, about it, will die a painful death. It's him, HMPH. In the same area of the earth element, a boy whose body was clearly a bit chubby immediately turned gloomy. This person was Luo Song. He would never forget Mo Fan's face. However, Luo Song did not want to meddle with Mo Fan due to today's situation. A person who was an intermediate mage like him when they entered the school was definitely a person who was hard to deal with. Luo Song understood that he needed to take it slow with Mo Fan. Furthermore, Luo Song didn't plan on participating in the beast battle competition. If he was to use his true strength, then he could single-handedly annihilate all of the summoned beasts. On the other side of the arena, in the lightning area, a guy with his hair standing up opened his eyes wide. He didn't have a bit of confidence as he looked at the person in the middle of the 7 people on the stage. Xu Jiaoting, what's wrong? A girl sitting next to him couldn't help but ask. Xu Jiaoting, the girl pushed Xu Xiaoting's arm. Xu Jiaoting regained his senses, but the astonishment from before left a hint of dullness on his face. What's wrong? The girl asked worriedly. Nothing. I happened to see my old classmate, Xu Jiaoting replied slowly. Old classmate? Are you saying one of the 7 new summoner students is your old classmate? If that's the case, there shouldn't be a need for you to look as if you lost your soul, the girl told him smartly. You don't know about him, that's why you didn't react like me, Shu Jiaoting answered with a pained face. Then why don't you tell me? Although the summoning element is special, and could be considered the strongest element at the primary level, it doesn't mean that he will definitely be stronger than us in the future. Our lightning element has never been afraid of any other elements, the girl said with pride. Shu Jiaoting shook his head. In that case, when I knew him, he didn't have the summoning element. Didn't have the summoning element? I don't The prideful girl suddenly realized something. The expression on her face became the same as Shu Jiaoting from before, filled with disbelief. You're saying his main element isn't the summoning element? He is an intermediate magician. Shu Jiaoting nodded, his gaze once again landing on Mo Fan. To be honest, Shu Jiaoting had refused to accept Mo Fan in the past. He had thought of himself as the elite of his entire generation. However, Shu Jiaoting no longer had that kind of mindset. Whether it was the performance Mo Fan had made during the practicals, the display of dual elements at the Mu family, or the calm-headed actions he made during the calamity, they were all things Shu Jiaoting wasn't able to do. And now, Mo Fan had entered the Pearl Institute as a summoner student. Shu Jiaoting really wished that person wasn't Mo Fan. He tried to disbelieve it many times, but after he confirmed it was indeed Mo Fan, Shu Jiaoting had no choice but to accept this incredible thing. Then what element did he have before? I heard that the intermediate magic requires a very complex array of stars in their nebula. Even if someone broke through the intermediate level, it doesn't mean they will be able to use intermediate magic. He shouldn't be able to use the intermediate spells, right? The girl urgently asked. Shu Jiaoting shook his head without replying. Shu Jiaoting didn't want to reveal too many things regarding Mo Fan. Since Mo Fan decided to conceal his other's elements and only display his summoning element, he must have his own reasons. If he revealed it, then he would be disrespecting the person who once saved the people of Bo City. The girl noticed that Shu Jiaoting didn't want to talk about the things in the past, and whispered reassuringly, since you haven't seen him for more than a year, then his summoning element must have been recent. His strength shouldn't be all that. Yeah, shouldn't be too strong, Shu Jiaoting agreed, but his voice was unconvinced. Chapter 152. Scheming Battle. Who wants to be first? Dean Xiao looked at the 7 summoner students with a slight smile. Me. Each one of these people wants to beat our summoned beast for their own reputation. I will make each one of them crawl on the floor. Hai Dafu spoke up, as he did not want to pass his responsibilities on to others. Then we'll let you have the spot. Hai Dafu strode toward the midpoint of the arena. By the entrance of the cage was a line of people, it stretched quite a ways back. They all seemed very impatient. Hai Dafu's gaze swept past a couple of students standing in the very front, seeing them currently fighting about who was going to go first. Why don't you dregs come up together so we don't have to waste time? The teachers will count the amount of challenges and add them to our end of the year grades. Why should first and last matter when you are all just numbers? Fu Dahai didn't try to hide his arrogance, while at the same time, he was completely looking down on the students from other elements. What did you say, brat? Watch me annihilate your summoned beast with a single move, the young man with a dyed blue hair shouted back, clearly displeased. If your summoned beast can even touch the corner of the clothes of me, the Wind Grandmaster, I will acknowledge you as my older brother. I don't accept trash little brothers like you, Hai Dafu shot back in disapproval. Hai Dafu's speech immediately infuriated the 2 guys who were fighting over the first place in line. Soon after, the 4 people at the very front jumped into the cage together with unstoppable anger. Only 4? That's not even enough to put in between my summoned beast's teeth. Hai Dafu mocked them. Taking a slow step forward, Hai Dafu closed his eyes. A faintly discernible moonlight glow appeared in Hai Dafu's surroundings. At first, it had the radiance of the stars in the sky, they looked as though they were moving according to his wishes. Under the control of Hai Dafu, they quickly assembled into a dimensional star path. The star path split space and opened the tunnel to a different world. A dark, Chaotic and cold aura burst forth like water from the inside of the split space, flowing around Hai Dafu. The dust beneath his feet floated into the air. From the dusky area, you could see a body of steel suddenly appearing from within the crack. Its shoulders, back, and forelimbs had extremely sharp corners. Its entire body looked like an assembly of weapons that could cut anything. Kai tilde 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 tilde. As a sound was emitted, the dust dispersed. Everyone could finally clearly see the summoned beast. Its triangular head was covered in sharp spikes. Its thick and solid forelimbs that looked like two heavy battle axes covered its solid keratin armor. The gigantic scorpion's main body was covered in long, visible spikes. Its hind legs wasn't as eye-catching as its battle axe front legs, but in place of its toes, there were actually bone scythes. They would cut people who wanted to attack it from behind into two. White armored battle scorpion. The blue-haired boy's face immediately changed once it saw the summoned beast. The students in Pearl Institute had an extraordinary and vast amount of knowledge beyond their combat prowess. They could instantly recognize what kind of summoned beast was scuttling towards them. However, the knowledge they'd learned from books was only from books. Books and pictures were unable to reproduce the impact of when the creature was standing in front of you. It seems like there really were challengers who came without intel. My white armor soldier is disobedient most of the time. Don't come to me and ask for medical fees when you've lost your arms and legs. Hai Dafu smiled. Chi tilde tilde tilde. The white armored battle scorpion didn't waste any time. It looked at the four challengers in front of itself, and made its move. Its battle axe-like legs had already been raised. They could feel wind whipping past them. When it did, from this alone, they could determine that the white-armored battle scorpion's strength was dreadful. Hurry up and disperse, the blue-haired student cried out as he immediately dodged to the side. The wind element magician quickly used wind trails, rapidly distancing himself from the white-armored battle scorpion. The other two were also escaping. Unfortunately, they were a bit slower, and the white-armored battle scorpion's target was precisely them. At this time, it was mainly about who was the slowest to escape. At last, the white-armored battle scorpion locked onto a delicate boy who wore his cap on backwards. Its legs churned the wind and turned into battle axes as it ferociously chopped toward the delicate boy. All of the students and teachers couldn't help but take a deep breath. This Hai Dafu really wasn't being lenient. If the scorpion chopped into the boy's head, he definitely wouldn't be able to survive. By the arena, the light element teacher Ji Han's forehead slowly creased. You could see a golden starlight beneath his foot as the white-armored battle scorpion was chopping down with its battle axes. Ji Han was the guard teacher today. In order for the beast battle competition to run successfully, he had to save the lives of the students when they were in a life-threatening situation. However, right when he was about to finish the intermediate light magic, he saw an azure starlight flashing around the body of the slender student. Ji Han quickly cancelled his own spell cast. Kang! When the axe forelegs heavily chopped down, people cried out, and a brown rock shield formed in front of the boy suddenly. The gigantic axe leg was deeply lodged onto the rock shield. It looked as though it was stuck in it. Beneath the shield was the delicate boy who had looked so scared that he was about to piss himself a bit ago. However, his eyes were now flashing with a crafty light, and he no longer had the appearance of someone struck by fear. Dazzle! Blind! The boy smiled in anticipation. In his hand was a ball of light that he had condensed without anyone noticing. Your summoned beast will definitely be burned at this distance. Encountering me, Xie Wenfeng, can be considered your misfortune. The slender boy raised his hand, and the golden ball that was already in his hands burst forth in front of the white-armored battle scorpion. The fierce and blinding light was like swords of light as it burned the white battle-armored scorpion's eyes. The white-armored battle scorpion already had its eyes closed, but they were forced open under the scorching of the light. Brilliantly done! The blue-haired youngster and the other two began to get excited. If Dazzle, Blind was used right, it could be a godly spell. It could instantly shut down the sight of the enemy. Even if a magical beast was stronger, as long as it lost its eyesight, it would turn into a waste. dealing with it afterwards would only be a matter of time. That scheming bastard! Mo Fan raised his eyebrows in astonishment. Truly worthy to be called a student of Pearl Institute. They were on a completely different level compared to the classmates who weren't even able to complete their casting when facing a magical beast. Furthermore, the light elemental boy's usage of the spell was extremely clever. First, he lured the scorpion close, and then used Dazzle, blind at point-blank range. The original primary spell that was considered useless instantly turned into the crucial point of his team's victory. At this moment, Mo Fan couldn't help but get a little excited. If any random student in Pearl Institute had this level of control and response, then fighting them would definitely be extremely exciting. Chapter 153. The Sudden Battle Scorpion. Hai Dafu was tricked. This is going to be a bit troublesome, the summoner student Shang Bingxiao remarked. The student with the very long face laughed. Isn't that even better? Eliminating one would leave the remaining 5 of us to fight for the beast refinement blood. Big brother, we still have 6 people. Did a magic teacher teach you math? Zheng Bingxiao wondered aloud. Is there even a need to include him? He doesn't even dare to summon his summoned beast. Longface glanced at Mo Fan, who seemed to be an outcast. A couple of days ago, their teacher, Jiang Yuming, had asked everyone to summon their beasts for an evaluation. Mo Fan's spirit wolf was still sleeping, and so naturally it wasn't summoned. Additionally, Mo Fan wasn't in the same dormitory as the other 6 students, and so he became the one who didn't fit in with the group. Don't say that. No matter what, the 7 of us belong to the same element. Furthermore, Jiang Yuming also said if we don't accumulate wins against 100 people, then he will give the beast refinement blood to those from other elements. That would mean a big loss for us, Sheng Bingxiao reminded him. The number of wins, that was just a statement for the summoner students. Right now, they were essentially fighting all of the elements in the school by themselves. Mr. Jiang Yuming had very high demands for them. It was not them being able to win against all of the elemental students in the school, but they had to defeat at least 100 challengers. This would mean each of them would have to win against an average of 15 or so students of other elements. The first one to go out, Hai Dafu, seemed to be on the losing side. From how Zheng Bingxiao saw it, reaching 100 wins would be a relatively difficult task. Don't worry about it. If you guys can't reach the quota, then I will single-handedly take care of it, the long-faced student declared with a devious smile as his Dongbei accent came out. Wang Lighting, you sure know how to *T. Hai Dafu was standing in the middle of the arena with astonishment on his face. Although he was astonished, he did not panic. Instead, he looked at the delicate man who was rubbing his nose as he said with ridicule, "It seems like all of your energy was spent on this little trick. Did you not know that an insect-type beast's vision is already bad to begin with?" Just when Hai Dafu finished speaking, the white-armored battle scorpion emitted an angry sound. It ferociously pulled its front legs out of the rock shield. It did not need to use its blinded eyes to locate its objective. The white-armored battle scorpion ferociously swept in the small student's direction. The student's face suddenly turned white. He hadn't expected that this white-armored battle scorpion would still be able to accurately judge his location despite losing its vision. The student's chest was struck by the white-armored battle scorpion as he was sent flying, blood spurting out like a fountain. He flew a bit more than 10 meters away, his entire being was completely knocked out. His face turned as white as paper. Soon enough, the light element teacher, Ji Yuhan, entered the arena and quickly removed the unconscious student to get treated. His student had instantly fallen unconscious, the blood in his mouth continuously bubbling forth. "Ms. Ron Ya, please take care of him." Ji Yuhan put his student down as he indifferently spoke to the woman next to him wearing a white uniform. "You should have gone and protected him, this wound is not light." Ron Ya helplessly shook her head. "I don't want to waste my magic energy unless it's a life-threatening situation." As Hai Dafu watched the wounded student being dragged off the arena, he laughed even more splendidly than before. "Have a taste of my lightning strike," the blue-haired student yelled out, his face filled with rage. He didn't stand too far away as he lifted his arm. The lightning that curled like a snake began to float above his head. Under his command, all of the lightning imprints frantically whipped toward the white armored battle scorpion, the dazzling purple radiance shining brightly. "You fool, your lightning is nothing!" Dafu cursed at him. The lightning scars lashed the carapace of the white armored battle scorpion. The lightning arc was continuously transmitting through the skin, and then directly passed into the bone marrow. This caused great damage as well as paralysis to the vast majority of the creatures. However, this time, the lightning whip was hitting the white carapace of the white armored battle scorpion. Scorches appeared on its armor, but its effect was unable to reach the muscles of the white armored battle scorpion. The white armored battle scorpion didn't even slow down. It took a step with its back legs while the lightning prints were still electrocuting its body as it rammed into the blue-haired caster. F***K off! Haijufu shouted. The scorpion's triangular hammer of a head collided with the blue-haired man, and he was directly sent flying. No one knew when Mr. Ji-Yuhan appeared in front of the blue-haired student, and he quietly dragged lightning student away to the healing instructor. "There's only you two left." Dafu coldly swept his gaze past the other two guys. The two guys clenched their teeth as they cowered. Unfortunately, their spells were clearly of no use against the battle scorpion with its armor. The wind element student could perhaps rely on its agile body movement to evade the relatively slow white-armored battle scorpion. However, Dafu was in no rush to command its summoned beast to attack. He quietly waited until the other party's magic energy depleted. At last, the wind student surrendered. After he easily defeated 4 people, Dafu's dominating performance immediately caused the challengers in the line to hesitate. However, the Pearl Institute was not lacking in those who dared to fight, and so another 5 students quickly leapt up on the stage. The 5 students had learned from the earlier match. Their group arrangement this time was clearly much better than last. Water element was responsible for protection, the wind continuously distracted it, and fire constantly scorched it. This battle lasted for a bit of time. However, they were unable to stand up against the ferocious white-armored battle scorpion in the end. When the third challenger team came, Dafu's white-armored battle scorpion's combat prowess had distinctly weakened. It no longer had the dominance it had in the beginning. Dafu clenched his teeth as he wiped the floor with a group of 6 people. When it reached the 4th round, the white-armored battle scorpion was finally no longer able to withstand the waves of attack as it was defeated by a fire element girl and sent back to the dimensional space. Dafu was unable to accept it. In his previous school, he was able to defeat 40 or 50 people without a problem. Who would have thought that he could only get rid of 15 people at Pearl Institute? With that score, he might not be able to obtain the beast refinement blood. "Your turn," long-faced Wang Lighting glanced at the relatively short and skinny man. The short and skinny man quickly shook his head. "I'm really bad, I don't even know if I can last a round." "Don't worry, even if you can't defeat a single one of them, I will make up for it. I just want to know the numbers." "How about letting Mofan go first?" the short and skinny guy said to Mofan. "My summoned beast is heavily injured, I'll rely on you guys to make up the numbers." Mofan didn't try to hide it as he directly declared the situation. "I knew you were just a waste," Wang Lighting sneered. Mofan wasn't angry, but he silently took note of this hostility as he considered how he'd return that slap in the future. "If you're that good, then you go." "Stop ting, do you want to bet that I can use lightning to directly destroy you? You're really pampering." Chapter 154. The Sinister Luo Song. When the short and skinny student entered the stage, he summoned a spirit wolf. Mofan had already seen this spirit wolf during class. It was clear that it was a spirit wolf that had not yet come of age. Its combat prowess was nowhere close Mofan's spirit wolf, maybe half the size of his. After the student had entered the stage, it was clear that he seemed timid. The surrounding people looked at him in ridicule. He began to feel embarrassed. As expected, he didn't live up to everyone's expectations. In the first round, a shadow element student played so many tricks on him that he began to pant. He returned to the others with his face completely red as he whispered, I will do my best in cultivating." In the future, in this kind of competition, I definitely won't make you guys lose face. Not bad, you finished off 2 idiots, the long-faced Wang Lighting said with a hint of mockery. Don't worry, we will definitely make up for it. The next one will be me, Zheng Bingxiao declared. Zheng Bingxiao's summoned beast was a rock demon soldier. Its combat prowess was a bit stronger than the white-armored battle scorpion. The white-armored battle scorpion was relatively weak against fire. Heat transmitted into its body through its carapace would roast it alive. The rock demon soldier was completely immune to the fire element, and furthermore, even lightning element spells were completely ineffective against it. The rock demon soldier's biggest problem was its speed, it was simply really slow. They didn't have to use any movement spells to evade its incredible powerful punch. However, the rock demon soldier possessed the ability to control the earth. This ability allowed it to reach whatever it needed to go. It was able to annihilate 4 teams in succession. Good job, Zheng Bingxiao. As expected of our class representative, ha ha ha, a couple of the summoners shouted excitedly. Look at the lightning and fire element people's expressions. They possess the strongest attack element in the primary level, so they are extremely arrogant. In the end, they have all been turned into children in front of Zheng Bingxiao's summoned beast. This truly feels good. We've already eliminated 23 people. The other elements are just dregs. Zheng Bingxiao was standing inside the cage, the normally good-natured student now exuding an aura that made people want to run away from him. At the same time, it was also winning the favor of many girls. However, the young men from other elements were now in a bad spot. They were being beaten within an inch of their lives. Soon enough, the 5th group came up, and they did not know whether the 5th team would be able to win against him. I didn't know there was a summoning element at the primary level. Now I finally know that the summoning element is actually this abnormal. They are able to beat us in groups. How are other elements supposed to fight against it? Soon enough, the students sitting on the mats began to discuss things. The summoning element was able to withstand all of the other elements. Even the lightning students had no choice but to admire them. They're only strong at the primary level, who knows if they're strong at the intermediate level. Didn't you see that guy who summoned a small spirit wolf? Most of the first-time summons are just like him, they rely too much on their summoned beasts for their cultivation. It is very hard for them to capture a strong summoned creature without the help of precious auxiliary tools. A couple of people who knew of this spoke up. However, in school, it's better to not mess with the summoners. This rock demon soldier looks like it can't endure anymore. It had been bombarded by so many experts continuously. Yeah. Zheng Bingxiao finally could not endure the attacks of so many challengers, and he finally retreated after eliminating 25 people. I've heard that the rock demon soldier is the strongest summoned beast they have, a student sitting in the audience muttered hopefully. If there's no mistake, there should be a bone corpse demon. That creature is extremely cruel, it should be the most abnormal one among all of the summoned creatures. If the primary magicians don't make a group of more than 10 people, then they will be annihilated by it. Let's just find something easier. I think so too. It's my turn. There should be about 40 in number now. If I'm feeling good, then you guys won't have to do anything. Wang Lighting took a step forward, his expression filled with arrogance. Jiang Yuming, still standing off to the side, cast him a glance as he indifferently said, "The higher the head count, the more resources you will obtain." Then you guys can lay down and obtain resources. Wang Lighting raised his eyebrows toward everyone as he strode toward the iron cage. Wang Lighting was not simply bragging, he quickly summoned his beast. As expected, his summoned beast was just like the rumors, the cruel bone corpse demon. The bone corpse demon's was like a condor. It had wings on its back, and its combat prowess was not as high as the other summoned beasts. However, its ability to fly was enough to shake its challengers. It was quick, crafty, and it always chose the most fitting time to take action. It was fast enough to do a surprise attack on a magician before they could finish linking their star path, and it was nimble enough to easily evade everyone's primary magic. If the rock demon soldier was the type of creature that could endure the spells to its body, then the bone corpse demon could make the spells miss continually, taking no harm whatsoever. As the bone corpse demon came out, all of the people immediately turned into weak hairs that was waiting to get killed. All Wang Lighting needed to do was to stand there and count the numbers. I've heard the summoners have a quota. They need to defeat 100 of us, or else their resources will be distributed to the students of other elements who have performed well. *T, this bone corpse demon will probably fill half of the quota. No matter how many teams challenge it, it will still be of no use. The people in the Earth area, next to Li Junwei, began to comment. Indeed, could it be that there is no one who can defeat this bone corpse demon? There are definitely experts, however, they may not want to make a move. While the few people were discussing this, a prominently fat head popped out and asked, "Did you say that the summoners have a quota?" "Yeah, they need to withstand the attacks of 100 people, that person said. A sinister smile emerged on Luo Song's face, his eyes fixed on Mo Fan, who had yet to come on stage. "So if we don't let them reach their quota, then the resources that were originally for them will be given to our Earth School?" Luo Song asked further. "Naturally, you'd be getting a lot. However, our Earth element is of no use against that bone corpse demon." "You don't need to thank me later." Luo Song stood up from his chair as he slowly walked toward the challenge registration entrance. "Thank you for what?" they asked in confusion. Luo Song continued to walk forward. He had already arrived at the entrance for challenge registration. Due to the bone corpse demon being too excessively domineering, the challengers couldn't help but give way. It was clear that they did not want to mess with the bone corpse demon. Luo Song smoothly moved to the front of the line. Originally, Luo Song didn't want to make his move. The competition itself was not something an intermediate magician like him should participate in. However, after knowing it would affect the resources obtained by the summoning element students, Luo Song immediately changed his mind. "Luo Song? You want to have a go?" When Dean Xiao saw Luo Song, his face revealed a bit of irritation. He continued, "Didn't you promise me to not provoke Mo Fan anymore?" "I'm not challenging him," Luo Song directly said. At this moment, Dean Xiao didn't know what to say. Luo Song was also a new student, and the rules said nothing about not letting intermediate-level students participate. After speaking, Luo Song stood in front of the entrance. Indeed, he did promise Dean Xiao that he would not take the initiative to mess with Mo Fan, who was also an intermediate mage. Luo Song didn't plan on fighting against Mo Fan's summoned beast. However, he planned to completely annihilate Mo Fan's classmates. He wanted to see how Mo Fan planned on having his trash spirit wolf deal with a large difference in numbers. "The resources of your summoning school will be given to us, the Earth School." Chapter 155. Intermediate, Emerge. Ice element versus lightning element. It was clear that the lightning element was much stronger in terms of combat prowess. Luo Song already had a hard time dealing with Mo Fan in terms of intermediate magic. Thus, he definitely could not allow Mo Fan's summoned beast to grow. If his summoned beast was to increase in strength, then he wouldn't be able to contest against it. How could Luo Song let that happen? Thus, if there was something that could obstruct Mo Fan's road of cultivation, then Luo Song would definitely make his move. It just so happened that he did not like the person who was controlling the bone corpse demon. How dare he have such a domineering attitude when he only had a trash-summoned creature? Hilarious! Your Earth element? The Earth element is of no use against a bone corpse demon. Why don't you wait for the next team to come? A couple of people who seemed to be wavering said as they saw Luo Song coming. Luo Song didn't even glance at these couple of people as he walked up. "Did I say I was going to be in the same group as you? F***K, you must be amazing, huh? If you've got the ability, then why don't you go and deal with that bone corpse demon by yourself?" "Yeah, arrogant. I despise those kind of people," the two people immediately cursed. Luo Song didn't need anyone. He entered the colossal cage. At this moment, the bone corpse demon was circulating arrogantly in the space above Wang Lighting. Wang Lighting squinted his eyes to size up Luo Song, before luing and saying, "Little fatty, do you know what my bone corpse demon's favorite thing is? It just so happens to be someone with lots of fat like you." Do you know how many pieces an icicle would shatter into if it was dropped from a 30 or so meter height? Luo Song looked at Wang Lighting. I think you've got a problem with your brain. Wang Lighting didn't know what Luo Song was trying to say, so he commanded the Bone Corpse Demon to attack Luo Song. You should pray for your Bone Corpse Demon's bones to have some endurance, or else dealing with its corpse will be quite troublesome. Luo Song maintained his arrogant aura. While he was speaking, Luo Song had already closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, an aura of great pressure suddenly bubbled forth and covered the entire beast cage. Creak, creak, creak. White frost suddenly appeared on the floor. At first, it was just some star-shaped frost scattered around, which rapidly and aggressively froze everything in its way. In just the blink of an eye, Luo Song had covered the surrounding area in a layer of ice. Ice lock! Luo Song finished the links. Beneath his frozen legs, a magnificent ice star atlas rotated as it displayed an incredible energy, spreading out with Luo Song in the center. Rise! With a shout, the frozen ground around Luo Song suddenly ruptured. Within the ruptures, there was a clanking noise, followed by thick chains of ice flying out. Holy crap! Intermediate level. This fatty is an intermediate mage. At this moment, everyone was astonished. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock as they watched Luo Song control the shocking ice chains, their expressions displaying disbelief. Luo Song's classmates' chins dropped down so hard that they nearly shattered. They finally understood what he meant by "no need to thank me." So what if your summoning element is dominant at the primary level? Once an intermediate mage appears, there won't be any competition. Wang Lighting's face was frozen. In the past, he had heard that there was someone among the new students who had already reached the intermediate level, and hadn't quite believed it. However, who would have known there really was someone like that? Furthermore, it just happened to be the fatty right in front of him. Crap! Wang Lighting's expression changed as he tried to recall his Bone Corpse Demon. The ice chains let out a chaotic noise before flying out into the air under the control of Luo Song. Even though the Bone Corpse Demon was very nimble, it was still not able to shake off the ice chains that surrounded it from all directions. The ice shackles wrapped around the Bone Corpse Demon tyrannically. Furthermore, it was suspended in mid-air, and the icy energy from the chains quickly entered the Bone Corpse Demon's body. The Bone Corpse Demon's physique wasn't much stronger than low-level magical beasts, and it was completely unable to resist the powerful intermediate magic. Its skin was covered with icy frost, slowly spreading toward into the interior of its body. Finally, the Bone Corpse Demon became an ice statue in the air. At the same time, the ice chain suspending it in the air broke, and the frozen Bone Corpse Demon directly fell down from a height of 30 or so meters. Boom! When the ice statue hit the ground, it immediately cracked. This crack stretched from the Bone Corpse Demon's claws all the way to its wings. As a result, the wings and claws were turned into smithereens. The ice was spread all over the ground. No. Wang Lighting wasn't even able to speak anymore. His looked as though he was going to kneel down for Luo Song. His family had expended a lot of effort to help him acquire this Bone Corpse Demon. Once it died, Wang Lighting would become a waste with no way to make a stand in Pearl Institute. The arrogance on his face had vanished. Wang Lighting ran toward his summoned beast with his eyes showing his broken spirit. Luo Song's gaze was cold, with not a single hint of sympathy in his eyes. In the real world, there were only the strong who survived and the weak who became food. Luo Song didn't have the habit of showing mercy to the weak, so his actions were completely merciless. Classmate, calm down. Your summoned beast shouldn't have died yet. Ji Yuhan walked over and swiftly delivered the large block of demon ice statue to the healing teacher, Ron Ye. Ron Ye helplessly shook her head, and quickly linked her healing star atlas. Luo Song watched the intermediate healing magic as his lips twitched. With this healing teacher present, the Bone Corpse Demon's life would definitely be saved. The entire fight had actually ended very quickly. The commotion amongst the audience had been ongoing since the beginning. The incredible power of an intermediate magic was something the students seemed to understand now. The bone corpse demon that they couldn't do anything about had been destroyed like trash. Why don't the two of you come at same time so we don't waste time? Luo Song pointed toward the leftover summoner students with domineering arrogance. The leftover two people were extremely angry. They didn't have any intention of backing down, they wanted to take revenge for Wang Lighting. His intermediate ice magic is only able to deal with one of our summoned beasts. I'll let my summoned beast withstand his attack, and you take that chance to deal with him, the two discussed. All right. It's better if you don't go, Mo Fan told them with good intentions. Why don't you sit here and stick your head into the ground like an ostrich, you useless thing? The two people were dorm mates of Wang Lighting, and their relationship could be considered quite good. They were in the middle of a fit of anger, so it was natural they didn't bother with what Mo Fan said. Mo Fan had already done his best to persuade them. There's nothing he could do if they refused to listen to him. This world certainly did not lack idiots who cussed at their teammates and then delivered their own heads to the enemy. Chapter 156. Awaken, Spirit Wolf. You want to use a pincer attack? Luo Song looked at the two summoner students with ridicule in his eyes. Mo Fan's two summoner classmates were really naive. They thought that the intermediate ice magic was only able to deal with one of them, so the other could take advantage of the opportunity. The fact is, Luo Song had no need to use intermediate magic. The primary magic, Ice Spread, first covered Luo Song's surrounding area. The intensity of the ice spread was enough to greatly reduce the speed of the two beasts. Following this move, Luo Song used Earth Ripple to move himself somewhere more safe. When he found a good position, he once again used the formidable and terrifying Ice Lock. The Ice Lock was clearly not a single target spell. The thick shackles forcefully locked the two summoned beasts down and quickly turned them into ice blocks. Luo Song dealt with the two beasts without expending much effort. There's only one more summoner student left. I never thought that there'd be an intermediate magician in this competition. Yeah, the last summoner is just cannon fodder, he's no match for Luo Song. We also want to demonstrate our skills. Who would have thought all the attention would be stolen by this person? After Luo Song had finished off the three summoner students, all of the gazes in the audience was focused on the last one remaining, Mo Fan. Mo Fan wasn't stupid. He could clearly see that this fatty Luo wanted to make trouble for him. Luo Song didn't linger, he immediately walked off the arena. He had already achieved his goal. Furthermore, he had also complied with Dean Xiao's order to not provoke Mo Fan, who was also at intermediate level. After Luo Song left, everyone was all confused. He should have been able to easily sweep the stage of all 7 of the summoners with his strength as an intermediate mage. So why didn't he just deal with the last one, too? Or did that mean that this guy thought the whole thing was boring, and thus he intentionally left the last one for the primary magicians to play with? Good, there's still one left. We still have an opportunity to display our skills. With the bone corpse demon gone, we won't have anything to be afraid of. Let's go! Li Junwei stood up, his eyes intentionally glancing at Qin Shumian to the side. The main character today was definitely Luo Song, who had displayed the power of an intermediate magician. However, the rest of these people couldn't just be swept away by the light of the intermediate magic. It was time for them to make a move. You guys want to challenge him? Qin Shumian was slightly flabbergasted as she looked at the young men who always surrounded her. Is it inappropriate? Li Junwei asked. No, good luck. Qin Shumian felt she wasn't in position to say anything. Lu Junwei brought his squad along and walked down to the arena of the beast battle competition. After getting to the entrance, there were already people from other elements waiting. These people had the same thought as Li Junwei. Intermediate was intermediate. Although his cultivation speed was indeed extremely astonishing to everyone, it did not mean that everyone else should just linger around and do nothing. Breaking through the next level was something that was hard to understand. Perhaps they would be able to touch upon the doors of the intermediate level through this battle. All of the people who came to Pearl Institute had the intention of attacking the intermediate level. This Luo Song is indeed tactful. However, Mo Fan, it is clear that you are trying to cause trouble for me, Luo Yuming coldly humphed. It was clear that Luo Song came to destroy the public venue of the summoning element. Jiang Yuming knew of the events that happened between Mo Fan and Luo Song during the day of their tests. I know, but my summoned beast, Mo Fan shrugged. There's nothing he could do about this, especially when his summoned beast was hibernating. Today, he was no different from a waste, so Luo Song had expended all that effort for nothing. Eh? It woke up? Mo Fan had attempted to communicate with his spirit wolf without too much hope. Who would have known that the spirit wolf had already woken up? Furthermore, he looked relatively energetic. I really don't want to give in, Hai Dafu clenched his teeth. The other summoners were also very gloomy. Originally, their summoned beasts were supposed to be the main characters of the beast battle competition. They could display their superior strength as much as they wanted. Who would have thought that there'd be an intermediate magician who would take care of 3 of them in one go? This turned all of the summoners into side characters very quickly. It didn't matter anymore because they weren't able to complete the demand set by the teachers and the school. The distributed resources would all be sent to the Earth School which Luo Song belonged to. The resources of Pearl Institute were quite significant, or else, the people from those noble families would not come here and desperately contest for them. The summoning element's resources for half a year would essentially be given away. They were very unreconciled. Teacher, how about, at this time, Zheng Bingxiao looked at Jiang Yuming, but was stopped in his speech. Jiang Yuming shook his head. The students who have left the stage can no longer go back on. Mo Fan, are you able to summon your summoned beast? If not, then this will be it for today. So what if he can do it? Wang Lighting exclaimed, his eyes red. Teacher, could we ask the school to be lenient? My family spent a large amount of money to help me summon a good summoned beast. If the school doesn't give me some resources, then I'm afraid most of us won't be able to reach the intermediate level. It's impossible for them to be lenient. If you want to obtain resources, then you have to rely on yourself. All right, let's go back everyone. This will be it for the competition today. Although you were completely annihilated by an intermediate magician, I am thoroughly satisfied with your performances. The beast refinement blood will be given to Zheng Bingxiao. Jiang Yuming didn't talk too much about their feelings. He was clear on the positive and negatives. After hearing this, the summoner students all began to cry. There were no resources from school, and they'd be losing a teacher as well. This made them wonder what they're going to do in the future. Mr. Jiang, it seems like my summoned beast has woken up. Mo Fan spoke up abruptly. Oh? Then you can go ahead. If you perform well, then the second beast refinement blood will be given to you. Jiang Yuming raised his eyebrow. I just happen to want the beast refinement blood, Mo Fan said. All right, you can go and take back some face for us in the summoning school, Jiang Yuming said. Mo Fan slowly walked onto the beast battle arena while he communicated with his spirit wolf. Our objective today is to defeat 16 people, Mo Fan said to the spirit wolf. Zheng Bingxiao won against 25 people, and Hai Dafu got rid of 15. Wang Lighting was supposed to have the highest numbers, but he was completely annihilated by Luo Song after his 6th person. Thus, if he wanted to obtain the beast refinement blood, then he just had to surpass Hai Dafu's number. A woo tilde tilde tilde? The spirit wolf let out an fearless and energetic howl in reply to Mo Fan. After hearing the energetic and vigorous howl, Mo Fan was astonished. Along with the spirit wolf's howl was a wild and savage aura, and this aura. It seems like 16 people wouldn't be too hard. Chapter 157. Evolving Spirit Wolf 1. Come, call your summoned beast. Li Junwei represented the team of challengers. His face was filled with a sense of pride. As long as your summoned beast isn't a bone corpse demon, I will definitely let you have a taste of my abilities. This guy seems to be the only person we don't have any intel on. We don't know what kind of summoned beast he has. Mo Fan looked at the team of 5 who seemed to be prepared, his face displaying a lazy smile. Although he was also a guy who enjoyed fighting, this was not the time for him. This was the time for the spirit wolf to display its prowess. Fight for me. The moonlight star path emerged in front of Mo Fan and turned into a space crack. A dimensional bridge summoned forth a creature from the unknown plane. From within the dimensional crack, a deep blue head stretched out. Soon after, a robust and mighty body stepped out. The fur-covered body was fluttering in the space crack, following a bestial aura pervading the whole arena. The spirit wolf instantly became the focal point of the whole chamber. It's a spirit wolf. What a feral aura. This is like a completely different creature compared to the tiny spirit wolf from before. It feels like it's not easy to deal with that. I never thought the last summon a student summoned beast would be a fully grown, robust spirit wolf. I'm not sure if Lee Junwei and his team can possibly contest that. In the backstage, the 6 summoner students' mouths had dropped open, they displaying their astonishment. It looks like it has gotten stronger since the last time, Jiang Yuming murmured to himself. They could hear the sound of the wind. A ferocious wind was rolling around, the spirit wolf in its center. The dust had turned into a golden wave as it washed out, sweeping along the colossal beast battle arena and blowing into the faces of the 5 challengers. For some reason, their legs began to shake. The man in the lead with a big head turned around to look at his leader, Lee Junwei. What's there to be afraid of? It's just a spirit wolf, not a bone corpse demon. Lee Junwei cursed while feeling dissatisfied. I just keep feeling this isn't your average spirit wolf. Feelings my ass, go kill it. The 5 people were clearly very coordinated with each other. Facing Mo Fan's spirit wolf, they quickly got into formation. The wind users were in the front, water in the back, lightning and fire by the earth user in the center. With all 5 elements in one team, wind, water, lightning, fire and earth formed a very well coordinated team. Lightning users in the Pearl Institute were not rare, so forming a 5-element team wasn't too difficult. It was obvious that Lee Junwei's team was prepared. If it wasn't for the appearance of Luo Song, they would have attacked one of the summoned beasts by themselves. Now, there was only the very last summoner student, Mo Fan. They naturally would not continue waiting. Big head, restrict it. Remember, the spirit wolf's burst damage is relatively strong, so you need to be quick when you use flash steps or else it'll be able to slice you in 2 once you get to the other side, Lee Junwei said with a solemn expression. Yeah, I'll just use wind trails, floating shadow, the big-headed guy in the very front said. Pimples, just because the spirit wolf is far from us doesn't mean it can't attack us. The spirit wolf has a breath attack. The girl with pimples on her face nodded quickly. All right, let's start. How could a little spirit wolf possibly stop the 5 of us from becoming famous? Let's show those previously unorganized and useless people our coordinated battle strategy. Lee Junwei's face displayed a great smile. Those who treated a battle as a 1v1 conflict could only be deemed to be unsuitable with others. During the primary level, most of the people would only have a single spell, and so they would have to form a team. Being the chief of the classical elements, the primary lightning spells were indeed very strong, but they definitely did not have the ability to deal with a magical beast by themselves. The water element did not have any attack prowess, but it was the only primary ranked element that had a protective spell, making it one of the most crucial parts of a battle. In Lee Junwei's eyes, there was no element that was trash from the start, only a group of retards who didn't understand how to cooperate. Mo Fan saw the opponent's formation and a smile formed on his face. Interesting. The 5 people's battle experience was in no way inferior to the hunter squad he was a part of it back then. Be careful, they should be very knowledgeable. A woo tilde tilde? Mo Fan didn't say another word. The spirit wolf let out a domineering howl. The warlike spirit wolf began to attack without a response from Mo Fan. The amount of time it took for the spirit wolf to go from complete stillness to as fast as a cheetah was only a second. This bursting power afoot was not something a one-eyed magic wolf could compare to. The spirit wolf was charging violently. Its objective was precisely the wind member standing at the very front of Lee Junwei's team. Although the big-headed wind member of the group seemed relatively nervous, his steps were still nimble. The third level of wind trails created several wind tunnels in the caster's surroundings, creating a bunch of high-speed wind passages that belonged only to himself. With them in place, he was as lithe as a swallow. Floating Shadow had a much bigger range than Flash Steps. It looked as though there were wind trails everywhere. It made the magician seem like wind, impossible to catch and impossible to pursue. The Spirit Wolf's first attack caught only an empty wind shadow. The big-headed guy had already floated to a location 20 meters away when the Spirit Wolf had attacked with its claw. The sound of the wind was heard again. The Spirit Wolf quickly retracted its claws. His body slid through the ground for a small distance before he once again stood up with his 4 limbs. He had actually changed the course of his tracks in a single second toward the big-headed wind magician. Second attack. Li Junwei's face revealed amazement. Normally speaking, when the Spirit Wolf used its full strength to attack, it would take a while to stop. It was just like when a person has used a frantic charge, they would need some time to catch their breath. However, this Spirit Wolf had actually been able to regain its energy right after its first burst attack. Additionally, its speed even remained the same as it began its ferocious attack the second time. Pimple, protect him. Quick! Li Junwei commanded. Spirit Wolf's second attack was definitely going to cause an enormous threat to the wind magician. After all, the big-headed guy believed he was in a safe zone after only moving around 20 meters away. Numerous water droplets coalesced out of nowhere. They were all in motion and quickly combined in front of the wind element student to form a water barrier defense. Yet another howl of the wind was heard. The Spirit Wolf saw these water beads as he was halfway there, and his eyes showed a hint of disdain. His heavy claws ferociously smashed towards the wind magician once more. Chapter 158. Evolving Spirit Wolf 2. Whoosh! The ferocious claws split open the shield formed by numerous water droplets. The sharp claws streaked right through the body of the wind elemental student. An incredible blood scar emerged on the chest of the wind elemental student. Oh! The wind member of the group fell backwards, and the overflowing blood from his body mixed with the dust as it flowed into the distance. How could this be? The eyes of Pimpled Girl went wide as they were filled with astonishment and fear. Her water barrier had clearly reached the third level already. Why was it unable to defend against the attack of the Spirit Wolf? She had also been through numerous fights, and she had always been able to defend against all kinds of magical beasts' attacks. You were too slow. You should know how to protect in situations like this next time without me telling you. Li Junwei said with a gloomy face as he excoriated her. Indeed, the water elemental girl had cast it a bit slow. The Spirit Wolf's claw had already slashed through the wind student's body before the water barrier had been formed. The water barrier that looked as though it was formed in time had only blocked the attack power that came afterwards. You bastard, taste my lightning strike. The purple lightning was crackling furiously as they ferociously bombarded the location of the Spirit Wolf. The lightning dazzled their eyes. As the snake-like lightning began to lash across the area, it looked like it had completely surrounded the Spirit Wolf. The Spirit Wolf could smell the ozone in the air. It stomped heavily with its back legs, and its body smoothly jumped to the side. In the next second, the place where the Spirit Wolf had been standing was completely covered by lightning strikes. A patch of burned ground appeared immediately thereafter. Small bits of static were jumping around the Spirit Wolf's deep blue fur, but they didn't pose any threat to it. The Spirit Wolf turned around, its verdant eyes locking onto the person who had unleashed the lightning strike. A woo-woo tilda! With its head loftily raised, and with its throat that seemed as deep as a cavern, a demonic wind suddenly came forth. The demonic wind began to wantonly sweep across the sands on the surface of the ground, which rose into the air in thick clouds. *T, is this still flying stones? As Mo Fan saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel shocked. The very first time Mo Fan had seen flying stones, the grains of sand were like a wide spread of bullets as they shot toward him. For a normal person, this would leave behind numerous holes in their bodies. However now, the flying stones were being spat by his very own Spirit Wolf. The area of this was more than double the size he had seen it before. It was like the spirit wolf had howled out a sandstorm. "Hurry up and scatter!" Li Junwei's complexion immediately changed. For something like the flying stones, they could easily evade it by just quickly rolling around. Furthermore, the spirit wolf had used it from a distance. However, against something of this scale that covered a fourth of the entire beast cage, they simply had nowhere to run and could only receive the damage. Li Junwei slammed both of his hands on the ground as he tried to overcome his shock. Earth wave! Where Li Junwei was standing, ripples of earth began to spread into the surroundings. The ripple quickly carried Li Junwei and his lightning and fire comrades to the two sides of the cage. "Pimples, get behind me!" Li Junwei shouted. After pushing his two comrades away, Li Junwei knew that he couldn't rely on the water element girl to cast the second level of water barrier in such a short amount of time. The water elemental girl ran behind Li Junwei's back. However, at this moment, the flying stones had already charged over. His cheeks were painfully scratched by those little grains of sands. Vine wall! Li Junwei moved his intent and activated his own special defensive magic equipment. An azure ray flashed, and multiple strange black rattan vines emerged in front of Li Junwei. The vines began to intertwine while giving birth to new, thin vines that also integrated into the existing ones. The sandstorm finally came to an end, followed by an ear-piercing sound. If there hadn't been a vine wall in front of Pimples and Li Junwei, then their weak bodies would definitely have been utterly smashed by the mighty storm. This student is not bad. Dean Xiao watched the dust-filled arena as his face revealed a gratified smile. The face of Zhu Jinghua, the dean of the Earth School, was also showing a bit of radiance. Just moments before, Luo Song had given the Earth Element students a tremendous amount of face. Who would have thought that among the elements, there'd also be someone like Li Junwei who knew how to cooperate amongst the different elements? Using the Earth Ripple to push the Fire and Lightning members who didn't have any way of defending themselves to a safe area, and then use his own magic equipment to protect himself as well as the water comrade behind him. The flying stones from the spirit wolf were evidently strong enough to completely annihilate the four of them. However, that was completely prevented by an Earth magician, Li Junwei. There are too many primary Earth magicians who didn't know what to do, nor their roles in a battle nowadays. Li Junwei's display had essentially given a lesson to all the Earth magician students who were still completely blank. The Earth element could be called the core of a squad. Their ability to move the surface of the ground meant they were the link between the squad members, and would also allow the squad to be much more flexible. Too bad they've lost, Dean Xiao secretly added. The Earth Element Dean Zhu Jinghua was slightly shocked as his gaze locked onto the cage filled with dust. The dust came fast, and settled fast. Li Junwei's display was indeed very outstanding. However, in front of such a formidable power, their strategies and spells were completely useless. Within the yellow mist, an eminent and ferocious silhouette was standing in front of Li Junwei. The dark green eyes were only a meter away from him as it loomed over Li Junwei. Li Junwei and Pimple both raised their heads. The two of them, who had just evaded the sweeping sandstorm, felt like they had been soaked in cold water. Especially Pimples, she looked like though she was going to faint from the scene that greeted her eyes. Third stage burst, Li Junwei raised his head, his eyes filled with disbelief. He originally didn't want to believe this was an evolving spirit wolf. However, now he was not able to question it anymore. A spirit wolf that could complete a third stage burst was most definitely at the evolved stage. This was a vicious creature that was a half step into the warrior level. The five of them could deal with a normal magical beast without a problem. However, dealing with a creature that was in the evolving stage would only make them seem like children. They could easily get slaughtered. Chapter 159. I want it all. After the sand had thoroughly dispersed, the entire audience saw an incredibly stunning scene. The spirit wolf that suddenly disappeared was standing right in front of Li Junwei. Its four limbs was stepping on the vine wall, and its head was only a meter away from Li Junwei. It signified that if the spirit wolf had any slight desire to kill, then it could easily snap Li Junwei's head off with its fierce teeth. Come back, the summoner spoke up at that moment. The spirit wolf was clearly very obedient, as it jumped down from the vine wall and returned to the side of Mo Fan without even glancing at the group of challengers. Its slow steps, the haughty rise of its head and eyes that showed it was not fully satisfied seemed like it was saying, "Humans. Weak. Xu Jiaoting, are you sure you haven't seen him in only a year?" The girl sitting next to Xu Jiaoting asked him in disbelief. Xu Jiaoting himself was even more dumbstruck. Is that person even Mo Fan? Even if that guy was to break into the intermediate level soon after the destruction of Bo City, it still wouldn't make sense for him to be able to cultivate his newly attained summoning element to this level in just a year's worth of time. The spirit wolf in front of him had easily defeated Li Junwei's squad of 5, showing it was much stronger than your average magical beast. If their primary vanguard squad had encountered something like this on the road, then they would have been completely annihilated. I also don't know, he always seemed to become stronger somehow. Xu Jiaoting realized he just couldn't understand Mo Fan. This person was far too unfathomable. *********, that spirit wolf has gotten even stronger. Luo Song, who had wanted to cause trouble for Mo Fan, abruptly swore. Originally, this spirit wolf was nothing to be afraid of. His ice shackles were enough to defeat it. Now, the spirit wolf have reached the evolving stage. If Luo Song didn't completely direct his attention towards it, then there was a chance he might die in its jaws. Furthermore, there was also its summoner Mo Fan, who possessed intermediate lightning. It seems like I'll have to take the resources of my brothers and sisters, or else the difference will be even larger. Luo Song thought to himself. The faster Mo Fan's strength increased, the more Luo Song didn't feel at ease. He had already lost once against Mo Fan, he definitely could not allow a second time. Li Junwei and his comrades walked out of the iron cage with fallen spirits. This was not the result they wanted. They definitely could have finished off at least one summoned beast. However, they completely oppressed by an evolving stage summoned beast. This feeling was unbearable. At first, there was an intermediate magician who had heavily shocked all of the students in the audience, and now there was a spirit wolf at the evolving stage. They were simply too strong. Li Junwei had completely experienced the saying of crouching tigers and hidden dragons at Pearl Institute. He wasn't sure what kind of laughingstock he was as he walked out of the beast battle cage, and nor about how Qin Shumia would view someone like him. Mo Fan, you're way too cool. You made up for the numbers we were missing, the short and thin summoner student called out to Mo Fan up on the stage excitedly. Zheng Bingxiao also had a joyous smile on his face. This spirit wolf's strength was definitely not any weaker than the Bone Corpse demon. If Mo Fan was able to ward off attacks from the coming students, then they would definitely be able to keep their resources. Although Hai Dafu and Wang Lighting did not like Mo Fan, they still put their hopes on Mo Fan. Even if their faces did not display it, their hearts let out a sigh of relief. You guys are a bit too optimistic. You do know that there's nearly 50 more people before you reach 100. If the squads are comprised of 5 people, then do you think Mo Fan's spirit wolf is capable of dealing with 10 waves of challengers? It seems like that. It's all the annoying guy's fault. Wait until I reach the intermediate level, I will definitely take revenge. Mo Fan turned his head around to glance at the students of same element as him. To be honest, if the whole resource thing concerned the entire elemental department, then he'd directly leave after finishing off 16 more people. There's nothing he could do, who could he blame for being poor? He couldn't buy anything, so he came to Pearl Institute to squeeze resources from the teachers and the school. Since the spirit wolf's strength had increased exponentially, then might as well let it fight until it was satisfied. The spirit wolf could be considered as having escaped from a calamity and then obtaining a fortune. After going through a cruel and brutal battle, the spirit wolf had broken through to the evolving stage. The evolving stage signified the stage of time where the creature evolved from minion class to warrior class. A creature at this stage was far superior to a minion class creature, but also still a long ways from a warrior class creature. The beast refinement blood was extremely potent for evolving stage creatures. It just happened that they could obtain the beast refinement blood if they displayed their excellence. Obviously, the beast refinement blood wouldn't be enough for the spirit wolf to step into the warrior class, that still required a large amount of resources. In fact, what Dean Xiao had said was extremely grand, and it had stirred many hearts. However, from how Mo Fan saw it, there was an extremely important point in what the old dean had said. The demonstration of the Beast Battle competition had actually displayed the lifestyle of Pearl Institute. Resources could be plundered. You could forever stand in the back and use your weak gaze to look at other people displaying their prowess on the stage, or you could clench your teeth and increase your own strength so that you could amaze the whole world one day and receive the attention of millions. The more you withdraw, the more you will be forgotten in the corner. The more you are willing to fight, the more you will bask in radiance. Dean Xiao, I have a question. When Mo Fan saw the mass of challengers standing by the exit, he took this little time to loudly ask a question. Speak! Dean Xiao answered promptly. If our summoning school doesn't reach 100 people, then the resources will be given to another elemental school. Isn't that a bit too unfair for us? If we lose, then the resources that belong to us will be given to others. If we win, then all we do is retain the resources that would have already been given to us, Mo Fan asked loudly. After Dean Xiao heard this, he couldn't help but smile. His gaze swept past the deans of the other elements. Mo Fan, that is a very good question. We have actually already considered this. Once you've reached 100 people, there will be another reward. If a summoning student can withstand the attack of 200 people, then all of the resources that would be distributed to all of the other elemental schools will be given to the summoning school. Dean Xiao replied in a loud voice. After this was said, the colossal arena began to erupt. All these people knew was that if the summoning school did not reach their objectives, then they would receive a huge penalty. However, what they didn't know was that if they were to defeat 200 students of other elements, then the resources that belonged to every other school except for summoning school would belong to them. *T, just how colossal would the resources be if the 10 or so element school were put together? The summoning school had very few people, only 7 of them. The students of other elements together totaled at least 4,000 people. The resources of 4,000 people would be in the hands of the 7 people of summoning school. Wouldn't the summoning school essentially be in paradise? The reason we didn't announce this rule is because there hasn't been a single new student in all these years who has been able to do something like this. Thus, it didn't really matter, Dean Xiao said with a gentle smile. Dean, even I didn't know about this, the Earth Element Dean, Zhu Jinghua, spoke up with a bitter expression. The Dean of the other elements all looked at each other. The younger element Dean really did not know that was this kind of shocking rule after the first. All right, I've answered your question. Do you have anything else you'd like to ask? Dean Xiao continued. I don't have a question, Mo Fan replied. He had a subtle calm before, but in the next second, his face slowly displayed a tiny smile. However, I just want to make a statement toward the students of all elements. Make a statement. The 5,000 or more new students didn't know what this summoning student wanted to do. I burn more resources compared to your average magicians, thus, I'm sorry. Mo Fan slowly cupped his fist as he bowed to them. Your resources will belong to me. When Mo Fan raised his head once more, he took off his innocent mask and put on an incredibly arrogant face. Chapter 160. Reason to be arrogant. The atmosphere seemed to have frozen. The expressions of 10,000 teachers and students from the whole school were frozen at this time, too. What kind of talk was this? This brat, is he freaking crazy? Dean Xiao mentioned it before, not a single person had been able to pull this off in all of these years. How dare you, a small little summoner student, dare to be so arrogant? What right do you have to not put the 4,000 to 5,000 new students in your eyes? There were still many old students at the Azure campus. Among them were magicians who have already been at the campus for 3 or 4 years, and they were now staring at the new student who had provoked the entire school. This caused them to lose their senses for a long time. You want to act? Who can't do that? You should first take a look at the situation of your summoner school. You haven't even reached 50 people, and now you're telling me you're going to get to 200? You want to get rid of 150 people by yourself? The evolving stage Spirit Wolf is indeed very impressive. Its combat prowess is much higher than your average magical beast. However, it is simply impossible for you to defeat 150 challengers from other elements with just that. Damn, did you have to be that arrogant? Not even I dared to say those words. Luo Song blurted out, his face extremely ugly. Originally, Luo Song was definitely going to be the main character of the day. There would have been many people revering him after the competition. In the end, Mo Fan's sentence directly provoking all of the elements in the school had caused Luo Song's actions today to seem like nothing. If it was possible to enter the arena for a second time, then Luo Song would be the first person to battle Mo Fan to death. Damn, I hate these kinds of people who believe they're unfathomable. So what if you have an evolving stage Spirit Wolf? Brothers, let's go, let's destroy it. A new student with a rather explosive temper stood up as he hurriedly rushed toward the iron cage. He really does not know his place. A couple of subtle eyes flashed with ridicule. Pearl Institute was definitely a place where hidden dragons and crouching tigers existed. Just minutes ago, Luo Song, an intermediate magician, had emerged. There would definitely be more people than Luo Song who had reached the intermediate level. There had been occasional intermediate magicians emerging among the new students in Pearl Institute in the past. They would naturally not participate in things like the Beast Battle competition. However, when a summoner student said things like that, did he really think those hidden experts would calmly let him fight with clowns and show off his prowess? Mo Fan stood in the middle of arena and heard the swearing coming from all seats of the audience. There were more than 10,000 people in this battle area. No matter where he looked in this place, he was facing at least 1,000 people. Their voices were coming at him like thunder from all sides. It was an unprecedented feeling. However, since this was a decision he had made, Mo Fan would definitely fight each one of them until the very end. Ms. Tang Yu was not wrong. For someone like Mo Fan, who had an innate dual element, if he did not have a colossal amount of resources, then it'd be just like doing things half-assed and achieving nothing. If the little loach pendant hadn't absorbed the underground holy spring, then Mo Fan definitely would not be able to take care of all four of his elements. Even after he obtained such an exquisite treasure, Mo Fan still felt like he was incredibly poor. To use the Spirit Wolf as an example, the animal had already reached the evolving stage. Could he really let a summoned beast that was capable of reaching the warrior class remain stuck at that level? No. Then he would have to obtain resources that could allow the Spirit Wolf to successfully break into the warrior class. A small beast refinement blood was definitely not going to be enough. Doing things like this looked like he was being impulsive. However, there was such an incredible opportunity being laid in front of him. An opportunity that allowed him to take the resources of over 4,000 new students for himself. Was it even possible for him to not even attempt to strive for it, and let it slip by in front of him? If he lost, then he would at most have been cursed at a few times. You don't die from being cursed at, so who cared? If he won, then his bowl would be completely filled up. Perhaps even the disciples from those major families and other powers wouldn't be able to sit on any resources. Spirit Wolf, don't you love fighting? Today, the two of us will fight until we're satisfied. Come, give me all you got. Mo Fan's gaze swept past the vast crowd of people. The feeling of being surrounded by the gaze of 10,000s of people was just meh. I will go and beat him until his own mom won't recognize him. Make his Spirit Wolf into a soup. Damn, how dare he be more arrogant, wild, and shameless in front of me, Long Aotian. Translator note, Long Aotian's name in Chinese basically means the heavenly arrogant dragon. I'm the cure for all kinds of braggarts. A large crowd of students began to appear by the arena entrance. Mo Fan's words had instantly sent 5,000 or so new students into a rage. Perhaps there would still be many who were afraid of Mo Fan's evolving stage Spirit Wolf before, but now everyone wanted to rush to the stage. If not, then it would signify that their elements did not have not a single strong person. Soon enough, 5 people entered the arena. Their faces were filled with anger. It was evident that they couldn't endure his words. They've seen those who stole resources. However, they'd never seen anyone who stole the resources of new students when they had only just been admitted. He must be tired of living. HMPH, it's merely an evolving stage spirit wolf, it's not a warrior, *T. Before Long Aoqian could finish his words, the spirit wolf burst out at fearsome speed. With a single swipe of his paw, he reached Long Aoqian and sent him flying. He had a piece of defensive magic equipment, but the force of impact still sent him flying over 5 meters away. After collapsing, he was no longer able to get up. His comrades watched all that in awe. When they were watching this from the audience, the spirit wolf's speed didn't seem this incredible. However, after facing it, its speed was actually more than just double. They really are a group of people with a temper. Mo Fan looked at these people, unable to help himself from thinking it was funny. I'm an intermediate magician, and that's why I dared to make this bet. You guys are like a bunch of fools compared to Li Junwei's squad, and yet you still dare to come up here and be a disgrace? The spirit wolf didn't mess around as it pursued the remaining people. If Mo Fan hadn't instructed the spirit wolf to be lenient from the beginning, then they wouldn't just lose their arms and legs. Who knew if their lives would still be intact? After sending those people off, the next wave quickly came forth. Mo Fan just stood there without moving. His spirit wolf could easily deal with the abundance of students who let their emotions take control of their actions. However, Mo Fan refused to believe that Pearl Institute only had trash. He was just waiting there, waiting for a true expert to appear. Chapter 161. Plant Element. The people who disagreed were definitely not few in number. Mo Fan saw that the line by the exit has already formed into a long dragon. From their faces, he could tell that they all had the same expression. It said, *T, I will take you down. My name is Zhuang Lefeng, a disciple of the Zhuang family. I haven't liked you since you took a step onto this stage. Do you think you're cool because you have the summoning element? I will let you have a taste of the prowess of our Zhuang family. When Zhuang Lefeng stepped up, he appeared to have a scholarly air about him. Mo Fan had no choice but to admit that this person's appearance was not bad. With his refined way of announcing his family, as well as carrying an aura that gave the impression he was undertaking the will of the heaven, made Mo Fan feel like he needed to give a certain amount of attention to him. Naturally, Mo Fan didn't become cautious just because of what he had said. It was because Mo Fan could feel that this person gave off a different feeling compared to the others. You fanatic, I will eliminate your beast that's abusing others and then teach you a lesson. Zhuang Lefeng rolled up his sleeves. The spirit wolf didn't *T too much with humans, its claws had already stretched out. Zhuang Lefeng did indeed have the ability. His understanding toward the wind element, wind trails, was far more adept than the guy with the large head from before. Since the spirit wolf was able to reach the 3rd level of charging, Zhuang Lefeng had already laid a wind trail domain around the beast battle cage. Everyone watched Zhuang Lefeng stop at a certain location, and then disappear from that area in the next second. The spirit wolf was only able to leave a small wound on his right arm in the 3 times he had charged over. Beautiful, Zhuang Lefeng. You control this thing, the fire element girl with a slightly tanned face said. Fire burst, rupture, the girl shouted as a fireball rapidly formed within her palms. The flames was thrown toward the location the spirit wolf was at. Before the spirit wolf was able to evade, it exploded forth. The ferocious flames exploded onto the body of the spirit wolf, causing him to fly several meters away. The flames was like fire as it sprinkled all over its surrounding. A woo! The spirit wolf climbed back up and shook off the little flames that were on its body. This was the first time the spirit wolf had received damage. In the beginning, Mo Fan was a little bit worried. However, his worry turned into relief as he saw the will to fight in the spirit wolf's eyes. A fire burst, rupture was still unable to do fatal damage to an evolving stage spirit wolf. Furthermore, the spirit wolf's physique was already rather sturdy. Ignore the wind person, finish off the other people, Mo Fan said to Spirit Wolf. Spirit Wolf also noticed that the wind magician was relatively quick, and to catch him would be very difficult. The Spirit Wolf immediately changed its target. Its gaze was directly locked onto the girl who was casting Fire Burst. The girl didn't have anyone else protecting her. When the spirit wolf charged over like a wild beast in the arena, it was completely unstoppable. Even if Zhuang Lifeng was faster, it would still be useless. Vine change, twist! When the spirit wolf was roughly 20 meters away from the girl, someone's chanting was heard. Following that, a strange scene emerged. On the ground where the spirit wolf was running, azure vines were suddenly spreading out. These vines were the size of an adult's arm. The surface of the vine was covered with thorns, and they were extremely shrewd and ferocious under someone's control. The spirit wolf was in the middle of charging. However, just as it stepped into the area, the azure vines quickly grew and forcefully bound themselves to the legs of the spirit wolf. The spirit wolf was caught by surprise as it was quickly dragged crashing to the ground, causing a cloud of dust to appear. Plant element. Mo Fan was astonished as he looked at the Zhuang Lifeng from afar. Zhuang Lifeng smiled deviously as he said, "Did you really think I was just a wind magician?" After Zhuang Lifeng revealed the second element, the entire audience gasped in surprise. Yet another intermediate magician. Zhuang Lifeng had just used the spell of wind element, so everyone knew his first awakening was the wind element. Now, he had used a plant magic. Plant element was a part of white magic, and also very rare during primary level. It was clear that Zhuang Lifeng had achieved the level of an intermediate mage, and the plant element was the second magic he had awakened. Mo Fan had been cautious of this person from the very beginning. As expected, his intuition wasn't wrong at all. This person had advanced into the intermediate level. That's interesting. Unfortunately, the difference between you and that fatty Luo Song is too big. Mo Fan couldn't help but smile as he looked at Zhuang Lifeng. The face of Zhuang Lifeng no longer had the same proud smile as before. He had a feeling that this summoner seemed to know something that he didn't. Being able to reach the intermediate level is indeed very good. Unfortunately, you aren't able to properly draw a star atlas. Whether it is the wind element or the plant element, you're simply unable to cast intermediate magic. Mo Fan opened his mouth to say. Zhuang Lifeng thought he'd be able to scare Mo Fan once he displayed his second element. However, he never thought that Mo Fan had already seen through it all. Just primary level, don't think for a moment that you can stop my spirit wolf. Mo Fan's heart was connected with the spirit wolf. He knew just what condition it was in. The plant element's primary spell was classified as a trap spell. If Zhuang Lifeng grasped an even higher level of vines, it would be very hard for the spirit wolf to break away. A woo! The spirit wolf let out a roar as he directly used brute force to break away from the devil vines on his body. The devil vines looked very firm, but it wasn't tough enough. When the spirit wolf ferociously used its strength, the vine snapped in half and scattered across the ground. The spirit wolf didn't remain in the same place for long. This part of the arena had already been completely frozen by the ice magician. If he were to remain for 2 more seconds, his full legs would have been frozen as well. As the spirit wolf burst out, his speed made the ice element's ice spread seem like nothing. The spirit wolf's objective was naturally the fire element girl. This time, even if she was to run, it'd still be of no use. The spirit wolf was lenient as it crashed into the girl's body with its head, causing her to fly out like a kickball before she crashed into the cage. Fortunately, the cage was made from water element and quite soft, or else the crash would have left a couple of broken bones. After dealing with the most dangerous magician, the spirit wolf sent their ice and light element magicians down in succession. At last, there was only the Zhuang Lifeng remaining. After Zhuang Lifeng saw his comrades being taken care of so easily, a vicious thought flashed through his mind. You fool, do you really think that I can only deal with your summoned beast? If a summoner doesn't know how to protect himself, then the summoned beast will be useless even if it's really strong. Zhuang Lifeng's figure suddenly disappeared. As the spirit wolf was in the middle of dealing with others, Zhuang Lifeng actually used his wind tunnel to race towards Mo Fan. Chapter 162. Only you're an intermediate. Zhuang Lifeng's move was outside of everyone's expectations. In this competition, the challengers were supposed to eliminate the summoned beasts. This act of Zhuang Lifeng was out of the box, and immediately caused dissatisfaction among the summoner students. This is against the rules. How could he attack the summoner straight away? Shouted Hai Daifu without hesitation. Not really, this competition is a battle between the summoners and the people of the other side. There was one time where one person defeated our school long ago, and the senior that represented our school had a summoned beast way stronger than Mo Fan's, Jiang said Yuming calmly. As a teacher, Jiang Yuming did not talk about the situations that could possibly occur in a battle to his students, and he also had not told them that the summoners could be a target as well in the battle. Sometimes, only by experiencing something would someone truly remember a lesson. Besides, in a real battle against demons and monsters, a summoner had to learn how to protect himself. Damn, Mo Fan only managed to fend off 79 of them, and is still quite far away from reaching 100, said an unhappy Hai Daifu. The spirit wolf was invincible. It had managed to fend off 7 or 8 waves of attackers already, but no one expected that someone experienced like Zhuang Lifeng would pop out of nowhere and attack the summoner straight away. Such big words he used, and thanks to him, we have now offended the students of the other schools, cursed Wang Li. Zhuang Lifeng had the wind element his side, he was so fast the dust on the ground was split apart by his high speed. As he drew closer and closer, he could clearly see the provoking face of that summoner student. Idiot, how dare he act so tough and strong with just those puny capabilities of his. Even without using his magic, Zhuang Lifeng would be able to knock out this summoner student just using the speed he was traveling. Of course, Zhuang Lifeng was still observing every move made by Mo Fan carefully, and he had prepared himself to change to another way of attacking as long as Mo Fan showed any sign of using any magic equipment. Light? Why is there light on this guy's hand? It does not seem like he is using any magic equipment. Wait a minute, purple light? Zhuang Lifeng's expression froze in an instant. Other than some exclusive elements, the only element that emits purple rays is the freaking lightning element. I don't remember saying that I am not an intermediate mage, drawled Mo Fan, mockery in his eyes as they started to emit bright purple rays. The purple star path was formed and countless lightning arcs sparked around Mo Fan like slithering snakes. Lightning strike, fierce whip. At this range, there was not even a second for Zhuang Lifeng to activate any of his defensive magical gear at all. The lightning arcs merged together in a blink of an eye, turning into ferocious purple serpents that charged out and whipped their bodies towards Zhuang Lifeng mercilessly. Upon seeing the serpents, Zhuang Lifeng immediately reacted and tried to evade their attacks. However, Mo Fan knew that this guy could move at high speed, and so he specifically activated the second-level lighting strike. With the relentless and rampaging thunder whips striking everywhere, Zhuang Lifeng would not be able to dodge his attacks even if he twice as fast as he was. Once he was struck by one of the lighting strikes, the other strikes would lash towards the target like snakes stalking their prey, before converging on and devouring the target. Zhuang Lifeng's wind trail was destroyed by the lightning whip, and purple lightning sparks were sizzling all over his body. He couldn't even move a finger now, let alone run like he had been. 80 of you. Mo Fan, on the other hand, did not release the lighting strike completely, because Zhuang Lifeng might pass out straight away. With a smile, Mo Fan ignored the paralyzed Zhuang Lifeng as he only considered Zhuang Lifeng's failure another minor event on the road to his eventual victory. Zhuang Lifeng was down on the ground, his face very pale. He looked at Mo Fan, who was standing right in front of him. Intermediate level mage. No wonder he dared to provoke everyone. When Zhuang Lifeng failed, the people sitting out in the seats were all startled. It was already surprising enough that Zhuang Lifeng had displayed another element of magic. After all, that meant that there was yet another intermediate level mage among the new students. However, before anyone could recover from the shock given them by Zhuang Lifeng, that arrogant summoner pummeled even more surprises into everyone with a surprise lighting strike. He was also an intermediate level mage. Damn, we know that the Pearl Institute had a lot of strong students, but there shouldn't be that many intermediate level mags. The new students were basically not even 20 years old, and those that advanced into intermediate level mage before 20 years old were all monsters. Now, including Luo Song, there were already 3 of them. Perhaps the latter 2 did not acquire any difficult intermediate magics, but with that monstrous talent of theirs, it is only a matter of time before they manage to do so. He is also a lightning mage?" asked a girl with a ponytail, looking at Shu Shouting with surprise all over her face. Shu Shouting only smiled speechlessly at her question and did not say anything at all. Back then, after the battle at the Mu family, Shu Shouting had immediately stopped acting proudly in front of Mo Fan after witnessing Mo Fan's power, which far exceeded his own. "Then, did he acquire any intermediate lightning element magic?" pressed the girl with the ponytail. "I don't know," Shu Shouting replied with a shake of his head. "Then he is unstoppable. With an evolved spirit wolf and his expertise in lightning strike, no one will be able to beat him. Only by dragging it out will we win. Drag out things long enough for his spirit wolf to use up all its energy." Time passed slowly, as the challengers came up one after another. One by one they came, and one by one they fell. After a few tries, more and more the bodies lay underneath Mo Fan and his spirit wolf's legs. In the battle, Mo Fan continued to support his spirit wolf by using lightning strike. The lightning strike was very good for crowd control, and this greatly eased the burden on the spirit wolf. Even a strong summoned beast like the wolf would not be able to fight non-stop. Soon, more than 100 challengers had fallen. This was very good news to the students from the summoner school, as their resources were now secured. Before they entered the competition, none of them could have dreamed that it would be Mo Fan that stood out and turned the tables. Now, everyone admired Mo Fan for what he had done, except for Wang Lighting. After all, not anyone could be like Mo Fan and overwhelm students from an entire school that easily. Even after more than 100 of them fell, the challengers continued to come in. Who wanted to lose? Thus, even after knowing that they might not be able to win, they blatantly challenged Mo Fan in hopes of wearing down the spirit wolf. With this thought in their mind, more and more challengers fell. Soon the number was about to breach 150 people. The achievements of Mo Fan had completely cowed the other students. Idiots! A 5-person team, each and every one is a primary mage, and they failed to form a good synchronization with each other. They are just there to feed the wolf. Chapter 163. Cruel Thunderbolt. Dean Xiao, it has been already 150 students, are we really going to give all the resources to him if he defeats 200 of them? Asked Zhong Zhenghua, the chairman of the Earth School. At first, no one took Mo Fan's words seriously, and they all treated him as a lunatic. But now, as the number drew closer and closer to the number given out by Mo Fan, they were all tensing up. If just Luo Song and Zhong Lefeng were intermediate-level mags, and the others were only primary-level mags, then even sending another 50 men would not be able to change the outcome of this match. When they thought about it again, the spirit wolf was perhaps way too strong. Even when it was still evolving, it shouldn't have any strength left after so long. Judging from the injuries on the wolf, it shouldn't be able to keep up anymore, but the wolf still gave off a terrifying presence, as if it could still fight another 100 challengers. "Brother, it is your turn now. Our resources will be taken away if we allow these idiots to fool around any longer," spoke up a young man with a handsome appearance. "Your thoughts are exactly same as mine. Sigh. I did not want to fight at all." "Well, not here at least," answered a burly young man, as he stood up from his chair with confidence in his eyes. "This is actually quite interesting. A pawn from nowhere came to Shanghai and caused such a ruckus. Who would have thought someone from the capital would steal the spotlight from us, and then there's this little fish here. Bite Sangfeng, you were the first among us to finish a star atlas, so we will leave the spotlight for you," said another elegant and graceful man as he toyed with an expensive ring on his finger. "Of course, here's my advice to the few of you. Spend more time on your cultivation, or you will only be able to hide here when a situation like this occurs again. You have shamed the 4 families of the Modu," laughed the burly man called Bite Sangfeng. "HMPH, there are always people who are lucky enough to enter the intermediate level at an early age, but what then? There are so many people in this country, and what we do not lack the most is geniuses. They might be a genius right now, but who can guarantee that these geniuses will be as strong in the future?" retorted Shanghai. "Learn to control your star atlas properly. I will end this brat streak right away and let the students of Pearl Institute know that our Bai family are the kings of the Shanghai," laughed Bite Sangfeng as he walked down towards the arena. Bai Sangfeng took his time as he entered the arena, since there were over 20 people still in front of him. Anyhow, as long as there were not more than 50 people, that brat spirit wolf would definitely be defeated at the hands of Bai Sangfeng. "Buddy, which school are you from?" "We think that." With a glance, Bai Sangfeng waved his hands and rejected the student who appeared to be the leader of a 5-man group by saying, "I don't plan on fighting together with you. I will be sufficient to deal with a spirit wolf with no stamina left and a half-assed intermediate level mage." After that, he ignored those guys and proceeded into the entrance of the arena alone. Damn, finally, someone powerful. Another 20 more to go until 200, thank heaven. By the way, this man looks familiar, I feel like I've seen him somewhere before, wondered the leader of the group of students. He is Bai Sangfeng, from the Bai family. Yes, our hope has arrived. It's Bai Sangfeng. Immediately, Dean Xiao and the other heads of various schools all landed their eyes on Bai Sangfeng. Among them, a lady from the holy school smiled and said gently, "And here I thought my nephew would be able to sit back patiently. The Bai family has taken action, this mess should end here now," thought a relieved Zhu Zhenghua. The resources given to the new students might not be able to interest the people from huge families like the Bai family, but they probably couldn't stand aside when the reputation of Pearl Institute is being threatened, said the lady. In the arena, Bai Sangfeng was already standing there alone, totally confident. He looked just like Luo Song, who had single-handedly decimated the 3 summoner students just a little while ago. Both walked into the arena alone and were facing off against summoned beasts that had long ago proven to be difficult to deal with calmly. "You are Mo Fan?" asked Bai Sangfeng as a gentle smile appeared on his face. He focused on Mo Fan and said, "Interesting, I have to say that you are one of the best among the new students at the school. However, you and I both know that once we made it to this level, primary level mags are nothing more than just puny insects. The so-called 200 people here are just fools that came in groups of 5, there's nothing to be proud of if all you did was just bully them." Mo Fan, on the other hand, was also staring at this guy who was about to fight him by himself. Judging from this person's presence, Mo Fan knew that this new opponent possessed strength far superior to Zhong Lefeng. "You are quite smart, actually, to be able to exploit the advantages of the intermediate level to obtain more resources. Perhaps it was fine for you if you had only offended those without a strong background, but don't you think that you forgot about the others with a huge background among the new students? Damn you!" Bai Sangfeng put up an angered expression and in just an instant, tore his gentle image apart as he cursed at Mo Fan. However, he stopped cursing almost instantly as he saw that Mo Fan had already started forming a violet star atlas while he was talking. If it wasn't for his senses detecting that a huge amount of lightning energy had started accumulating around him, Bai Sangfeng might not even have realized the star atlas was forming, because this sneaky bastard had used the body of the spirit wolf to block his line of sight. "Just shut up, will you?" scolded Mo Fan. Bai Sangfeng was rendered speechless. The star atlas had completely formed under Mo Fan's feet, the star path started transmitting violet energy, and each time the energy passed from one star path to another, the power of the lightning star atlas would increase little by little. When the time had come, Mo Fan pointed his index finger towards the blue skies above. Without any fancy moves or signs, the intermediate level lightning elemental magic formed out of nowhere. It gave off a murderous feeling of wanting to kill, without any other nonsense. As Mo Fan pointed his finger upwards, thunderclouds formed on top of Bai Sangfeng out of nowhere. It did not take long before the lightning started going on a rampage everywhere around the arena. Hong tilde tilde tilde. Ear-piercing thunderclaps shrieked across the arena, and caused some of the students to cover their ears in fear. In front of Mo Fan's eyes, the violet lightning struck down from the skies, and the bolt flew straight towards Bai Sangfeng like a slithering dragon charging towards its prey. With a destructive boom, the lightning landed right on Bai Sangfeng. Before the lightning even landed, the ground around Bai Sangfeng was already being torn apart by the massive amount of electricity. The energy was so strong that even teacher Ji Yu Han, who was standing there safeguarding the students, frowned and showed a slightly nervous expression. To be honest, even he did not manage to react in time, and now he was unsure if he could even help Bai Sangfeng withstand this lightning magic unleashed by Mo Fan. Chapter 164. Invincible. Boom! The floor of the arena stage shattered under the horrifying thunder strike. Although the Thunderbolt was swift and strong, it was not as fancy as a lightning strike. But at the same time, it possessed the strongest destructive power of all the intermediate spells. If Bite Sangfeng didn't have any defensive magic equipment, he would be crushed for sure. In the nick of time, a golden ray appeared from nowhere, shrouding Bite Sangfeng entirely as it turned into a golden barrier. Bite Sangfeng, who had finally pulled himself out of his state of shock, quickly summoned his own defensive magic equipment. However, it was obvious that teacher Ji Yuhan's defensive magic had gotten into place ahead of his gear. Right after that, Bite Sangfeng was slammed right to the ground by the impact of the Thunderbolt. Thanks to his magic gear and teacher Ji Yuhan's magic nullifying some of the destructive force of the Thunderbolt, he only suffered some minor injuries. However, Bite Sangfeng was still trembling at the close call. Bastard! I will kill you! Bite Sangfeng stood up angrily, and fire rose within his eyes. How could this guy attack first before the teacher even give the signal? And he even dumped an intermediate lightning spell without saying a word. Bite Sangfeng had been thinking about how his opponent would deal with him. Perhaps he would cast an intermediate spell just like him, but he had never expected the outcome would be like this. You're out! Ji Yuhan said without hesitation to Bite Sangfeng, as he exhaled a long and relieved breath of air. What? Why? I still have my magic armor equipment, I didn't even need your help. This is your own miscalculation, replied the frustrated Bite Sangfeng. To Bite Sangfeng's dismay, Ji Yuhan answered coldly, if it wasn't because of me just now, you might have been killed straight away. At the least, you had not prepared yourself to use your magic equipment at the time he completed his intermediate spell. Nonsense! With my reaction speed shouted Bite Sangfeng angrily. Did he just get disqualified before he could even do anything? Yes, he did. Since the start, he had not thought that his opponent would throw out an intermediate level lightning spell, catching him off guard. However, that did not mean that he couldn't use his magic equipment in time. How rude. Get lost from my sight. Ji Yuhan, however, did not go easy on Bite Sangfeng. He simply waved his hand and formed a wind element star atlas on the ground. A wild wind rose, Ji Yuhan's clothes waving with it. In just an instant, the air within the arena seemed to have been sucked away entirely. Teacher Ji Yuhan was standing in the center of the storm's eye, looking just like a demon rising from the vortex, standing there high and mighty. Shocked, Bite Sangfeng stared at teacher Ji Yuhan with an empty mind. Finally, he gave both Mo Fan and Ji Yuhan cold glares before getting down from the arena angrily. He was extremely frustrated and stressed out that he was eliminated before he could do anything. And that was not the thing that bothered him the most. He felt that his magic equipment could have helped him withstand Mo Fan's attack, but that busybody teacher acted quicker than he had. If a teacher interfered for someone during the battle, that particular person was disqualified, so how was Bite Sangfeng supposed to remain calm? Teacher Ji Yuhan is so strong. What a short-tempered teacher. Come to think about it again, that Thunderbolt just now an intermediate level lightning magic. What the hell? I am a main in the lightning element and I have yet to enter the intermediate level. Now, a summoner main out of nowhere can already unleash an intermediate level lightning magic. What on earth? Upon seeing Mo Fan's intermediate level lightning magic, an uproar immediately occurred among the students of the lightning school. The appearance of a thunderbolt was just like lightning striking down around the students on a sunny day. They just couldn't accept it even now. Another intermediate level mage, and he was a mage that could already cast intermediate level magic. This guy was just like Luo Song. Luo Song was a mage from the ice element. The magic of the ice chain was already bad enough, but as the strongest element among the classical elements, the lightning element seemed to be much stronger. Just like Bite Sangfeng, who did not expect the sudden attack launched by Mo Fan, the other students also did not foresee it. That attack of Mo Fan was just like lightning striking down out of nowhere. And it was only now that everyone knew why this summoner mage dared to provoke every new student present today. He was not just a mage that had an evolved summoned beast, but also a crazily strong intermediate lightning mage. The combat power of Mo Fan, an intermediate level lightning mage. Perhaps Bite Sangfeng would still be no match for Mo Fan even if he wasn't disqualified. An intermediate level lightning mage is just way too strong against those of the same level. Hai Dafu's mouth had not closed once after Mo Fan unleashed his destructive lightning magic. The other summoner students basically wanted to kneel down before Mo Fan and worship him ever since the Thunderbolt made its appearance in his hands. Among the students, Wang Lighting had the richest facial expression. Upon looking at the scene where the young man stood tall and mighty on the arena, and not even a person dared to challenge him again, no one could not admire the young man, even if they did not like him. There are a few that are still going to look for their own deaths now. But there's nothing they can do. Mo Fan will win straight if no one challenges him anymore. Only a few more to go now. He has defeated 189 challengers now. Another 2 groups of challengers. I wonder why they stepped out now. One of them may be just like Wang Lifeng, who awakened another element, but being unable to cast any intermediate level magic means that he is no match for Mo Fan. Osha *T. Seems like we are going to acquire the resources of every school for ourselves, shouted Hai Dafu happily as he suddenly realized that point. Bro, we would probably only get what belongs to us, those resources will belong only to Mo Fan. Jiang Yuming nodded slightly as he agreed that Mo Fan had no reason to share the acquired resources with them. 199, declared Dean Xiao loudly to the new students, telling them that they had only one last chance. Let me clarify this: if you have yet to enter the intermediate level, or if you have, but are unable to cast any intermediate level magic, I suggest you stand down and step aside. It is good that you have the courage and bravery to fight, but you will be making a fool out of yourself if you charge at the rock with an egg, said Zhu Zhenghua, who couldn't watch anymore. And as soon as he said this, the entire stadium turned quiet. Luo Song clenched his fists. He regretted that he had entered the arena way too early, or he might have been able to take Mo Fan down with him after giving all he had. Now, the resources for all the new students would be given to Mo Fan. This was a treatment not even the children of the rich families out there could receive. And if Mo Fan really received so many resources for himself, then he, Luo Song, would be outrun by Mo Fan by a huge gap. Damn, were there no more intermediate level mags? Impossible. There must be more than just us, they just don't want to get involved since the resources are barely anything to those who are at the intermediate level. But the thing is, will they be able to stop themselves from being provoked? An intermediate lightning mage might not be easy deal with, but this brat obviously has no magic gear on him, so what is there to be afraid of? Someone is up for the challenge. Suddenly, a voice was heard shouting from one of the seats among the spectators. The silent arena turned lively again as everyone's eyes landed on the new challenger. What appeared within their vision, however, was an extremely beautiful and curvaceous young woman. What made her stand out the most was not her courage to step up at this crucial moment, but her calm. In no time, someone quickly recognized her and called out her name. Mu Nujiao. Chapter 165. The Storm Girl. It's her? Shanghai blurted out in surprise as he looked towards the woman heading for the entrance. On the other side, Bite Sangfeng was also stunned. Everyone among the rich and noble families knew who this lady was, but at the same time, none of them saw this coming. They simply did not think that this lady would get involved in this matter. Noises filled up the entire arena as everyone talked and asked one another questions, as they had not expected that the final challenger would be such a pretty lady. Almost everyone knew about this lady, but that was because her beauty had caused an uproar among the male students during the school opening ceremony. She was quickly acknowledged as one of the goddesses among the new female students. She became so famous so quickly that even someone like Mo Fan, who paid little to no attention to gossips, knew about this lady through his roommates, as they constantly talked about her. As the lady entered the arena, Mo Fan took a closer look at her. He then realized that everything he once heard about her was completely insufficient to describe her true beauty. Each and every single rumor he had heard was unable to describe her beauty. She was so elegant and graceful that she felt distant from any mortal's reach, which made her lethally attractive. The girls in the larger cities are indeed better. I am sure that someone will be willing to pay any cost in order to get married to a lady like this. A woo tilde 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 tilde? Obviously, the spirit wolf was not someone who would enjoy the beauty of this lady. Its eyes were glowing green as they stared at her with deeply condensed wariness and hostility. Clearly, it also felt that this lady was not someone average like the puny pawns before her. So, you are Mu Nujiao? Asked Mo Fan, his tone filled with interest as he looked at her. The lady nodded slightly to Mo Fan's question and showed no other emotion but eagerness to fight. Right now, Mo Fan felt that this lady was indeed beautiful, but what he saw in her eyes was something as sharp as the tip of a knife, a true eagerness to fight. All of this suggested that this lady called a goddess by the others was not someone approachable. How about we make a deal? Mo Fan asked as he tried to keep his distance from Mu Nujiao, to prevent her from catching him off guard while they were talking, even though he believed that this lady would not do things like that. Confusion quickly arose in the Mu Nujiao's eyes. What else could be talked about at this point? Originally, Mu Nujiao would not have gotten involved in this competition, but since this competition had progressed to this point, she could no longer stand aside and sit back while the resources of her school were being raided by someone else. You are the last person I have to challenge. As long as I defeat you, I will be able to obtain a huge sum of resources. I can feel that you are actually kinda strong. How about this? Even if you won, you only secured a pitiful portion of resources for your school, and if I win, I will be able to obtain all of the resources, said Mo Fan as his eyes shone brightly with hope. On the other hand, Mu Nujiao, who was also a very intelligent person, immediately realized Mo Fan's intentions. She felt funny upon realizing Mo Fan's motive and remained calm as she asked, "So what? You should know by now. How about I take 70% and you take 30%? How's that?" replied Mo Fan, as if he was a cunning fox that had been dwelling in the field of business for many years. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those who heard Mo Fan's suggestion, which included Dean Xiao, the heads of the various schools, and teacher Ji Yuhan, were all extremely rich. Can you have more dignity and pride for yourself? Where was the Mo Fan that had fought against so many people with no fear? Where was the Mo Fan that said out loud proudly that he wanted to rob everyone of their resources? How can someone so ruthless like that turn into a sly and cunning merchant in just the blink of an eye? Mu Nujiao stood there as she felt angry and amused at the same time. Never had she come across someone like Mo Fan who was so shameless. It was as if his pride was eaten by stray dogs. So you are planning to give away 30% of what is supposed to be yours after such a long and tough battle, just like that? Mu Nujiao asked, as she stared at Mo Fan. Take it as a token of friendship. You are such a beautiful lady, and as a man that admires and appreciates all pretty and good things in this world, I wouldn't mind giving away a little portion of my gains, replied Mo Fan firmly. Then, what if I want 70%? Mu Nujiao asked. Mo Fan's mouth twitched upon her proposal. Damn, why is this damn woman so greedy? I tried to be good to her by not trying to fight with her, and she is actually asking for more now? How dare she ask for even more now? Is she trying to force me to fight her? Stop wasting your time and saliva. Let us begin. All the while, all Mu Nujiao wanted was a fight. To be honest, the level of fighting in this competition was originally more than just boring to mags on the intermediate level like her, which naturally turned them off. Now, however, with Mo Fan, who wiped out the entire primary level new students, he successfully garnered the attention and interest of Mu Nujiao. And those who knew Mu Nujiao well enough had always described her as a person who looked like an angel, but deep within her was a hunger and thirst for battle. *T. Damn woman, cursed Mo Fan quietly as he felt the surging battle intent and the relentless elemental typhoon rising around Mu Nujiao. If it wasn't because her strength was even stronger than his, Mo Fan would not even have bothered trying to negotiate with her. What's so great about having a higher cultivation level? If you want to fight, then I will fight and burn you to a crisp. Tilde. The air within the arena was vacuumed away and wild winds started blowing. With Mu Nujiao as the center of a jade-green wind star atlas, the raging airflow went on a rampage around the arena, sucking everything around the field up with it as it passed through everything. From just a tiny whirlwind, it turned into a huge whirlwind as tall as the stadium with a diameter of 2 meters. "Wind Disk Tornado," whispered Mu Nujiao softly, yet seriously. Wind was supposed to be invisible, but after the tornado dragged up the sand, dust, and debris on the ground, it slowly formed a marvelous and gigantic body. The tornado twisted, spun around the arena and created an airflow flowing so fast that whenever the wind blew past the people, they felt that the wind was cutting them. As seconds passed, the tornado became stronger and stronger, and it became difficult to stand properly without being blown away and end up being torn apart by the tornado. *T. 50. I can only give you at most 50%. Mo Fan's voice could be heard coming faintly from the center of the storm, but gradually, his voice faded away. In Mu Nujiao's eyes, Mo Fan saw only sheer will and determination as she continued to control the wind disk tornado, which charged towards Mo Fan and his spirit wolf unstoppably. The dust flew all over the place as the storm continued to wail around the arena, blurring everyone's vision. Mu Nujiao seemed to become the one in control of everything within the arena. The tornado might have only a diameter of 2 meters, but if an average person stood within 10 meters of the tornado, the person would be dragged into it. Within 5 meters, perhaps a car would be dragged away easily as well. Mo Fan was incredibly unhappy. He had known that Mu Nujiao was a very strong opponent from the moment he first saw her. As he had expected, he had only formed 2 out of 3 parts of his lightning star atlas, and this woman has already completed casting her intermediate wind magic. Chapter 166. Thunder Attack. If his casting speed was slower than his opponent, the one who would die in a battle would be him if he insisted on trying to cast his spell. Thus, Mo Fan was driven into a situation where he had to give up forming his star atlas, and instead whistled towards his spirit wolf. The smart spirit wolf immediately understood Mo Fan's intentions and rushed towards Mo Fan at lightning speed. As soon as the wolf ran past Mo Fan, he quickly grabbed onto its long fur before pulling himself onto its back agilely. Run towards the center, far away from the tornado," shouted Mo Fan towards his summoned beast. Without slowing down, the wolf ran as ordered by Mo Fan while a dust storm approached them quickly from behind. If the spirit wolf ran a little bit slower, both the wolf and Mo Fan would be within 10 meters of the tornado and their speed would decrease drastically as it drew them in. With Mo Fan on its back, the spirit wolf continued running away. Fortunately for them, the arena was huge enough for them and they could only hope that they would be able to shake away the rampaging wind beast. "Damn," shouted Mo Fan in his heart as they finally arrived at the end of the arena after dashing away from the tornado. When he turned around and looked at the tornado that was still approaching them without any signs of stopping, he wanted to negotiate with Mu Nujiao again by giving her 70% of the resources, but she would not be able to hear it anymore due to the howling wind. "Woo tilde 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 tilde," the spirit wolf howled softly towards Mo Fan, signaling him to hide at the corner of the barrier. Fast enough that Mo Fan couldn't react in time, the wolf had already turned around and stared at the approaching tornado with its green eyes. Who? The wolf raised its head and shot out 3 flying wind sand breaths towards the tornado. Its flying wind sand breath was a move that utilized the power of wind, and the wolf wanted to use its own wind magic to neutralize the wind disk tornado. However, the spirit wolf's magic was not strong enough to withstand an intermediate level wind magic. It was just like a kindergartner trying to shove an adult away, which would do barely anything towards the adult. Woo! Upon realizing that what it had done was in vain, the spirit wolf let out a long howl. And before Mo Fan could give the wolf any other orders, the wolf had already charged straight towards the tornado, attempting to withstand the vortex with its own body. "Spirit wolf," murmured the stunned Mo Fan. "Is the wolf trying to use its body to fight against the wind disk tornado?" Mo Fan clearly remembered that day where the berserk one-eyed wolf that was on the same level with a spirit wolf failed to take on an intermediate level magic, and now, even if spirit wolf survived, it would also have its bones all shattered into pieces after ramming into the tornado. Within the dust storm, the spirit wolf could not be seen clearly anymore, all that was left was just a black figure representing the wolf moving faster and faster. In the end, Mo Fan clearly saw the figure of his wolf being hurled towards the center of the tornado. His spirit wolf obviously was sent into the air after it collided with the tornado. Fortunately, what the wolf did was not in vain, as the tornado finally stopped moving forward and the power of the wind also decreased after it rammed into it. At the back of the storm, it was barely a second before Mu Nujiao noticed the spirit wolf that was struggling in the air. Right after the entire tornado dispersed, the summoned beast fell towards the ground from 30 meters up in the air. The spirit wolf had already lost its balance, it might land headfirst, which could be instantly lethal. Up! Mu Nujiao raised her hands, formed a gust of wind that buoyed the spirit wolf slightly, slowing down the wolf's plummet and saving it from death. However, when the wolf landed on the ground, it still suffered a heavy injury which completely immobilized it. The wind disk tornado appeared in an instant, and disappeared in split seconds as well. At the far end of the barrier, Mo Fan let out a relieved breath as soon as he saw the spirit wolf was saved from death. "Thank you for your mercy, but I will not surrender without a fight," shouted Mo Fan as he stared at Mu Nujiao, who was far away with a sharp gaze. Ever since the beginning, Mo Fan has deemed this lady to be a very dangerous opponent, and he was right. The spirit wolf has risked itself, squeezed out its remaining strength to neutralize the attack of its owner's opponent. Mo Fan felt that he must not let down his loyal summoned beast. "Show me your true strength," said Mu Nujiao. Mo Fan quickly returned his summoned beast back into the dimensional space so it could rest and get healed up. After all, the wolf has been fighting for him for a very long time, and this woman had to be dealt with by himself personally. At the same time, without any delay or hesitation, Mu Nujiao started forming another star atlas, clearly visible from the countless star paths appearing around her. "Not on my watch," shouted Mo Fan, who obviously did not want his opponent to have the chance to cast her spell. He raised his hand, and a violet star path was formed in an instant. Violet lightning started forming on top of Mo Fan's head. With a grasp and a hurl, the violet lightning shot straight across the arena and flew straight towards Mu Nujiao, who was halfway forming her star atlas. Upon seeing the incoming lightning, Mu Nujiao inevitably had to avoid the attack, and as a result, the spell she was channeling was disrupted. Mu Nujiao had not seen that coming. She thought he would fight her with his own intermediate magic. Instead, her opponent cancelled her spell channeling by using a basic level spell, which surprisingly proved to be quite efficient. The star paths quickly formed a lightning star atlas, pumping energy into his surroundings and infusing the energy right into Mo Fan. With the energy surging within him, his hair standing up, lightning sparked around his body. With a shout, Mo Fan pointed his finger towards the skies, manipulating the raging lightning into coming down from the skies and turning them into a horrifying lightning bolt. An intermediate tier lightning magic was formed, and thunderclouds appeared on the top of Mu Nujiao. "Hua!" With an ear-piercing noise shrieking around the arena, the thundercloud gained the attention of everyone. Violet lightning came rushing down from the clouds, tearing the area apart with relentless power, and struck towards Mu Nujiao mercilessly. Unlike the wind disk tornado, which first pumped out all the air around it to form a tornado before going on a rampage, the lightning bolt was more straightforward. It just absorbed enough energy before it rained down from the skies. Thus, the lightning bolt might not be able to sweep across the surroundings like the wind disk tornado could, but once the lightning bolt struck someone precisely, there would be a very high chance that the person would die on the spot under its horrendous power. Chapter 167. Forest of Kun Gao. The reason why the thunderclap was so strong was that it could destroy anything in a blink of an eye without leaving any traces behind, which was also why teacher Ji Yuhan had acted at once even when Bai Kangfeng had his magic equipment. In truth, the intermediate level lightning magic, thunderclap, was too ruthless. Even with the magic equipment, Bai Kangfeng would still probably be crushed in an instant. Thus, even when Bai Kangfeng was confident that he could repel Mo Fan's attack, teacher Ji Yuhan felt that there was no reason for him to risk being derelict of his duty. And now, Mu Nujiao was now faced with the same thing experienced by Bai Kangfeng. As the thunderclap struck, one would suffer extreme injuries, if not death, if he or she failed to evade the devastating attack. It was also insufficient to possess defensive magic equipment, as the thunderclap might just shatter the magic equipment along with its owner. But this time, Ji Han stood aside calmly. He had already seen Mu Nujiao's defensive measures. Besides, from the perception of Ji Han, Mu Nujiao was entirely out of that idiot by Kang Feng's league. Wind Trail Drifting Shadow. Mu Nujiao, who was still moving slowly, suddenly shifted swiftly as soon as the thunderous storm shrouded the air above her. In the midst of the raging lightning, her curvaceous body could be seen moving agilely on the set-up wind trails, her clothes dancing around her from her rapid movement. The raging lightning went on a rampage on the arena, drilling out a huge hole on the ground with relentless power. But Mu Nujiao had already traveled 10 meters away from the spot. If the Lightning Star Atlas was completed before the Star Trail was released, the thunderclap would definitely be an attack that could not be evaded. Too bad for Mo Fan, Mu Nujiao has already prepared herself for this attack, praised Ji Han in his heart as he nodded his appreciation. Ruthless and swift, that was the style of intermediate lightning magic. And judging from what Mu Nujiao had pulled off, she obviously had a certain amount of understanding of the intermediate lightning magic, and so she set up her wind trails long ago. With that, all she had to do was wait until Mo Fan completed his spell and quickly shift her position away from his attack as soon as the thunderous cloud took shape. If she had moved slightly earlier, he would have been able to lock onto her again, and if she was too slow, the speed of her wind would be no match for the lightning. Hence, she chose a very precise moment and made use of her primary magic to evade Mo Fan's intermediate thunderclap. What an incredible woman! She actually dodged the thunderclap, thought the now shocked Mo Fan. Now, he had finally met a strong mage, and unlike those students who knew nothing more than just studying the moves and applying their knowledge without creativity and flexibility, Mu Nujiao had obviously been showered with countless battles. Those battles granted her quite a bit of knowledge on the intermediate tier magics. After all, being able to grasp a hold on the timing and location of the final point of the thunderclap was not something just anyone could do. Seems like you are going to lose. Using the wind trails she had cast, Mu Nujiao now stood at a place where Mo Fan's attacks could not reach. This time, she would not give Mo Fan even the slightest chance to cast another thunderclap. Really? If you use the wind disc tornado again, I will have already evaded it long before it reaches me, said Mo Fan as he looked at her. The wind disc tornado could cover a very huge area, but its speed was relatively slow. Hence, during the time it traveled from one end to the other of the arena, Mo Fan would have enough time to take measures against the tornado. Have I ever said that I was going to use any wind element magic? Replied Mu Nujiao as a bright and sweet smile blossomed on her face. The smile was so beautiful, but Mo Fan only felt immense danger coming from it. Forest of Kun Gao. Green star trails that resembled twisted vines appeared under the feet of Mu Nujiao. They quickly formed into a symbol that resembled nature, surging with condensed life force. She called out the name of her spell as if she was reading out a long-forgotten spell while controlling the spirits of nature that danced around the nature totem. With a finger flick, she turned the enormous life force into an unattractive seed shrouded in green light. The seed dropped to the ground not far away from Mo Fan. In just an instant, everything changed when the seed burrowed into the floor. Something was emerging from the floor, and before Mo Fan could react, countless strange-looking trees, vines, and roots came charging out from the floor. They pushed aside the arena floor around them, and what was even more terrifying was that they all matured at a visible speed. Some even twined together before they spawned even more seeds that quickly ripped open into even more branches and vines, while some continued spreading across their surrounding before they formed an area filled with only plants. A few seconds ago, this area was filled with sand, rocks, and other debris. But now, this area was invaded by these plants that gave off a presence like a massive monster invading a place in search of something. Clearly, these plants possessed the ability to detect life force. They sensed Mo Fan and circled around him as they grew unbridledly. Whenever Mo Fan ran away, these plants would not stop him, but instead, they all quickly grew into a thick vine forest that slowly cut off his path. Chapter 168. You lost. This Mu Nujiao is so strong, exclaimed the girl with the ponytail in awe and asked again, Mo Fan is going to lose, right? The forest of Kun's gale is practically impossible to escape from. But that's not what I think, disagreed Xu Jiaoting with a shake of his head. Perhaps your friend still has some trick up in his sleeves. Is that possible? Asked the girl again. However, Xu Jiaoting did not answer her question and merely stared closely at the jungle that grew around Mo Fan like a prison. So marvelous. Yeah, this goddess is about to defeat this evil demon. We almost lost all our resources because of him. From now on, she will be my one and only goddess. Upon seeing this, all the new students immediately felt immense gratitude and admiration for Mu Nujiao. If not for her, their resources would have been stolen by Mo Fan. A lady who was extremely beautiful yet incapable of anything would only bring disaster, but a lady who is pretty and very capable at the same time would be taken as a kind, powerful, and strong goddess that would rescue her people from crisis. When everything calmed down after the prison made of plant life fully emerged, Mu Nujiao clamped her fist and walked slowly towards the prison. She too firmly believed that Mo Fan would not be able to turn the situation around. Mo Fan has already depleted all his summoner abilities, and if he had an even stronger summoned beast, he would have brought it out long ago. At this time, not even his lightning magic would be able to help him escape from the imprisonment of the forest of Kun. He had lost the fight. In just a moment of time, Mu Nujiao has drawn close to the border of the forest of Kun. The forest of Kun possessed no offensive capabilities, so Mu Nujiao would have to get close enough and ask Mo Fan to surrender. If Mo Fan was stubborn, she would not mind to giving him a tornado and letting him have a taste of the excitement of jumping down from a tall building without any safety measures. Through the tiny gaps in the plants, she started searching for the trapped Mo Fan. To her dismay, just when she was about to say something, she shockingly discovered that there was no sign of Mo Fan at all. How? Shock immediately replaced Mu Nujiao's confidence. Be it any type of position-shifting skills, no one would be easily escaped from the imprisonment of the forest of Kun. These plants tracked the target person by sensing the person's life force as they grew. Thus, even if it was Wind Trail, Earth Burrow, or the other magic equipment, no one would be able to escape easily. This was also why Mu Nujiao was confident that Mo Fan could not escape, which led her to walk up to where she was now standing confidently. She had not expected that Mo Fan would not be found within the gale made up countless plants. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! You lost, said a voice with a very deep tone from the forest on the other side. Extremely shocked, Mu Nujiao looked in that direction only to find Mo Fan walking out from the shadows of the plants. He did not walk out from the forest, but from the shadows of the plants. Even with her incredibly strong senses, Mo Fan still managed to walk away unscathed by moving within the shadows. In truth, no one would be able to escape from the imprisonment of the forest of Kun, except when it came to the shadow element magic. With all the tall trees, thick vines, and large amount of leaves, shadows were everywhere around the forest of Kun. This has provided a huge area for shadow element mags to roam around freely. Be it the saturated vines or branches, none of them would be able to trap a shadow that could move around freely. Shadow element. How is it possible that you possess magics of the shadow element? Exclaimed Mu Nujiao, nearly falling as she stared at him in disbelief. Right now, she dared not move at all, not to mention casting any more spells. Mo Fan was dangerously close to her, and he even had a slithering lightning serpent in his hand. At this range, there would be no time for her to react, or even use any magic equipment. This has nothing to do with you. Anyhow, you have already lost this battle, stated Mo Fan, as the lightning serpent in his hand grew more and more ferocious, and seemed like it would strike any time. Anger rose in Mu Nujiao's eyes. Shadow element. Is he trying to defy everything I know about magic? This man clearly displayed both summoning and lightning element magic. So why is there a third element's power? Is he an advanced mage? Impossible, definitely impossible. No one could reach the advanced level at such a young age, not even those from the magic court. With no options left, Mu Nujiao stood there as she bit her lips. Before she gave up, she briefly thought of continuing to fight this guy with her magic equipment, but in the end she discarded that foolish idea. Chapter 169. Overdosing on resources. A nightmare fell upon the new students from the other schools. They had no time to pay attention to how Mo Fan had escaped from the forest of Kun's imprisonment. Dean Xiao, what do we do now? Asked the other deans. Can't you see that chaos has overwhelmed the crowd? Although they had not figured out exactly how Mo Fan escaped, what had happened right before them was something that had not occurred in the past 10 years. It was obvious that this scene was going to be even more difficult to handle. Why don't we convince Mo Fan to give up? This is getting out of hand, said Zhong Zhenghua. Previously, they did not think that this would be possible, so they listened to Dean Xiao obediently. Who would have thought that rather than just being a competent summoner mage, Mo Fan was also a mage that was able to manipulate intermediate-tier lightning element magic? Apart from that, this guy must have hidden a portion of his true strength away, or his winning streak would have been terminated by Mu Nujiao, as she was basically invincible among the new students. Rules are rules. They are not to be broken, replied Dean Xiao with a cold humph as he rejected Zhu Zhenghua's suggestion. With a frown, Dean Xiao looked at the messy situation and let out a loud shout. His shout echoed throughout the arena and forced everyone to shut up. Enough, this marks the end of the competition. The resources for this current batch of newcomers will be placed under the summoning element, announced Dean Xiao with no hesitation. Dean Xiao. Without giving any chances for the others to speak, Dean Xiao said coldly, in truth, the resources given to you this semester are more than enough for all of you. Right now, what all of you couldn't accept is not that your resources are gone, you just couldn't accept that the resources are being given to one person. Why didn't a single one of you jump out and refute the suggestion about the resources of the summoning element being distributed to the others if they defeated less than 100 students? Was it because of the mere 7 students of the summoning element? Was it because they couldn't protest like uncivilized barbarians like all of you are because of their small numbers? Have you all forgotten what I said during the opening ceremony? Have you all forgotten how the rules of how our school cultivate mags? This has never happened throughout the years, and this has proved that we have always been the same for so long without any changes, especially among the new students. Today, I am more than happy that someone finally broke this previously unchanged situation. He might not be able to change the world yet, but this is a good start. Dean Xiao's angry and disappointed words struck everyone like raging thunder. Upon hearing his words, those older students who were cultivating in the Pearl Institution all lowered their heads and dared not mutter any more words, let alone the newcomers. If they had disagreed with this before everything started, Dean Xiao would have disregarded the idea of letting Mo Fan getting all the resources right now. Why did they wait until Mo Fan triumphed against all odds and only started to protest after all of their own profits were taken away by someone else? If the Pearl Institution only took in students like those guys, then Dean Xiao would be even more willing to donate these resources to those with greater ambitions and willpower who had failed to enter the association, in order to fully utilize them. At least, those mags out there now knew that the resources were hard to get. At this time, a man with determination and pride stood up and questioned Dean Xiao loudly. Dean Xiao, what you said is right, but have you ever considered people like us who come from a poor family? We greatly depend on the resources given by the school to cultivate. We have to compete with those rich students that possess a greater amount of resources, and they only paid a tiny bit of effort for the resources they have. Each and every portion of resources means a lot to poor students like me. Facing this question, Dean Xiao took down his glasses and glanced at this young man in the audience. Dean Xiao was not irritated at all as he answered, because this is a school, you had the chance to ask a foolish question like this. You think Mo Fan was born with a golden spoon in his mouth, you think he came from a rich and noble family, which is why he reached the intermediate level much earlier than you all, correct? Yes, replied the young student. Fine. I did not want to bring this up, but since you have questioned me about this on behalf of the many mags that come from average families, then I will tell you, this student that plundered all of your resources came from Bo City, replied Dean Xiao angrily. Bo City? That Bo City that was in the news about a year ago? The tragedy that happened in Bo City would never be forgotten. According to the statistics, there were more than 100,000 casualties. That day was a day where the blood shed was enough to form rivers. He came from an average family, with average resources, and whatever he had at that time were probably even worse than the majority of you. I think I've said enough, replied Dean Xiao as he sighed. Everyone went quiet immediately upon Dean Xiao's reply. That student looked at Mo Fan, who was at the center of the arena, in disbelief. How was it even possible that someone at his age without any resources could advance into the intermediate level? How was that possible? Mu Nu Jiao also looked at the man who defeated her, shocked. In truth, she had taken Mo Fan as one of the strongest disciples of a large faction out there, but who would have thought that he was actually just a nobody from Bo City? No wonder he didn't use any magic equipment, he probably don't even own one. In the battles between the disciples of the rich and noble families, the use of magic equipment was even more frequent than magic casting. Mu Nu Jiao had thought that her opponent did not use any because he did not want to show off his wealth, just like her. Dean Xiao, this is all unnecessary attention. Is it really all right for you to expose my information just like that? How am I supposed to chase after the beautiful ladies of the rich after this? Asked a speechless Mo Fan. Ha 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 ha, I was very angry, and since a great example like you come by very handily, I took this chance. Speechless, Mo Fan shut his mouth. It is very easy to garner hostile attention after becoming the brilliant kid next door that outperformed everyone. Sigh, fine, so be it. Since I robbed everyone of their resources, no one from the new students will like me anymore. Mo Fan believed that the students who were admitted to Pearl Institute were all people with good morals. However, he would carry a silver needle whenever he went to the cafeteria, just in case. Still, after the competition ended, Mo Fan couldn't stop feeling great. Although the resources were not the core resources given to the students by the institution, just with this amount, he was still happily overwhelmed. In the space of 1 second, he had gone from being one of the poor to one of the rich. Chapter 170. Strategy. The remaining 6 people from the summoning school already regarded Mo Fan as a god. They knew their capabilities and obediently let Mo Fan claim all that he had obtained while they only took what belonged to them. Whether or not Jiang Yuming meant it, there was no reason for Mo Fan to share the resources with the 6 of them. He had poured in a considerable and desperate effort for the resources, despite knowing that he would make himself a public enemy of the entire school. Dean Xiao mentioned that he will convert all public resources into my own cultivation resources. I wonder how much they will be? Will I be able to obtain resources for the evolution of the spirit wolf? Said Mo Fan softly to himself. Mo Fan had a strong feeling that if the spirit wolf was able to advance into the warrior class, he would be unstoppable among those at his level, and he might even be able to challenge those at a higher level. Mo Fan still clearly remember the time where he saw a warrior class monster himself. He could still remember the impact and the awe brought by the warrior class three-eyed demon wolf when it pounced out from the building out of nowhere. After experiencing the huge incidents that happened in the competition, there was a rapid change in his daily life. First of all, there were only 3 people left in his dormitory. The other 2 roommate of Mo Fan, who seemed to be afraid of being dragged into the chaos stirred up by Mo Fan, had quickly submitted an application requesting to move into another dormitory. Thus, only Mo Fan, Zhong Pinggu, and Zhao Manyang remained in the same dormitory. Zhong Pinggu now admired Mo Fan so much that he had turned into a fanboy, while Zhao Manyang, on the other hand, reacted much more normally. However, one of his favorite questions for Mo Fan was now, since you fought with Mu Nujiao before, can you tell if she is a C or D cup? Mo Fan was extremely speechless to his question, for how could he be able to do precise measurement during a fight, not to mention such an intense contest with Mu Nujiao. But judging from what he saw, perhaps she has a D cup. There would be quite some time until Mo Fan could access the resources granted to him because of some procedures, but as someone who was not in a hurry, he patiently waited while he kept on training himself. Time passed quickly and 1 month has passed ever since the competition. The discussions about the competition were gradually replaced by some other fresh news, but occasionally, Mo Fan could still hear Zhongping, who kept on talking about a few newly appeared strong competitors. One of them was said to be a student that enrolled at the school quite late, but that student might possess strength greater than Mo Fan's. This was inevitable. Mo Fan had made himself a public enemy to the entire school. Thus, even though everyone knew that he was strong, they were all unwilling to acknowledge him as the strongest in the school. As a result, they were all naturally more fond of the other individuals who possess greater strength than those on the same levels, and since none of them have had a fight with Mo Fan, everyone just assumed that they were stronger than Mo Fan. Hey! Did you guys know that Mu Nujiao did something that caused the entire school to view her as a goddess? Said Zhongpingu as he stormed into the dormitory while both Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang were meditating as they were lazy to attend classes. Zhao Manyang has his eyes opened first when he heard the name of Mu Nujiao. He has great interest in Mu Nujiao and would literally stop anything he was doing or working on, even if it's in the midst of advancing into the next level. Zhongpingu then continued to say, Mu Nujiao took on the responsibilities for what happened in the competition, and she donated an equivalent amount of resources won by Mo Fan to everyone in the school with the name of the Mu family. This time, Mo Fan opened his eyes as well. Why is she doing this? Asked Mo Fan in surprise. Isn't she being way too generous? The responsibility of losing the resources was not on her, so why is she trying to compensate all of the new students for their own losses? Yeah, I agree, it was unexpected. Not even the school expected her to do this. It's a total blessing from the goddess, replied Zhongpingu in great excitement. Zhao Manyang thought for a while, and soon understood the reason of Mu Nujiao's seemingly irrational move. It's just a kind of strategy, said Zhao Manyang. How so? Asked Mo Fan. The public resources was a real great deal of amount that even a financially well-capitalized aristocratic family would not be able to afford spending just like that. Each year, every major aristocratic family will spend a great deal of resources to recruit graduated and undergraduate students from the prestigious schools. And for Mu's family, they were merely doing this earlier this year in an attempt to gain the favor of the freshmen. Supposedly, the school normally does not allow this to happen, but after losing such a huge amount of public resources, the school only silently approved this and allowed Mu Nujiao to do as she pleased. Explained Zhao Manyang. But it's still way too costly just for a good reputation. And I wonder if the people will still side with Mu family when they are offered with a better prospect in the future, replied Zhongpingu. Gold can be nothing for a wealthy person with luxurious life. However, when you offer a bowl of rice for a person who is starving to death, he will never forget your generosity to him till the end of his life. Mu's family is being smart in the way that they are taking the overall situation into consideration to draw people to their side. Perhaps not everyone or only a minority of them will join Mu family in the future, but the Mu family has earned themselves a good reputation among the entire school. Zhao Manyang pointed out bluntly. Zhongpingu sniffles. To be frank, if Zhao Manyang did not point this out, he would really think that Mu Nujiao was doing this out of her guiltiness, thus accepting her as a goddess with a pure and kind heart. Mo Fan looked at Zhao Manyang with a little surprise. Well, he seems to really know well about all these stratagem. He must have been mixing around with the aristocratic family all this while, or he would not be able to see through Mu Nujiao's motive. Mo Fan thought. Are you telling me that under her pure and pretty-looking facade lies a heart full with scheme? I truly admire her as my goddess, said Zhongpingu impetuously. The decision wasn't really on her. The Mu's family was the one came up with this idea after they were told that Mu Nujiao lose all the resources. And as someone who felt extremely guilty for losing all the resources to Mo Fan, Mu Nujiao will definitely accept this proposal. It was a win-win situation, explained Zhao Manyang again. Oh, that's great, you almost ruined the image of the dream girl in my heart, said Zhongpingu with relief. Mo Fan, too, was filled with all sorts of feelings today. Seems like not all aristocratic families were blindly abusing their power after all. A true huge family knows very well of the benefits and importance of maintaining their image and reputation in order to recruit potential magicians. Initially, it was a bad thing for the Mu family when Mu Nujiao lost the battle, and thus lost everyone's resources. But the situation quickly turned around and they made use of the previously bad situation to benefit themselves. The Mu family had gained a profound advantage, and it would be much harder for the other aristocratic families to compete with them in the future. By the way, how did you escape from that intermediate level plant magic? The forest is thick, none of us were able to see what exactly happened there. What were the tricks that you used? Zhongpingu asked Mo Fan curiously. The entire school will know in the twinkling of an eye if he tells you. You big blabbermouth, replied Zhao Manyang. Mo Fan couldn't agree more, so he just nodded his head silently. There was no way he would simply reveal his trump cards to another. Tell me quietly, I promise I will keep the secret for you, Zhao Manyang said to Mo Fan with a filthy look and a raised eyebrow. Mo Fan was stunned for a moment and immediately reacted to Zhao Manyang with 2 words, piss off. Chapter 171. Choose any magic tool. In the early morning, Dean Xiao had already brought the good news to Mo Fan, and asked Mo Fan to follow him to redeem his rewards. When they got to the library that had the appearance of a huge book, Mo Fan was brought to the top floor, where access was not permitted to any other students of the institution. As they reached the top floor, Dean Xiao stood with his hands at his back and looked at the Pearl Institution surroundings through the windows. Dean Xiao. When Mo Fan entered the meeting room, Mo Fan saw Dean Xiao standing alone. From the lonely yet slightly heavy atmosphere of the meeting room, Mo Fan could tell that Dean Xiao was worrying about some other matters. Dean Xiao turned around, a gentle smile on his face. I knew that you were hiding some other hidden trump cards during the examination. Though I do not know how you evaded Mu Nujiao's skill, but I sense some dark magic, said Dean Xiao with a smile. That is not really a secret. If Dean Xiao investigated my background in Bo City, then you have all the answers you need, replied Mo Fan casually. Back then, it was Principal Zhu's idea to announce Mo Fan was an innate dual element at the high school exam. However, when the catastrophe struck Bo City, no one had the luxury to pay attention to this matter anymore, especially when Principal Zhu died. But if Dean Xiao really wanted to dwell on this matter, all he had to do was to send some people to ask those people who used to reside in Bo City, and he would have all the answers he needed. There is no need for that. One day, you will reveal your secrets all by yourself. Now, let's get to the main point, shall we, said Dean Xiao. Of course, replied Mo Fan as he rubbed his hands together. TSK, the resources for all new students, just imagine how much these resources worth, perhaps he could buy a luxury bungalow in Shanghai already. These resources were to be given to different students from different elements and we have to change them into resources you could use. Thus, what we did was change some of the resources that you would not be able to use into something that could benefit you, explained Dean Xiao. Mo Fan understood the reason behind this action, nodded and said, as long as I get the resources promised to me in full. If the resources had not been converted into something Mo Fan could use, they would just be useless rubbish to him. Hence, just like what Dean Xiao said, they could only estimate the total amount of the resources and how much they were worth before they convert these resources to something Mo Fan could use. I know that you have barely any good magic equipment with you, so here are a few higher class pieces of magic equipment suitable for the battles of intermediate level mags. You may only pick one of them, Dean Xiao said, as he waved his sleeves and a few small-sized magic items appeared on the table, lying there quietly waiting for Mo Fan to pick one of them. Intermediate-level magic equipment, they must be quite expensive, he blurted out excitedly. The value of these magic items solely depend on the ones using them. But if you were to put them on sale, each and every one of these magic items here are worth at least this amount, explained Dean Xiao as he raised his hand, palm out. 50,000, asked Mo Fan. His answer was quickly rejected by Dean Xiao with a shake of his head. 500,000, asked Mo Fan, amazed. Our institution spends quite a great deal on the students' resources every year. Part of these resources are donated by the outstanding students of our schools that have graduated, some are funded by our institutions. However, we will only give you the public resources funded by the institution, Dean Xiao explained. Nodding again, Mo Fan agreed, understanding that the resources donated by the outstanding graduates of the Pearl Institution were part of the reward and punishment given to those juniors that did not take part in the competition. Now, pick one of these magic items and you will receive the promised resources later on, Dean Xiao directed him. There were already tiny stars blinking in Mo Fan's eyes. Damn, with a piece of intermediate-level magic equipment worth $500,000 and the other rewards, if I knew that there were so much included, I would have went all in to defeat Mu Nujiao, even if I had to expose my fire element. Would you mind explaining to me what can these items do? I know nothing much about magic equipment. These were something luxurious that could only be toyed around with by those rich people, not poor ones like me, Mo Fan asked eagerly. Certainly. This one close to your hand is the Blood Tabi. It is made with the bloody bones of the blood beast in the Long Plain Mountains. Once equipped, the mage will be bestowed with the extreme sprinting capabilities of the blood beasts, which is even greater than the wind path, drifting shadows. Other than that, each time this Tabi is charged with the essence of a blood beast, the Tabi will be able to unleash power strong enough to crush a mountain, explained Dean Xiao as he gave off a feeling of a professional in this field. Offensive ability. Nice, said Mo Fan. Mo Fan then recalled the fight he had with Yu Ang. He had used magic shoes. If Mo Fan was not wrong, he still remembered that Yu Ang's magic shoes only allowed Yu Ang to execute an evasive move once, which was nowhere close to the level of the Blood Tabi. How about that? It looks like armor, asked Mo Fan, as he pointed at the item in the center. Yes, that is magic armor. The largest difference between the armor and shield magic equipment is that the shield's defense is dead. A magic shield needs the mage to activate the shield so that it can help the mage to fend off an attack, which is way different from the magic armor. The magic armor is strong to the point where the mage can just wear it and it does not require the attention of the mage to activate it for its defense. It may not be able to fend off attacks completely like the magic shields, but indirectly, it can greatly increase our durability. At every levels, the bodies of mags are weak, making magic armor one of the life-saving insurances for them. This magic armor is called the Jade Scale Mail. It is known for its flexibility, so that even when wind element mags wear it, their mobility will not be affected by it at all. At the same time, this amplifies its flaws greatly. This mail possesses a weaker defense than the other magic armors, making it hard to take a very strong impact or destructive power head-on, explained Dean Xiao. You are saying this type of magic armor must be one of the worst choices among the other magic equipment, asked Mo Fan. Precisely. Magic armor is always expensive, they are only slightly cheaper than the Stardust magic tools. This Jade Scale Mail will only be able to sustain attacks from the minion-class monsters, but when it comes to the attacks delivered by warrior-class monsters or any intermediate-tier magic, it will at most prevent the mage wearing it from dying, replied Dean Xiao. Magic armor might be a very good thing to use since it could be worn by mags throughout an entire battle. But when it came to Mo Fan, their inferior defensive capability would be less useful. Chapter 172. A Finger. The magic armor is way too expensive. I suggest you look for other magic armor that is more suitable for you when you have the capability in the future. Now, let's take a look at this magic sword. Its name is the Black Cleaver. Once activated, it will form the front claw of a blackbird and launch a wind disc shredding that is equivalent to the strength of the joint attack between two evolving monsters, explained Dean Xiao. Upon listening to Dean Xiao's explanation, Mo Fan thought for a moment and felt that as a man who possessed the fire and lightning elements, which were the two strongest elements in terms of offensive power, he do not lack any attacking strength. Thus, he figured that this Black Cleaver would be more suitable to the mags that lacked offensive power. To be honest, Mo Fan actually needed all of this magic equipment in many ways. After all, if he had all of this, his combat power would be increased to another level. Different types of magic equipment would be able to alter the way he fought, granting him more flexibility and options. However, if he had to pick one, Mo Fan thought that the Blood Tabi was a better piece of magic equipment for him. Although he had learned a positioning magic, the shadow element's magic that allowed Mo Fan to move freely was still not invincible. Unlike the wind and earth element magic that allowed the users to move freely at any time and anywhere, the shadow element magic would be useless if there were no shadows in the surroundings at all. Without shadow, the shadow element magic was entirely unusable. Originally, Mo Fan lacked defensive capabilities the most, but this magic armor was just too useless. Hence, he felt that the magic shoes would be much better for him, as it was always better to have another trick that could save his life. Since you are not considering the remaining magic equipment, you may now brand this Blood Tabi with your own spirit power, Dean Xiao told him. In just a moment of time, Mo Fan branded the Blood Tabi, linking it with his soul. With just a tick of his mind, the blood tabi would immediately appear on his legs, bestowing on him the power of the blood beast. "Thank you, Dean Xiao," Mo Fan said gratefully and confidently after receiving a high-grade magical item. "There is no need for you to thank me. You earned this yourself." "Now, the resources for your cultivation," replied Dean Xiao. "As long I'm not given any Stardust magic tool, please change into something else for me," Mo Fan answered quickly. When it came to cultivation magic tools, there might nothing that could be compared to Mo Fan's little loach pendant that had absorbed the water in the underground holy spring. No, of course not. This resource I'm talking about here is an access granted to those outstanding or those who have contributed to the institution. We really have no idea on what kind of basis we are supposed to use to transfer all the public resources to you. Because of this, we specially requested headquarters to open the 3-step tower for you to cultivate in once, said Dean Xiao. As someone that had never heard of this before, Mo Fan could only ask blankly, 3-step tower. However, his question fell onto deaf ears, as Dean Xiao only smiled without answering his question. The reason why the Pearl Institution was able to stand at the very top among the many schools and institutions in the entire country for so many years was closely related to the 3-step tower. The 3-step tower could be described as a place each and every intermediate level mage students in the main institution would fight fiercely in order to get it. The new students were not qualified to fight for the right to enter the 3-step tower, and Mo Fan was one of the first. This is a hard-to-come-by opportunity, you must not take it too lightly, Dean Xiao said seriously. Mo Fan nodded with a serious expression. He firmly believed that this 3-step tower Dean Xiao was talking about was probably a sacred cultivation ground not any weaker than the underground holy spring. If it wasn't for the underground holy spring, Mo Fan would still need another few years before he ascended into the intermediate level. This type of sacred cultivation ground could greatly improve his power if he managed to secure a chance to cultivate in it. "Thank you," Mo Fan said sincerely. "I'd like to give you a little suggestion, if I may. People may only enter the 3-step tower a few times. Many of the intermediate level mags in the main institution never got the chance to enter the 3-step tower at all, so just imagine how hard it is to be able to get a chance to enter the tower. You should choose a suitable time for yourself to enter the tower. At least from my point of view, you are still not prepared to enter the tower. If you entered the tower now, you would only receive minimum benefits," advised Dean Xiao. Dean Xiao was right. Mo Fan had reached the intermediate level in both the fire and lightning element. He still had to fortify and master his current strength right now. His handling of a Star Atlas was nowhere close to Mu Nujiao. As for his summoning and shadow element, Mo Fan only managed to raise them into the 3rd level in his Stardust, and there was still quite a long way to go to the higher tier Star Cloud. Trying to increase his strength to a higher level would be very low if he tried to strengthen himself through the cultivation sacred ground now, and he would only waste a precious chance by doing so. Mo Fan clearly understood Dean Xiao's words. Dean Xiao wanted him to wait for a suitable time to enter the 3-step tower, and only by doing so would Mo Fan be able to fully utilize the effect of the cultivation sacred ground. Other than that, with the amplification of the little loach pendant, early levels could be easily achieved in a matter of time, so there was no need for him to waste such a precious chance like this. Next will be the warrior class monster's spirit blood, which will provide a tremendous boost for your spirit wolf's evolution into the warrior class. All of this, however, is just something to aid your summoned beast's evolution. Whether or not it will ascend into the next level depends on itself in the end. Remember, like you, your summoned beast only reached its current level a short time ago, and its base is still not that solid yet. Nature has its own rules, and this is especially obvious among the monsters. The monsters with a higher level bloodline are always smarter, fiercer, and stronger, yet their ability to reproduce is weaker, and so there are fewer of them. The ones with lower level bloodlines are relatively inferior, but they often reproduce swarms by swarms, and so are easily found. If the monsters with weaker bloodlines try to break the limits of their heritage, defying the rules of nature, and failed, they will turn to dust, Dean Xiao reminded him seriously. With a nod, Mo Fan indicated that he understood. Be it man or monster, the path of cultivation was filled with difficulties. For example, when Mo Fan tried to advance into the next level, the resistance of his mental power almost caused his brain to explode. The same were for the evolution of monsters. If their body and mind were not strong enough, they would all die, because what they were doing was trying to discard their own bloodline in order to achieve a superior one. Keep this card. There are $2 million on this card. This is your reward for winning the competition. Among the public resources was some cash, which I placed in this card. They are all yours, said Dean Xiao as he handed over a card to Mo Fan. Mo Fan's jaw dropped. 2 million. Oh my heavens, the institution is really generous. The amount given to him right now was equivalent to hitting a jackpot in the lottery. Rich, I'm rich. Upon seeing the extreme happiness on Mo Fan's face, Dean Xiao, who was worried that Mo Fan might lose himself in the sudden wealth, and warned him, money is nothing when it comes to us mags. In order to pursue ever higher achievements on the path of magic, a few million is nothing at all. Once you get to the advanced level, you might need even more than that. The cultivation path of a mage is a lifelong path that requires a huge fortune. After the tragedy of Bo City, I assume you now know deeply the responsibilities of a true mage, and as humans' position in the food pyramid of this world. Don't worry, Dean Xiao. I, Mo Fan, will not be satisfied with just being an intermediate-level mage. Good, then I hope that if a disastrous event bigger than the tragedy in Bo City arrives, you will be able to contribute, replied Dean Xiao. Then, Dean Xiao, may I ask how much a wing magic equipment cost? Asked Mo Fan curiously. At least this amount, and it is not negotiable, Dean Xiao answered, as he raised one finger. Chapter 173. Shanghai Enforcer Management. Tofu. Tofu. Mo Fan was feeling great as he left the library. Although there was still quite a long way to go to his ultimate goal, he had already received quite a profit from winning the competition. Dean Xiao clearly knew what Mo Fan needed, and so part of the resources were converted into something beneficial to Mo Fan so that he could get stronger. Once Mo Fan became strong, he would no longer fear having no money, as money would just come in by itself. As Dean Xiao had just mentioned, once he was at the higher levels, they were all talking about more than just millions. My fire is now the Rose Fire, which is worth more than 20 million in the market. The 2 million RMB I was given by the school is nowhere near enough to buy a spirit-grade lightning seed, not to mention that the lightning seed is way more expensive. Perhaps I should use this money here to improve my living condition, Mo Fan said to himself quietly. He no longer wanted to stay somewhere with no people around, especially after Shinxia had entered a well-known school in Jiangxia. She had difficulty moving around, so he had to hire someone to take care of her. Mo Fan even planned that when they got richer, he would hire a female bodyguard so that Shinxia would not be bullied because of her gentle nature. For now, due to the university's rules, he, like the other new students, had to stay in the student hostel. In coming years, once he entered the main institution, he would have to get a place to stay. Everyone in the dorms might be living their own lives without interfering with one another, but there would still be some times where things could be very inconvenient. Just look at Zhao Manyang, who was always going out to get laid. With the hotels and motels located so far away from the school, he couldn't possibly bring the girls back to the dorms to have a one-night stand. Dean Xiao even gave Mo Fan a reasonable suggestion. Pouring all of his attention into cultivating was a good thing, but combined with some practical experience in combat, his cultivating speed would speed up a considerable amount. After witnessing the four intermediate mags of the Dongfang family getting wrapped up during the battle with Chao He due to their lack of combat experience, Mo Fan now viewed fighting much more seriously. After all, what was the point of obtaining a high level or strong spell if a person knew nothing about fighting? As a result, after a series of brainstorming sessions, Mo Fan figured that he would pick up where he left off long ago, becoming a hunter mage once again. In school, he might be able to challenge the other students for more experience, but this was not enough by itself. A friendly match would always be a friendly match, everyone would compete with one another, but they would not go all out in the fight. Unlike friendly matches, only people like hunter mags would get involved in a real battle where there was a chance they would be killed. Only by fighting non-stop, refining and honing one's ability, would one be able to improve themselves. Even better, being a hunter mage would earn him some extra income. And if possible, he hoped that his lightning element would be able to morph into a spirit seed. After all, the temptation of having his combat power doubled was way too attractive. Mo-fan, where are you going? I've called out a few ladies from the water element. They are all extremely pretty. One of them is definitely your type. I can't deal with so many of them at the same time, shouted Zhongpingu to stop Mo-fan as soon as he saw Mo-fan about to head out. I'm bored, so I thought that I should go to the market to have a look, replied Mo-fan. As much as he wanted to meet with the few ladies from the water element, he had long ago figured out that with Zhongpingu's appeal, the ladies he called out might not be as beautiful as he claimed. Mo-fan instead decided to head towards the Hunters' Union. If it had been the elegant Zhao Manyang stopping Mo-fan, he would probably have stayed back. The Hunter Union was located in the area of the Liu family, where the few huge factions had each occupied a skyscraper for themselves. When Mo-fan arrived at the Hunter Union skyscraper, he headed straight up to the 50th floor. The Hunter Union's main hall occupied this entire floor, with a total of 15 elevators being used to sustain the incredible human flow here. Around the main hall were all sorts of LCD screens, each filled with words and numbers that presented various bounties offered to the hunter mags in the hall. One could say that the information collected in the Shanghai's Hunter Union was the largest and broadest of all the Hunter Unions. Even some of the overseas bounties would occasionally be listed here, allowing the hunter mags to select bounties according to their own capabilities and preferences. Because of his status as a student still in school studying, it was impossible for him to become a hunter mage active in the wilds. He also preferred hunting within the cities. Given how large the area occupied by Shanghai was, there would be countless monsters appearing here. What was the point of being a city urban law enforcer in tiny Bo City? If he had a choice, he would definitely be the city urban law enforcer of Shanghai. In that way, while he was hunting for demons and monsters, he would be able to not only cross paths with all kinds of beautiful ladies, but cultivate himself and even earn large bounties, so why not? Sir, you will first have to acquire the Veteran Hunter title in order to become a member of the City Beast Hunting Squad. According to the information you provided based on your experience in Bo City, you still lack a little bit in order to become a hunter of Shanghai, said the hunter assistant Mo-fan had chosen, very diplomatically. Then how do I obtain this title? Asked Mo-fan. You will have to complete enough assignments and tasks. We have a designated department that helps you record your results and settle them into contribution points for you. Once you have enough points, your title will be promoted automatically. According to the data you provided in Bo City, you are now only an intermediate hunter with 785 contribution points. You still have 9,215 points more to go to become an elite hunter, said the woman. What the hell? That means that I'm still a novice that is not even close to being qualified as an enforcer. I feel that my capabilities could handle assignments with higher difficulties. Are there any shortcuts? Asked Mo-fan. You have to accumulate the points slowly. The Hunter Union has to be responsible to our customers. We can't let those unqualified hunters accept assignments beyond their qualifications, because if they fail, we would not only cause more troubles for our customers, but also unnecessary losses for our hunters who are capable of completing those assignments, replied the assistant. All right, said Mo-fan as he laughed bitterly. Seems like he thought things were easy. A high qualification was required to become a city enforcer. If he used a saying from the original world he came from, one required a PhD in monster hunting to become a city enforcer. However, may I suggest you join a private hunting organization, suggested the assistant. Private hunting organization? What do you mean? The Hunter Union permits well-known hunting squad or hunter masters to set up their own hunting organizations and attract customers. While these private organizations are much more expensive, they also have quite a high success rate of completion and efficiency. Immediately, Mo-fan knew what the assistant meant. The private hunting organizations were just like private detective agencies that served those in need. It would be extremely time-consuming for Mo-fan to start from the bottom level. If he joined one of these private hunting organizations, there would be no fixed requirement on the hunter titles. Other than that, he would not be required to search for suitable assignments within the information tsunami, and any work would be coming to him. Well, well, well. Private hunting organization it is. Recommend me a private hunting organization, said Mo Fan enthusiastically as he slapped the table. After watching the whole series of Detective Conan, he felt that his chance has come. First of all, he had to think of a phrase to introduce himself. That's right. I am the handsome detective, Mo Fan, a professional in dealing with all types of problems. All the ladies will feel extremely hot whenever they hear my name. Chapter 174. Clearsky Hunter Agency. The woman was quite well qualified for her post, as she did not take long to find a private hunting organization for Mo Fan. The private hunting agency is called Clearsky Hunter Agency, one of the private organizations that have been around here for years. They are very well known, but no one knows why they take in people often, and why some of the hunter mags are not willing to join them, said the assistant. A well-known organization, shouldn't there be many mags that would want to join them? Mo Fan asked curiously. No idea, perhaps the leader of the organization had unrealistic demands for their members? Just so you know, the information and details of these private organizations are not completely known to us. If you wish to join them, we can give you their contacts and you can head over there directly for an interview, she replied helpfully. Fine, I wonder if the surname of the leader is Bao, murmured Mo Fan to himself as he nodded to her suggestion. After paying the agency fees, Mo Fan headed straight to the address of the Clearsky Hunter Agency provided by the assistant. What surprised him was that this hunting organization was not far away from the institution, which was a great convenience to Mo Fan. Just imagine in a place as big as Shanghai, if he had to spend a few hours a day just to traveling back and forth from the places he stayed, studied, and worked, how would he have enough time? After passing by Jing'an Temple and a few busy streets, Mo Fan entered a street that had the appearance of the olden days. At the end of this street, an old fascia could be seen swimming in the air against the wind. Clearsky Hunter Agency. What a huge name! Mo Fan thought, feeling that with this name, this organization would be able to complete all the tasks they accepted. Mo Fan then walked closer and finally got a clearer look at the old shop that looked like an inn. By the front door sat a little girl with twin ponytail hairstyle who was reading a storybook with pictures while she swung her cute little legs. Through the glass, Mo Fan saw no one in this inn, and everything seemed very organized. Are you here to commission a task? If so, the minimum price to commission a task will be 300,000, and the pricing will be altered after we assess the difficulty of the task. We will not accept any task that worth less than that, said the little girl without raising her head. Her voice was beautiful, but the tone was extremely cold. $300,000. Immediately, awkwardness struck Mo Fan and he did not dare to give the fruit sweet he took out from his pocket to the little girl anymore. I'm here for an interview. I believe the Hunter Union has written an introduction letter to you already. Are you the shopkeeper? Asked Mo Fan. Juan. Upon hearing this, the little girl finally put her book down, raised her beautiful face and looked at Mo Fan with wise eyes as she replied, Are you sure you can handle it? You are so young. Juan. Mo Fan's jaw dropped onto the ground. My age is too young? Why don't you look at yourself, little girl? You are at most only 12 years old. Lingling, is there a customer? And at this time, from the deeper part of the shop came an old man's voice. Grandpa, he is here for an interview but he is too young, I suggest that we reject him, Lingling replied to the old man before she continued reading the book in her hand. Speechless, Mo Fan looked at this little girl and he did not know if he should laugh or cry. Being young is very good. Young men tend to be not afraid of dangers, but if they die, then it would be a shame that they have yet to enjoy the even greater things in this world, said the old man. Hearing this, Mo Fan felt extremely awkward. But since he was already here, Mo Fan did not want to get rejected at his first interview. Just when he was about to enter the shop to talk about the interview with the old man, a lady who was walking hurriedly appeared at the junction of the street. It was obvious that she was looking for the Clearsky Hunter Agency. She, however, seemed to have failed to see the signs, and entered a few other shops recklessly. Grandpa, a rich target, the girl named Lingling said to the old man. How so? A lady who dresses in the style of the rich and seems to be very nervous while her mentality is shaken greatly. Mo Fan, who was listening at the side, had goosebumps all over. What the hell? Is this a hunting organization, or a murderous shop with murderers? As expected, the luxuriously dressed lady entered this shop in the end and, under the lead of Lingling, was led to the room where the old man listened to the lady's request, a tobacco pipe in his mouth. Meanwhile, the now clueless Mo Fan had no idea what to do and just sat down somewhere close as he listened to what the lady was about to say. TSK, they said that this kind of organization would attract young ladies like this one easily, see? There is already one right now on the very first day I arrived, so it is a must for Mo Fan, to become one of the members of this Clearsky Hunter agency. You are saying that your husband, who is now ill, is probably a monster, and he goes out every midnight to commit foul play? Asked the old man, who squinted his eyes and appeared to be listening to the lady very seriously, but Mo Fan clearly saw the old man was staring at her cleavage. Yes. At first, I did not believe this, but this morning when I washed my husband's clothes, a piece of skin soaked in blood dropped out from his pocket. I was once a nurse, so I can differentiate between animal skin and human skin, said the beautiful and curvaceous woman with a pale face as she recited what happened this morning. Mo Fan, who was listening at the side, also felt slightly shocked. Back in Bo City, Mo Fan learned that there would be different monsters that lived among people with their very own special methods, but he had never heard of any monsters like the husband of this lady. He had never heard of any monsters that possessed the ability to turn into a human. If your husband really is a monster, you wouldn't be here to tell us about this anymore, replied the old man. I really have no idea either. He looks normal in the day, and I rushed here quickly after lying to him that I was going for a facial in the beauty salon. Mister, you have to help me. I heard that you guys could decimate whatever monsters. I can no longer differentiate if my husband is still my husband or not. My 4-year-old child is still at home. I wanted to take him back to my parents to hide, but as soon as I brought this topic up, my husband's eyes turned red, and thank heaven that I changed my idea right in time. I still have to go back tonight, or I'm afraid that my children will, said the lady as she broke down into tears. Have you reported this to the police? Asked the old man. No, I know that they will refuse to look into this matter. Lingling, on the other hand, looked at the crying lady and said calmly, whatever you said just now is not enough to be evidence that your husband has turned into a monster. Think positively, perhaps your husband is not a monster, but a murderer with a weird fetish to collect human skin. After listening to the words of the young girl, Mo Fan immediately lost his voice. Was that supposed to be more positive? Chapter 175. Master Hunter. I'm really sorry. Although we really want to help you, you should be calling the police with your situation. The old man softly rejected the commission. But reporting it to the police won't be of use. Could you assign a hunter magician to protect me overnight? I can pay you immediately, the young lady said. We don't have any hunter magicians here at the moment, they are all out on an important missions, the old man said. The young lady's face turned increasingly ugly. She never thought that personally coming all the way to the Clearsky Hunter Agency, they would choose to not take her job. They were still indifferent even with the money put in front of them. How could you be so heartless? If something happens to my family, I will never forgive you, even if I become a ghost. The young lady stood up, her face filled with pain. After saying this, she quickly turned around and ran out of the Clearsky Hunter Agency in depressed spirits. Mo Fan could feel this young lady was very dispirited and felt a bit of pity toward her. He couldn't help but ask, why didn't you guys help her? Whether the lady's husband had really turned into a magical beast, or someone else's husband had killed someone, it didn't matter. According to her description, you could tell she was in danger. She was even willing to pay them now, yet why did the old man still not take her up on the offer? Little friend, you can't just look at the surface. The old man tapped his pipe. What, could it be that there's an ulterior motive? Mo Fan rubbed his chin as he began to think over the matter like a detective. Look at this application. The old man quickly extracted a contract from beneath the counter before tossing it to Mo Fan. Mo Fan was a bit baffled, but he opened the contract. The contract was very brief. The client wanted protection overnight. It was because the client suspected there was a great danger lurking near them, and that it would affect its child as well as the client. The date for protection was tonight, and the date for signing the contract was also today. It was from roughly around 7 a.m. in the morning. What does this mean? Could it be that this person's family also has a situation similar to the lady just now? Mo Fan asked in astonishment. The old man laughed and then pointed toward the address on the contract. Mo Fan glanced at it and was shocked again. It's actually the same address as that lady. How could this be? Mo Fan was flabbergasted when he saw this. The address was actually on the privately owned garden to the south of the university area. That place was a wealthy residential area. When Mo Fan went on a stroll with his dorm mates, he had actually walked right past that place. It wasn't too far away from Pearl Institute, so Mo Fan had some kind of impression of the address. Originally, when the lady had left in despair, Mo Fan had planned to intercept her and go take a look at what was going on. He had to go through that area when he headed back to the university, after all. What puzzled Mo Fan was what the situation inside really was. This contract was actually signed by me and the husband of the lady just now. The situation was essentially the same as what the woman described, the old man said with a smile. As Mo Fan heard this, he began to feel goosebumps. So you're saying, her husband came in here even earlier to say that the lady goes out to assault others in the middle of the night? Mo Fan never thought there'd be such a thing. Yeah, there's only been pretty boring commissions lately. The thing today could be considered rather rare. Kid, since you came to join our Clearsky Hunter agency, then this commission will be taken care of by you. The old man looked at Mo Fan with a rather devious smile. It's good that there's already something for me to do. However, this one is rather confusing. I can't make sense of which one of the two is the genuine one. Mo Fan was now completely mystified. That's why we only received one commission. Did you not read it properly? The commission says, unless the client itself meet with a misfortune, they will definitely not investigate the person in charge. They only want us to protect their child. Being able to figure out which one of the couple is the problematic one is a good thing, but the most important thing is to protect the child, the old man said. I understand, Mo Fan nodded and then looked around the empty little store. What about my team? Don't tell me I have to deal with this thing by myself. Of course not. Your teammate is right beside you, the old man said. Mo Fan's gaze swept left, but he still did not see any so-called teammates. When Mo Fan returned his suspicious gaze back to the old man, he indicated Mo Fan should slightly lower his line of vision. Only at this time did Mo Fan spot the cute little head with twin tails and her rather childish face. This kid. Mo Fan was flabbergasted. Yeah. The commissions are normally completed by a single person or a two-person squad in our Clearsky Hunter agency. Lingling's previous partner died while they were cooperating with the Magic Court. That is why we recruited another person, the old man said. You want me to bring a little kid to hunt magical beasts? What kind of joke is this? Mo Fan shouted. It's me who is taking a rookie to hunt magical beasts, all right. Lingling looked at Mo Fan disdainfully. After saying that, she fished out a badge similar to a policeman's from her pocket and set it in front of Mo Fan. Mo Fan looked at the badge doubtfully. After carefully examining the pattern on it, he almost fell off the chair. Hunt, Master Hunter. Mo Fan felt as though he was going blind. A lowly like her, who he could lift up with 2 fingers, turned out to be a Master Hunter. The hunter badges issued by the Hunters Union could not be falsified, and they were bound to their ID. The hunter badge from the little kid was indeed genuine. The question was, how could Mo Fan possibly believe that a 10 or so year old little kid was a master who had hunted down numerous magical beasts? One had to understand that, being a university student, possessed a title of an intermediate hunter for himself was actually something he could flaunt about. Grandpa, I don't want this guy. He looks stupid, he'll most likely ruin the mission, Lingling said to the old man. We'll take him. It's always been hard for our Clearsky Hunter agency to recruit people. Having a fearless person come here is quite rare. I see that this kid's strength is not too low, either. If we was to nurture him, I'm sure he could do bigger things later on, the old man persuaded her with good intentions. The little lowly Lingling humphed coldly. She took her thick book, along with her attitude, as she returned to the room inside the agency. After Mo Fan saw the little lowly's nimble back, the thousands of waves surging in his heart came to a stop, and he didn't know what to say, either. To be honest, Mo Fan was daydreaming about what kind of amazing and outstanding hunter squad he would meet and what they would allow him to obtain and grow into. Suddenly, his dream vanished, turning into a delicate little girl's backside. Chapter 176. The income is faster than the returns. I went through your documents. You're from Bo City, and you're called Fan Mo, is that right? The old man chuckled. Yes. The knowledge that my granddaughter has is not comparable to normal people. She would naturally be a little bit arrogant. If there's anything you feel is offensive, please don't take it to heart, the old man said. I won't fight with the little kid, Mo Fan said. Good. The opposite party has already paid 100,000 RMB for this commission, the other 200,000 RMB will be received after the commission is done. Our hunter agency is different from the other hunter agencies. The commission doesn't collect any communal cost. After you've finished the mission, you and Lingling will share the pot. 150,000 RMB will be sent to your bank account. 850,000 RMB. Mo Fan's eyes flickered. The commission is only for a night and the primary mission is to protect the child of a family. For an intermediate magician, this shouldn't be too difficult. 150,000 RMB for a night. This way of making money was even faster than stealing it. Our Clearsky Hunter agency is not only famous in Shanghai, but all across the nation. A commission of 300,000 RMB is only the lowest level. Your seniors won't accept any commissions beneath 1,000,000 RMB. You and Lingling are still young, so you can start with these small things. Once you've matured, I will assign you bigger things to do, the old man laughed gently. Bigger things? Mo Fan was shocked. If 300,000 RMB was considered the lowest level, then what level were the bigger things at? The old man smiled mysteriously, but didn't say anything. He only used his eyes to tell Mo Fan that if he did his best, then the benefits he could get would be endless. Lingling went to look for the data. You can sit here and wait for a bit. In the future, this will be considered your home as well, so you don't need to be so courteous. There's also an empty room in the attic, you can stay there if you like. Oh, I still haven't introduced myself after telling you all this. I am the president of Clearsky Hunter Agency, surnamed Bao. You can call me Old Bao in the future. Alright, so you really are surnamed Bao. Mo Fan couldn't do anything. He didn't know whether this old man had watched too much TV, or he really was related to Bao Qingqianwan. In any case, this world's history and the history of his own world were very similar, the same historical people existed, and the legendary people from the history were also not lacking. Mo Fan still remembered his history classes talking about the magic dynasty period of Qin Shi Huang. Mo Fan wasn't being courteous either, this old store did have everything he needed. There was good tea, a good coffee maker, he could do whatever he wanted. Mo Fan brewed tea for himself as he took out a book about the habitats and habits of magical beasts to read. As Mo Fan was waiting inside the store, Old Bao was already in the second floor. The second floor was just like a library. It was filled with what appeared to be some ancient books and some files that were sealed up. The majority of the files were covered in a layer of dust that had probably been there for a decade. The little lowly, Lingling, was sitting on an old rattan chair. Her bright, pearl-like eyes were focused on the book on her lap. Her reading speed was very fast, it only took her about 10 seconds to finish sweeping an entire page. Grandpa, why did you let that person come? Lingling kept searching for something even as she questioned Old Bao, who had come up the stairs. The kid's strength isn't bad, he's a good seedling. Even if his strength isn't bad, he's still just an intermediate magician, Lingling said. If you think like this, then I believe he will surprise you. The old man was smiling and said nothing else. Grandpa, according to the files, is from Bo City. Lingling's head was still lowered. Her reading speed didn't decrease while she was talking. Yeah. Lungqing is currently assisting the Magic Court in pursuing Salang. If we aren't wrong, then the one responsible for Bo City's destruction is most likely him. Oh, don't mention this matter to that Fan Mo. With his current strength, he is not capable of being involved in these matters, or else he will die a violent death, like shrouding, Old Bao said. I know. However, I will definitely find the person who killed shrouding. Lingling clenched her teeth, her puerile face displaying a hint of anger. All right. Just leave this matter to us adults, don't touch this matter until your strength is sufficient. You and Fan Mo can go ahead and deal with the things that are within the city. Shanghai is a massive city, the problems here are equally large. Old Bao patted Lingling's head. When noon came, Old Bao was friendly enough to invite Mo Fan to eat in the store. This old store was actually the home of Old Bao and his granddaughter, Lingling. They lived on the 3rd floor. The 4th floor also had rooms, it appeared to be rooms for the other members of Clearsky Hunter Agency. From Old Bao's tone, it seemed like those people were quite outstanding. In the Hunters' Union, the majority of people would form a whole beast hunting squad. In the Clearsky Hunter Agency, most of them completed missions by themselves or in pairs. That was not your normal kind of hunter. Furthermore, these missions were worth more than 1 million RMB. After finishing off the food, Mo Fan couldn't help but to ask, "What are we doing this afternoon?" "You can return back to university. We'll meet by the privately owned garden as the sky is turning dark," Lingling said. "How did you know that I was a student?" Mo Fan was a bit shocked as he stared at this little lady. Lingling pouted her little mouth and didn't bother to explain. Mo Fan felt awkward. How many times did he get looked down on by this little kid? Sigh, forget it. I won't argue with this little kid. Mo Fan followed Lingling's instructions and returned to the university. When the night came, Mo Fan finished his dinner in the cafeteria before heading toward the private garden. After exiting the school gates, Mo Fan called for a taxi. Just as he got into the car, 3 very well-dressed girls were talking and laughing as they walked over. The taxi driver was evidently well disposed as he made the decision to have Mo Fan carpool. There were quite a few people trying to find taxis at the university. The less scrupulous taxi drivers would try to drag a couple of people going the same way into the taxi in order to earn some more money. Mo Fan was used to it. "We want to go to the private garden," one of the girls with neat fringes said. "This brother also happens to be going there. The 3 of you can sit in the back, let's go." The driver's face was filled with smiles as he waited for the girls to get into the car. Once they were in, he stepped on the gas pedal and drove away. Their destination wasn't very far, so they almost arrived immediately. As Mo Fan was sitting in the front, he could deduce that these girls came from families that did not lack money based on the way they talked and laughed. They didn't want to live in a plebeian-like dormitory, so they spent money to rent a room in the apartment block inside the garden. The student in the front, "Do you also live here?" the girl with the short hair immediately asked Mo Fan once they got out of the car. "No, I'm only here to deal with some things," Mo Fan replied. Oh, are you also a new student?" "Why do I feel like you're familiar?" the girl with the short hair asked with a smile. "Ayo, Jiao Wenqian, isn't your way of flirting a bit too old?" "Who cares if he's familiar or not, just ask for his phone number," the girl with the neat fringes said with a smiling face. "Yeah, you kept staring at him when we were in the car," the girl with red lips pointed out. "Do you want to die?" The 3 girls immediately became extremely noisy, without regard for anyone else. Mo Fan helplessly shook his head and hurriedly went to find his superior. Speaking of which, in The Great Detective, there was a kid being paired up with a beautiful girl solving numerous crimes. Here, it was actually a little lowly being paired up with a handsome, young man. Equals 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 equals. Editor's note. 1. Bao Qingtain is the main character of a Taiwanese detective TV show set in the old days, also airing in China. Yes, I had to look this up. Chapter 177. Exposing the Truth. "Why did you come so late?" said the little lowly Lingling, her arms crossed angrily. Mo Fan looked at this little girl and he started to wonder why that old man Bao only wanted him to babysit this child instead of hunting monsters. "It's still early. Anyhow, you discover anything yet?" Mo Fan asked. "Here, take a look," replied Lingling as she handed over a mini laptop to Mo Fan. Mo Fan was startled for a second, but as he took a look at the laptop, he realized that there were a few screens, each showing the situation of the luxury living room, bedrooms, bathrooms, and the other rooms. And at the top right corner of the screen was a ticking clock. It was a CCTV. Mo Fan was in shock and he shouted, "Are you a hacker? How could you set up CCTVs in other people's houses? Let's get to the rooftop now. If anything happens, we can react right away," replied Lingling crisply. To be honest, Mo Fan was still slightly clueless about this task. They couldn't possibly stay at the front doors of the lady's house and rush in right away if they heard any odd noises, or they would just scare off the enemy. Besides, they still couldn't identify who the monster was, and it would be quite a problem to protect the child without being noticed. But who could have thought that the pretty little girl Lingling had already set up cameras around the house? The angles she set up were perfect, eliminating every blind spot. Thus, if nothing happened tonight, all they had to do was to observe any movements through the CCTVs and 150,000 RMB will be theirs. "Girl, don't sit at the rails, it's very dangerous." Just as Mo Fan dozed off for a second, he realized that Lingling was already sitting at the edge of the top floor. The little figure sat on the edge, swinging her legs in the air 60 meters above the ground, scaring the hell out of Mo Fan. "Little girl, this building is at least 20 floors high. Any average girls would have felt dizzy once they looked downwards. Aren't your guts just a little bit crazy?" Lingling, however, did not bother about Mo Fan while she chewed something in her mouth with her mini laptop still on her lap. She glanced up at the skyline of this busy city, about to light up under the coming cloudy weather, and then observed the situation of the family through the cameras. Speechless, Mo Fan sat down beside her, and even felt some slight pain as the strong wind currents blew on his face. As he looked down, the masterpiece private garden was within his sight. At the center was a children's playground, at the west was a tiny square, a pool was in the south, and a tiny forest occupied quite a large space. The time was right after a meal, people were strolling around the garden, kids were playing at the playground, and the beautiful and sweet laughter of girls could be heard coming from some levels of the buildings. Peace and serenity filled the entire surrounding area. With such a harmonious scene, who would have related it to a horrendous monster? "I'll take a bath," said the lady, her voice coming from Lingling's laptop. Upon hearing this, Mo Fan was slightly surprised, as Lingling had even set up sound surveillance setup. He blinked a few times and said hurriedly, "Lingling, I reckon that you are a little tired of observing the situation such a long time. Let me do it. Are you stupid, or do you take me as an idiot?" "You pervert," replied Lingling as she hemphed. As she spoke, she casually clicked on a few buttons and right away, the screen surveilling the bathroom immediately went dark. Mo Fan laughed dryly and asked, "What about the husband and the kid?" "The kid is watching a cartoon right now, but the husband, he is starting to feel uneasy," answered Lingling. They both continued paying attention to the monitor, but failed to identify or notice any terrifying elements described by the lady. This family looked just like a normal family that was living normally. "Is the lady done bathing yet?" asked Mo Fan out of nowhere. It had been half an hour, and the sound of water flowing could still be heard coming from the bathroom. And that's just how long can a woman bathe? Frowned Lingling as she suddenly realized something. "What?" asked a confused Mo Fan. "Do you still remember when she said she discovered a blood-stained skin on her husband's shirt this morning, before she rushed here to seek us out?" said Lingling. "Yeah, what was wrong about it?" replied Mo Fan. "She had her makeup on. She cried so bad that she ruined her makeup. Now, if she discovered that there was something wrong with her husband, do you think that she would have time to put on her makeup? Not to mention that she could still take her time and bathe for half an hour right now, answered Lingling as she switched on the screen monitoring the bathroom. Fog covered the entire bathroom, and when Mo Fan stared at the monitor, he could vaguely see a body figure with smooth skin. Just as he thought he was going to get some gratuitous eye candy, he stuttered and shivered. That was no woman taking a bath, but a woman's skin hanging there. Human skin without blood and flesh looked like a deflated inflated doll, but the wet and messed up hair was the scariest part. This is just like a snake that shed its skin, exclaimed the now horrified Mo Fan. HMPH, it really is that thing, said Lingling, staring sharply at the screen, as if she could see through everything. What the hell is that thing? Asked Mo Fan hurriedly. That is not a monster, but a human. I will explain to you later. If I'm not mistaken, this lady is definitely out trying to commit a foul play now, said Lingling. You will keep learning new things until you die. There are just so many strange and unique things in this world, said Mo Fan before he asked again, won't she worry that her husband will find out about this? She has only such a short time. So she must be lurking around this small area, said Lingling. Can you find her? Asked Mo Fan quickly. I can try, but it's not easy. As far as I know, this thing likes to suck the blood of young women. It would trigger her interest even more if the target was a mage. Now go, get her while I take care of the child here. Go and dig out her true identity, said Lingling hurriedly. Okay, replied Mo Fan without hesitation, as he knew how dire the situation was right now. He then jumped down straight from the edge of the building, which immediately garnered the attention of Lingling. She looked after him in surprise as her gaze followed Mo Fan, who was falling down from the 20-story building. Just when he was about to hit the ground, Mo Fan vanished within the shadows. This scene was extremely eerie in this weather. The shadow element, Lingling whispered. This move was taught to Mo Fan by teacher Tang Yu. It allowed Mo Fan to quickly descend from a high ground according to the different-sized shadows created by the buildings. Of course, he practiced this move from lower buildings first, or he would have killed himself if he failed. Chapter 178. Skin Shed Demoness. Anywhere with shadow would be a medium for Mo Fan to travel. He first landed on the ground, and through the same magic again, he quickly dove into the dark forest. He still remembered that a while ago, there was a couple that had entered the forest for some tryst. This forest was kinda huge, and with the trees blocking the light, it was definitely one of the best places for this lady to commit her crime. Oh tilde 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 ah tilde 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 tilde? N, no tilde 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 if someone comes tilde tilde new tilde 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 oh tilde tilde tilde? The moaning of the young lady could be heard immediately as soon as Mo Fan entered the forest. He was still in the shadows and immediately felt extremely uncomfortable. Damn, behaving like that in the public. This is a public place. Do you think that this is your own room? If it was any other time, he would have enjoyed the scene secretly at the side, but there was no time for him to do that right now. Fan Mo, head straight to the administration and ask for details of every lady that fits these two conditions, 20 years old or below, and at the same time, a mage. Lingling's voice sounded in his Bluetooth earphone. All right, agreed Mo Fan immediately, as he also thought that it was a good idea. Once he got there, without wasting any time and saliva to talk, Mo Fan immediately showed the admin his Clearsky hunting organization badge and told the admin that he was on a mission. This badge was even better than a police badge, as they represented a lot of privileges. After all, the hunting organization's level of authorization was much higher than the police, who could only hunt down average criminals. There are about 70 households here that fit your requirements. However, there was only around 6 households of mags. Said the admin, as he looked at Mo Fan suspiciously. Fan Mo, which one is the closest to our surveillance? Asked Lingling. Golden Jade Pavilion, 18th floor, room 102. There are 3 young ladies from Pearl Institution that reside here. By the way, they often make noise at night, and someone has filed complaints on them once or twice already. Then it has got to be them. The 18th floor of Golden Jade Pavilion can be seen from the bedroom of that lady. I reckon that the 3 young ladies were targeted quite some time ago, said Lingling. On my way, replied Mo Fan. The gods knew how long and how much foul play this lady had committed, and if she was not stopped soon, there would be blood for sure. Mo Fan quickly rushed towards his destination, but since there were not enough shadows to allow him travel straight up to the 18th floor, he had to use the elevator and knock on the door of room 102. The door was quickly opened, and it was the girl with neat bangs from earlier that opened the door. A smile immediately blossomed on her face as soon as she saw Mo Fan standing right in front of the door. "Handsome, could it be you followed us all the way here after you got down?" asked the girl with a sweet smile. "Who is it?" "Whoa, Xiao Tong, Xiao Tong. Your handsome guy is here for you." The red-lipped girl, who seemed to not be wearing any bra, walked out to have a look and turned back into the room once she saw Mo Fan. Mo Fan, who was standing at the side, then took a look inside the house, and he put up a confused expression when he realized nothing was off. Could it be that they were wrong and the shed-skin lady's target was not them? "Sorry for the disturbance. Now, I still have some matters to attend to here." Mo Fan, who had no time to deal with any other affairs now, immediately excused himself. "I had tilde. As soon as Mo Fan was about to leave, he immediately heard a loud scream from the red-lipped girl. Bam! The girl got rammed by something, and was sent flying out from one of the bedrooms, and her body almost stuck into the hallway wall. With the naturally weaker body of the lady's, red lips immediately fell unconscious and blood started flowing out from the back of her head. "Nan Nan," exclaimed Neat Bangs with a shocked expression as she rushed to check on Red Lip's situation. "Stop! What element are you?" asked Mo Fan as he halted her. "Light. Light element," Neat Bangs replied while shivering in horror. "Follow right behind me," ordered Mo Fan as he charged into the room. He did not check on the girl's situation, for he knew that as a mage, the girl would be able to survive an attack that would kill a normal person. To his horror, when he looked into the room, he saw the girl that had struck up a conversation with him was hanging from the ceiling, her wrist sliced open by a sharp object, and blood was dripping down from the wounds. Right underneath her was a scaly demon in humanoid female form, her mouth open several times larger than any ordinary human's mouth. Her extremely long tongue of hers was slithering in the air, waiting to lick off the blood that dripping down from the innocent girl's wounds. The face of the female demon was full of scales, yet Mo Fan could still recognize that this face was the face of the woman that had gone to see them this morning. She looked extremely different now. From a sad, innocent and beautiful face, she now owned an ugly, ferocious and greedy one. If Mo Fan had not seen this for himself, he would never believe that such things actually existed in this world. "WH, what is this monster?" shouted the neatly banged girl with a face as pale as paper. "God's damn demon, how dare you? This place is under my safeguard," thought the angered Mo Fan. This demon was entirely cruel. It did not kill the short-haired girl right away, nor suck her blood dry in one go, but hung its victim up high, and had her drip from the high ground until she died. Mo Fan could imagine the pain that the short-haired girl was going through. She was still conscious and could only endure the suffering and horror while the demon enjoyed its meal. Flaming Dragon. *T. Don't run. Just as he was about to attack, the demon immediately jumped out of the window. This was the 18th floor, and if they jumped down without any precautions, they were doomed. He rushed to the window, only to see that the demon's claws were extremely powerful, being able to dig straight into the walls. The distance between two high buildings was not far at all. At this moment, the Demoness was jumping in zigzags between the two buildings, watching this horrified Mo Fan. Unexpectedly, throughout this entire process, there was not a single sound to be heard. It was easy to assume that the Demoness used this to enter the room of short hair. "Hurry up and take them to the school infirmary," Mo Fan said to Neat Bangs. At the same time, he mimicked the Demoness and jumped out of the window like a great rock. When Mo Fan dropped all the way to the 13th floor, his body suddenly integrated with the shadow of the building. Furthermore, as he stood on a balcony of the 13th floor, his eyes were attentively watching the Demoness who had jumped onto the other building. *T, this place is way too bright. I'm unable to escape, Mo Fan cursed. Escaping shadows required shadows to shift away. There was only air between the two buildings, there was no dark or light there. Even if it was dark out, there still wouldn't be any shadows without light. Thus, it was simply impossible for him to use escaping shadows to reach the building the Demoness was in. Fan Mo, there's a situation, hurry up and come back. Suddenly, Ling Ling's voice turned anxious. What is it? Mo Fan asked. Her husband is also shedding. Ling Ling's voice seemed to contain some fear. T, both of them have problems. How is the kid? That's why I'm telling you to come back. Mo Fan was shocked. The husband's objective was precisely that kid. Heavens, the husband had employed the hunters to protect his child. Yet, he assaults the kid in the middle of the night. Just what kind of thing is happening to this family? Save the kid first and finish our mission. I'm afraid this thing will be quite difficult. Chapter 179. Rescue from the mouth of a beast. Mo Fan no longer tried to chase after the shedding Demoness. Instead, he went through fire and flames as he charged into the family. As he got to the entrance, Mo Fan could hear the child inside the place crying loudly. Who knew what kind of scene the child was seeing for him to cry like that? A man's voice could be heard from inside the place crying, all you know is crying. What annoys me the most is you crying. From now on, I will no longer need to listen to your ear-piercing cries. His voice sounded like there was thick things in his throat. The sound coming from it was relatively strange, nothing like a human's. Fan Mo, quick! He hasn't finished shedding yet. Once he has shed, the child will definitely die, Ling Ling said urgently. Don't worry, I won't let that thing succeed. Evading shadow. Mo Fan stood by the door, his body slowly sank down. It looked like he had dropped into deep water, turning into a black shadow. The shadow began to move from outside the door to the inside. After the shadow entered, Mo Fan slowly rose from the darkness under the door. At this moment, he was already inside the house. From a glance, he could see the husband inside the large room, who seemed more like a waking corpse. He was in the middle of tearing apart his own clothes and flesh. Between the rent flesh and tattered clothing, it revealed the scales inside. They were extremely thick and quite disgusting. The man had already shed half his skin. During this process, his movements wasn't actually very fast. He was like a newborn baby as he slowly staggered. If it wasn't for that, then the child would have died already. At this moment, Mo Fan could be considered to have seen this type of monster's entire transformation process. If an ordinary person had seen this, they definitely would have fainted from fear. Fortunately, Mo Fan could be considered to have seen many things. Even if this kind of scene was extremely disgusting, he could only clench his teeth and eliminate the shedding demon. Lightning strike. Mo Fan quickly formed his star path and his palm instantly formed numerous lightning traces. These lightning traces passed through the large room as they flew toward the shedding demon, whipping towards it. The shedding demon scales seemed to have a high defense. Mo Fan's lightning strike seemed to only have made a couple of black prints on its scales. He was completely unable to paralyze it, flabbergasting him. You meddlesome thing! The shedding demon let out a strange noise. It turned its head around. It had shed all of the remaining skin on its face and revealed 3 eyes that were viciously staring at Mo Fan. It raised its arm, and its shoulder that looked like that of a human suddenly expanded. It grew 3 times as thick as before, and its muscles turned rock solid. Fan Mo, the demon has an extraordinary strength, you must be careful. Ling Ling's voice echoed in his ear. Mo Fan had a calm expression as he began to move back. Suddenly, the shedding demon's expanding arm began to extend towards Mo Fan. This arm was not only able to expand, but it was also able to stretch like rubber. How could this possibly be just a punch? It was clearly a large iron ball swinging. The furniture and sofas inside the room were all destroyed by his iron-like fist. Fortunately, Mo Fan had prepared for this earlier. His body turned into a shadow when the iron ball fist swept past, and then shifted toward the shade in the corner. After dodging this attack, Mo Fan continued to move. He only showed himself after he had moved to a place without shadow. The creature's strength was boundless. Mo Fan didn't dare to approach it. Mo Fan took the opportunity of when it retracted its arm to run. He ran behind the shedding demon and grabbed the crying boy. Mo Fan didn't dare to use intermediate magic before this, because he was afraid of hurting the child. It wasn't because of the money from the commission, it was because he couldn't let an innocent child lose his life like this. Freaking monster, today, I, your daddy Mo Fan, will represent the heavens. Mo Fan quickly drew the star paths. The star paths crossed with each other to form the even stronger power of the Star Atlas. Fan Mo, careful! The Demoness is behind you! Ling Ling suddenly shouted. Mo Fan turned his head around and discovered an extremely ugly monster outside of the window inside the room. The monster's tongue stretched out, her eyes fixed on Mo Fan and the brat that he was holding. Sh**T, the husband and wife are joining hands. Mo Fan cursed. Naturally, Mo Fan was no longer able to draw up the Star Atlas, or else his throat would have been slit by the Demoness that was at the window. Hurry up and run, you won't be able to deal with two of them. Ling Ling yelled. Don't worry about me, Mo Fan replied. Mo Fan hemped coldly. At this moment, he was standing in a place with no shadow. It could be said that the lantern on the ceiling had restricted Mo Fan's movements. Fortunately, he had obtained a pair of magic boots from Dean Xiao a couple of days ago. He could put the magic equipment to good use now. Blood Beast boots! Mo Fan chanted to himself. When he had given up on the Star Atlas, he immediately activated the magic equipment he was spiritually linked to. A scarlet radiance glittered on his leg. It didn't spread, but began to slowly condense during the process of materializing, slowly forming a pair of leather boots. The boots stretched halfway up Mo Fan's calves, looking like armor that had appeared out of thin air. After activating the Blood Beast boots, Mo Fan immediately felt his legs fill with a strange power. It felt like he could collapse the entire floor with a single stomp. After Ling Ling saw Mo Fan activating his magic equipment on the screen, she immediately let out a sigh of relief. Don't fight recklessly, you'll hurt the child. Mo Fan also understood this reasoning. When the Demoness charged toward him, Mo Fan stomped the ground with his legs and jumped to the ceiling. With one hand, he grabbed onto the chandelier, his other hand carrying the child. Mo Fan used the force of the jump to land in the kitchen. The two demons didn't let the matter rest, they immediately pursued angrily. Mo Fan didn't have the mood to stay and fight with them. He used the Blood Beast boots to quickly run to the end of the kitchen, toward the laundry room. With a kick, he smashed open the window. Mo Fan didn't care too much, grabbing the child's leg as he jumped down. He wanted to jump to the 6th floor where the light wasn't on, so he could use the shadow to his advantage. Hoo! His body was falling down perfectly straight. On one side, he had a child who was crying while sitting on a free bungee jump, while on the other side was the whisking of the wind. Mo Fan's face looked upwards and saw the two demons angrily stretching their heads out, looking mighty fiendish. As Mo Fan was falling, he extended his hand and slowly erected a grand middle finger toward the two monsters while falling. Mother, I'm gonna return to my room to study. Alright, make sure you turn on the light so you won't hurt your eyes. Mo Fan could faintly hear the sound from the 6th floor. When he turned his head around to look beneath him, a freaking cursing emerged inside. The originally dark 6th floor balcony popped, and the entire place was illuminated. The light was so bright that it covered the entire balcony, leaving no shadows around. Mo Fan had pursued them to the 10th floor while expecting the bottom to be completely dark, but reality was not the same. One could imagine just what kind of feeling he had right then. Freaking kid, what **T are you revising? This daddy is going to die because of you. Chapter 180. Shedding once more. Misfortune does not come singly. Mo Fan realized that the two demons was not going to let him and the kid go. They actually also jumped out of the window and charged at Mo Fan from a higher altitude. Their massive mouths and long tongues. Mo Fan realized that their hideous faces were getting closer and closer to him. The rate they were dropping at was faster than his own. Mo Fan smiled coldly as he waited for the two to jump down. Inside the floor, Mo Fan didn't want to carelessly use intermediate magic. The power of Fiery Fist was capable of burning down the entire floor, and spreading to the other floors as well. However, right now was the perfect opportunity to make his move. Fiery Fist! The star paths were already completed. Once he saw the two monsters falling down, Mo Fan quickly intersected the star paths, forming a complete fire star atlas. The star atlas emerged on Mo Fan's back this time because he was falling from a height. He tightly gripped his right hand, and the red flames around his body instantly gathered on Mo Fan's left wrist, turning into a vicious, burning bracelet. Rose flames! The fire was incomparably beautiful, 1,000 shades of red. From a distance, it looked like a multitude of roses blooming in splendor. Rose flames, Fiery Fist, explosive heavens. Mo Fan's fist was on fire. Using the strength of his entire body, he shot forth the fist toward the pitch-black sky. Woo, tilde tilde. A fierce flame with the shape of a fist emerged. As it shot toward the skies, the fiery rose flames dyed the entire building red. As the fist blasted at them, the two demons didn't expect Mo Fan would actually complete a fire magic as he was falling down. The two creatures could see the colossal fist charging up at them. As the wave of heat hit them, the scales on their body were completely burned away. Woo-wah! The Demoness seemed to be smarter than the demon. She suddenly grabbed onto the other demon. The demon was initially very confused. Since they were both going to be engulfed by the flames, what was the point of grabbing onto each other? Unexpectedly, the Demoness stomped onto the other demon's back. While it was in the middle of falling, it had actually jumped onto the balcony of the other building. A loud rumbling filled the air. The captivating hues from the strength of the Fist of Flames were shocking. After engulfing the demon in flames, its scales were all burned away. The expanding muscles on its body were not able to endure the baptism of this fiery energy. The demon was originally falling, but the fist had ferociously blown him to an altitude even higher than the building. From the distance, it looked like a burning firework had accidentally landed on the rooftop. What a sly bitch! Mo Fan looked at the Demoness laying on the other building's balcony, and couldn't help but coldly HMPH. The fiery fist burst into incredible flames above the building, illuminating the entire neighborhood and making it look like daytime. With such a bright source of light, it made several convenient shadows beneath a couple of the buildings. With the help of the shadow of this building, Mo Fan used evading shadow as he nearly reached the third floor. His body sank into the shadows, and shifted into the plaza down on the ground. Mo Fan put the kid he was carrying on the ground and heaved a big sigh. T, fortunately I'm super witty, or else I would have died from that damn kid who earned on the lights after eating dinner. Fan Mo, are you alright? Lingling's voice came out of the Bluetooth earpiece. Mo Fan glanced at the kid whose eyes had rolled up into his head as he awkwardly replied, I'm alright, the kid is, oh, he fainted. You blasted the demon right to my location, Lingling said with some dissatisfaction. That's a bit out of my control. However, the power of my fiery fist is at least double that of your normal intermediate spell. The demon ate the full power of my heaven-piercing fiery fist. Even if it didn't die, it is at least handicapped, Mo Fan told her. I never thought you'd be this impressive, Lingling complimented him. Up on the rooftop, Lingling was looking at the carcass of the demon, burned pitch black, as she was talking with Mo Fan. Back when Lingling's grandfather had said Mo Fan had some abilities, she had thought he was deceiving her. She thought it was because he didn't want her to be in any danger, thus, he purposely let an average nobody accompany her to do the small things in Shanghai. She had not expected was that this guy's prowess was rather something, and she had no idea that he actually had a spirit-grade fire seed. For someone his age to have this kind of strength was rather rare. Furthermore, Lingling clearly remembered that Fan Mo also possessed the lightning element. For an intermediate mage to use magic of 3 different elements, that was something unheard of. What's up? Mo Fan returned to the rooftop and inquired about the situation of the black carcass. Check it yourself. Although Lingling wasn't very old, her courage was all out of proportion to her size. She didn't have any reaction after seeing the burned carcass. As Mo Fan walked toward the carcass, he began to have some suspicions. In that moment, the black carcass's skin suddenly cracked. Its back was first, and it slowly cracked to the head and legs. It looked like a baked potato cracking its skin open. Mo Fan tensed up. He wondered if this monster could shed its skin to attack once again. However, when Mo Fan realized that a living person's skin had popped out after the burnt skin had peeled back, he began to feel even more mystified. The black skin peeled off increasingly faster. Inside was a naked man, weird fluids all over him, crawling out like a newborn baby. He acted like he hadn't been breathing for a long time. After he crawled out for the stinking remnants of the demon skin, he began to take multiple deep breaths. It looked extremely painful. Mo Fan was stunned as he watched all this. The man that crawled out of there was clearly the husband. Heavens, just what is going on? After shedding the first time, he had turned into a fearsome demon. After the demon died, he shed once more, returning to human form. Was this guy a demon or a person? Help me, the man looked as though he was suffering a huge torment, just crawling around on the roof. Ling Ling stood there without moving. Mo Fan was momentarily confused as to what to do. At last, Ling Ling opened her mouth to call the ambulance. He's a person, don't let him die. Kid, are you sure? Ling Ling clenched her teeth as she said firmly, he's the client. If he dies, then we can forget about our 200,000 renminbi. Mo Fan was completely exhausted by this girl. If her appearance and physique weren't like a little lowly, then Mo Fan would have suspected she was actually a mature, cold woman. All right, what old Bao said was right. Ling Ling's heart is definitely not like other people. Chapter 181. Breaking through the shadow Stardust. The Demoness should have been wounded, too. She was probably frightened and escaping to somewhere else. They wouldn't be able to catch her even if they pursued her. After the man had been sent to the hospital, the doctor didn't find anything strange on his body. He made it clear that the man was very weak, and there were signs of severe blood loss. Mo Fan and Lin Ling stood guard at the hospital, all the way until the sun rose again. Only after they ensured the man's condition wasn't abnormal did they leave. Are you sure he won't shed again? After walking out of the hospital, Mo Fan couldn't help but ask Ling Ling. Don't worry. Although I can't investigate just what kind of creature it is, I am sure that it won't appear during daytime, Ling Ling said. Just what is he, human, or a magical beast? Mo Fan felt very hesitant about what to do next. If she said he was a demon, well, the man in the hospital was actually no different from a normal human. Calling him a human, Mo Fan had personally seen it shed its human skin, turning into a ferocious creature. I need to go back home and research. However, our commission can be considered complete. The remaining trivial things can be left to the City Hunter Squad, Ling Ling said. Based on the way Ling Ling spoke, she made it sound like the City Hunter Squad was their subordinate. This made Mo Fan feel like the authority of a venerable hunter was indeed something. Don't worry, I'll return to school first. Will the City Hunter Squad take care of the kid? Mo Fan looked at the little boy still sucking his thumb next to him. This kid seemed to be scared of Mo Fan. He thought Mo Fan was going to take him on yet another free bungee jump from the building. As he looked at Mo Fan, tears filled his eyes. Yeah, you can return to school first. After the man has sent the commission fee to us, we will transfer you half of it. Ling Ling also didn't say much. She had an adorable appearance, but as she pushed up her thick, black glasses, she suddenly seemed to be old and overworked. Mo Fan returned to the school just after dawn. He was so exhausted that he fell asleep the second he laid down. He didn't even think about the matter of the battles with the ugly demons. If he would have encountered this kind of magical beast monster in the past, Mo Fan would definitely be an insomniac now. After being in Bo City's Hunter Squad for a period of time and experiencing the calamity of Bo City, this kind of thing was no longer able to affect him. When he finally woke up, the day was dark. If it wasn't for his stomach rumbling, he could probably have continued sleeping longer. After crawling out of his bed, Mo Fan ran toward the dining hall. There were only a few people left in the dining hall. In the large dining hall, the lights were rather cold and cheerless. The only person there was Mo Fan, sitting there wolfing down his food. The feeling of being full is great. After belching loudly, Mo Fan left the dining hall feeling very satisfied. Clearsky Hunter Agency's efficiency was indeed very high. Just as Mo Fan returned to his dormitory, he received a transfer notification of 150,000 RMB. This was genuine money. Mo Fan felt some excitement. Although it was quite a distance from 1 million, he finally had a proper source of income. He believed that if he slowly saved it up, he would eventually save enough to purchase a spirit-grade lightning seed. When that happened, his strength would also receive a great increase. A few days later, Mo Fan hadn't received any messages from Lingling. Mo Fan didn't go and investigate, he was just peacefully cultivating. His shadow stardust had some clear transformations emerging from it. A layer of black silk was wrapping around the outside of it like an subverted halo. Mo Fan clearly remembered the exact same thing happening when his fire and lightning element were breaking through to the intermediate level. Their magic lights were being used as a cocoon. "All right. Tonight, we'll break through with you." Mo Fan was excited. It seemed his shadow stardust had finally reached a critical point, and was going to break through the tiny stardust and open up a new world for itself. "Little Loach pendant, it's up to you now." Mo Fan removed the little loach pendant from his chest and gave it a kiss before praying for a blessing. After finding a quiet place to sit, Mo Fan entered his own spiritual world and began to attack the cultivation barrier of the shadow element. After his previous experiences, Mo Fan was more understanding of what was required here, and understood what was called all in one go. Mo Fan wasn't going to waste his own mental energy like the way he had before. Instead, he meditated normally first, to allow himself to reach his best state. He didn't attempt to do anything, it would be a waste of his mental energy. A magician's mental energy was limited. Wasting even just a little bit when attacking his cultivation barrier could lead to a fatal defeat. What appeared to be a large tide emerged within his spiritual world. A beach was then unveiled. The muddy sand that was covered by the sea during all times of the year also appeared. At a glance, it was actually muddy ground, like the ocean had withdrawn from this area. Since a large tsunami was coming by, the usual tide should be withdrawing. The ebbing of the tides wasn't due to the tsunami, it was due to the attack of a big omen. Mo Fan was currently storing and refining his power. He turned his intent into a ferocious, surging tsunami. He wanted to burst the cultivation barrier before him, he wanted to occupy an even larger area. "Come, break for me!" Mo Fan shouted in his heart. In an instant, his mental energy turned into what appeared to be a torrential wave. Without hesitation, it attacked the cultivation dam that restricted his cultivation. His intent was imposing and ferocious. As an intermediate magician, Mo Fan's intent was already much stronger than others. This time, he definitely used what he had learned from that lesson in the past. Using a massive spurt of energy was precisely the method of breaking through the stardust. At least, Mo Fan thought that he couldn't be gentle toward the shadow stardust. As expected, the shadow stardust showed a bit of resistance in the beginning, and even rebounded a mental attack back at him. The thing is, how could Mo Fan not know that there'd be such a mental attack coming? In the past, when he wasn't strong at all, he clenched his teeth and endured it. Knowing that there was such a mental attack coming, what was there to be afraid of? Mo Fan now possessed 2 nebulas, a mental attack from a stardust was nothing compared to genuine might. After enduring it for a little bit, Mo Fan used the burst to break into the shadow stardust's dam, and it nearly fell apart. The midnight star halos around the stardust were cracking. After breaking, he could clearly feel that the new shadow element was a beast that wanted to obtain an even bigger territory. It frantically swallowed up everything in its surroundings, condensing them into a domain that belonged to itself. The small stardust area was no longer able to contain the energy of the new shadow element. It spread out, rotated, occupied space, and quickly turned into a clump of nebula. It was like a beautiful black rose blossoming inside the vast space. Shadow Nebula. Mo Fan cried out in excitement. Good, I have yet another element reaching the intermediate level. Mo Fan was naturally happy. Having one more breakthrough meant yet another intermediate spell. Although completing the drawing of the Shadow Nebula would require a period of time, Mo Fan still had some Shadow Star Atlas books that were given to him by his beloved teacher, Ms. Tang Yu. There was 3 Star Atlas books in total. It meant that once Mo Fan broke into the intermediate level with his shadow element, he would be able to directly use the intermediate magic of shadow. Fire Burst. Fiery Fist. Lightning Strike. Thunderbolt. Evading Shadow. Colossal Shadow Nail. Dimensional Summon. He was now a man who possessed 7 different spells. Who can now mess with I, the great Mo Fan? Chapter 182. Following the Demoness. It seems battles are necessary for my growth. It's been such a long time and I was not even close to getting my shadow element Stardust to the next level. However, with just 2 battles against 2 monsters, I am now at the Nebula level. Mo Fan said to himself. Cultivating without any practical experience was, after all, not very effective. Right now, Mo Fan felt that he should start getting involved in more battles. When he got back to the hostel, Mo Fan was quite surprised when he saw his 2 roommates were present in the room. Usually at this time, Zhao Manyang would have gone out for a date. He was not willing to spend the long night alone satisfying himself with his own hands. Zhongpingu would always go out. He was an overly friendly person, and when there was no one in the hostel, he would go to the other hostels to gossip. Mo Fan. We were about to call the police if you don't show up soon, exclaimed the relieved Zhongpingu when he saw Mo Fan enter the room. What? I was cultivating privately, said the confused Mo Fan. Enough, don't cause any more panic, go and cultivate, said Zhao Manyang impatiently. Zhongpingu smiled awkwardly after hearing Zhao Manyang's words and shut his mouth. On the other hand, although he was unable to understand what the duo was talking about, Mo Fan felt that there was no need to dwell on the matter. His phone rang just as he was about to take a rest. Fan Mo, an adorably pure and cute voice sounded in his ear. Little girl, what's up? Asked Mo Fan. I've done some research on the blood sample on the skin shed by the demon, and used its blood to make something like a tracker, said Ling Ling. You even know how to do this? Asked the surprised Mo Fan, who would never have thought that this little girl was so talented. Where are you now? I'll go and find you. The husband said that if you could save his wife, he will pay us a total of 1 million RMB. The money is deposited already, said Ling Ling. 1 million, repeated a startled Mo Fan. This man was way too generous. But when Mo Fan thought about it, this matter was tightly related to the lives of his family, and the man would probably pay even more than 1 million. After all, what was the point of keeping the money if they were killed? Are you at the institution? I'm just nearby, so I will come to you now, said Ling Ling. Okay. Mo Fan met up with Ling Ling at the ground floor of the hostel. Ling Ling seemed to be quite familiar with the Pearl Institution. He then brought her to a beverage shop and bought her a cup of strawberry milk tea. Oh. You probably don't drink that, said Mo Fan as he thought of the demeanor of this little girl, easily equivalent to a grown woman. He reached his hands out after he handed over the milk tea to the girl. Did I say no? Ling Ling, however, snatched the milk tea away from Mo Fan and started drinking right through the straw, filling up her mouth with the sweet milk tea. Perhaps Ling Ling noticed that her actions were not ladylike, and she quickly changed the topic. How come there's so few people today? It's the holiday, of course. The students have all gone home or gone for a vacation, and the teachers are probably not here anymore, I guess, replied Mo Fan. Right, let's not talk about this. Let me show you what I've created, Ling Ling said as she placed her laptop right in front of Mo Fan. What is this? Asked Mo Fan, looking at the digital map that had appeared on the laptop with a confused face. The map of Shanghai, what else could it be? This is no ordinary map. As soon as I entered the data of the demon, her position will be marked in this map right away and she will have no way to hide. Be it any streets or the underground tunnels underneath Shanghai, we will be able to locate her immediately, said Lingling as she raised her little head proudly. At that moment, she was no different from a little girl that was showing off her new dress. You are really so smart. Being able to make something so high-tech. Mo Fan complimented her sincerely. Of course, I am a senior hunter. I am not good in actual combat, but no one could be better than me in supporting the team, said Lingling, as a smile blossomed on her face. Shall we begin then? 1 million. I have never seen so much money in my entire life, said Mo Fan excitedly. Other than the award the university had given him, of course. Money, money, and more money. Mo Fan was extremely deprived of money, and although this mission was quite tough, if it was for the 1 million. Lingling nodded and took out an USB and inserted it into her laptop. Soon, something appeared on the screen, as if it had been activated. Mo Fan stared at the digital map closely and waited for the position of the demon to appear. While waiting, Mo Fan asked, "What are these demons? Why are they a human one moment and a demon in the next moment? Strictly speaking, they should be humans, but they are probably infested by some kind of parasite demon. In the day, they are no different from any human, but at night, the demons in their body need nutrients to survive. So they take control over them and use them to hunt for nutrients while they are unconscious," explained Lingling. No wonder, when I killed that male demon previously, it reverted to a normal human. Could it be that if I kill the demons while they have control over their host, then the host will be freed from them, asked Mo Fan. Seems like it. I had the people of the Hunter Squadron observing the husband, and over this period of time, the husband did not turn back into a demon again. What you did might have worked. Let us see where the demon lady went to, said Lingling. Mo Fan started looking for the red dot signifying the location of the demon Lingling was talking about. What is the black dot, then? It's our location. There's the red dot. Ooh? What is this? Spluttered Lingling in surprise. Mo Fan stuttered as well, as he didn't know what was happening. On the digital map was a whole lot of red dots. These red dots were not far away from one another, and were all around the two of them. Lingling, could it be that your tracker malfunctioned? Didn't you say that this could track the demon? How come there are so many red dots? Don't tell me that this demon could still create different clones of itself, asked Mo Fan as he tried to hold in his laughter. Lingling, who was also confused, also thought for a second that her tracker malfunctioned, since so many red dots had appeared. Impossible, this tracker of mine is definitely working fine. Then what is this? Look at these red dots, they fill up a huge area. As Mo Fan continued talking, he suddenly realized something. Cold sweat started beading on his forehead. What if the tracker was working fine? Did that mean that? Lingling, quickly tell me if it is possible that this parasite demon can spread like a disease. Mo Fan asked very seriously, as he stopped joking around. Chapter 183. Parasitic Magical Beast on Campus. Lingling was also stunned. The most unique traits of the parasite demons were how concealed they were and how they could spread like a virus. In fact, some parasite demons were contagious, but it has been quite some time since the last appearance of such creatures. Wait a minute, let me confirm this with someone, said Lingling, calling someone hurriedly as she, obviously understood how dire the situation was right now. Mo Fan could only sit at the side worriedly while Lingling reported the situation to the person on the other end of the phone. She is asking that if the Demoness had the habit of drinking blood, asked Lingling. Yes, when I traced the Demoness that night to room 102, she hung a girl up in the ceiling and waited for the girl's blood to drip into her mouth, replied Mo Fan. Lingling then quickly passed the answer of Mo Fan to the woman on the other end of the phone. Not more than a few seconds later, Lingling hung up the phone. Mo Fan saw panic and blankness in her eyes as her expression changed drastically. And after she hung up the phone, Lingling stared at the red dots with a weird expression. The numbers of the red dots are increasing, Mo Fan trailed off in a very serious tone. How is this happening? How? These red dots are right nearby. Could it be that these things are all around? Said Lingling in disbelief. Even as a senior hunter, it was extremely rare for her to encounter a situation like this. Contagious parasite demons were as scary as a plague. Could it be that the demon did not kill that short-haired girl because she was trying to infect her? Speculated the horrified Mo Fan. He could still clearly remember that the Demoness was slowly taking her time, when in truth, she could have killed the girl right away. It must have injected her blood into the girl and hung her up to completely exsanguinate her own blood, said Lingling. That girl has been infested and she will turn into one of them at night, which means that this school. Mo Fan trailed off, a shiver going down his spine when he looked at the red dots on the digital map. The school had been infected. The short-haired girl did not die, and presumably like that male demon, she has no idea what she did and she would even not be able to know that she would shed her skin and head out to suck blood. Oh gods, the school was filled with the nutrients essential to these parasite demons. The tracker was working perfectly. It precisely tracked the blood of the demon, but thanks to the short-haired girl that was infected by its blood, who then proceeded to infect the others, there were now countless infected people that carried the same blood. Mo Fan and Lingling looked into one another's eyes, and saw the disbelief there. Fan Mo, night has arrived, Lingling said softly, as she looked at the silent surroundings of the school and the dark sky. I know, Mo Fan whispered back, inhaling deeply. I will notify the Hunter Union right away. Strange, why are all these red dots heading in one direction at the same time, said Lingling. We are all on a holiday, but if I'm not mistaken, there is a concert at the school stadium tonight, and the tickets completely were sold out, blurted out Mo Fan, as he recalled the event that Zhongpingu told him about. They probably have not shed their skins yet. The people of the Hunters Union will not make it in time, and when they get here, the entire stadium will have turned into the monster's canteen. Once everyone in the stadium is fully infected, things will get out of hand, said Lingling. Besides, the people of Hunters Union probably won't be able to identify who is infected and who is not, added Mo Fan grimly. Due to the holiday, most of the teachers were absent now. Although the majority of the students were already gone, there were still over 7,000 students heading to the concert. The stadium was extremely large, and with the many hallways, stairways, and rooms, the interior of the stadium was a maze. The only place within the stadium that was spacious was the arena, but with so many students in the stadium, it was practically impossible to deal with them one by one in a short time. The concert is about to start soon, but the red dots are still increasing. They are spreading like a virus at a very fast pace, shouted Lingling as she watched the rapidly spreading red dots. What can we do to stop this? I can't possibly lay my hands on normal people carrying the infected blood, Mo Fan asked quickly. Sister told me that the demon blood might be gathered at the thumbs of those infected, so just opening up a tiny wound and flushing out the infected blood from those who have yet to shed skin will do. As for those who have already shed their skins, you will have to kill them like you killed that male demon previously, and they will revert to normal, said Lingling. Got it. Inform the Hunter Union and the teachers of the school right away, and request immediate assistance. I will head to the stadium first and you will assist me from afar. Tell me which of them are carrying the infected blood. Mo Fan said hurriedly. Okay, you be careful. These demons are extremely dangerous, and please don't die, replied Lingling worryingly. It's not like you have never seen my capabilities. Enough said, every second wasted means another person getting infected, said Mo Fan. Through the shadows around him, Mo Fan merged with the darkness and quickly rushed towards the stadium. *T, it's just the concert of an idol, why are there so many of you there? Fuck, you guys just made my work even harder, swore Mo Fan as he swiftly rushed towards the stadium. The stadium was still quite some distance away from him. By the time Mo Fan got there, 3 minutes had already passed. When he arrived, there was no one outside of the stadium anymore, as everyone had entered to see the show. Fan Mo, I've contacted someone in the higher up of your school, and he said that I am pulling a prank. Lingling told him angrily. That's normal, you are just a lowly, do you think he will believe what you said? Have you reported this to the Hunters Union? Yeah, someone at a higher rank than me has contacted the school, replied Lingling, sounding quite annoyed. Good. Fanmo. There is one at the entrance. Lingling's voice was filled with tension. Mo Fan was now at the entrance, and saw nothing but a very big display stage with the poster of a very cute and pretty female idol in front of him. Perhaps due to the concert, the lights around were not switched on, and everything was dark. Tell me the distance and direction, whispered Mo Fan. Go straight, about 10 meters. There's nothing here, are you sure? The black and red dot has already merged together on my map. You still see nothing? Asked Lingling nervously. No, I see nothing. Oh fuck, it's on the ceiling. Outside of the school, Lingling's heart started pumping quickly. She had no idea what happened, but she could hear rattling noises through her headphones. Chapter 184. Saving the People. On the other hand, Mo Fan was panting as he focused his attention on the demon scowling down at him. This Demoness was covered in yellowish-green scales, slightly different from the green-scaled Demoness Mo Fan encountered previously. Fortunately, he had already reached the intermediate mage level, which further enhanced his senses, or he would have been killed by this thing when it plunged down from above. Though the speed of this Demoness was not as fast as the husband and wife demons Mo Fan had faced, its combat power was perhaps no less than the dark beasts in Bo City. Similar to the dark beasts, this type of Demoness possessed both agility and sharp claws. The demon opened up a wound on Mo Fan's shoulders after barely touching him with its claws. But thank heaven the wound was not deep, or he would have started bleeding out. Come here, you little *T, show me what you got, taunted Mo Fan as he stood by the stairs. As if it could understand human language, the yellow-green Demoness screeched and lunged towards him. As it moved towards him, it kept utilizing the terrain to shift its position, attempting to disrupt Mo Fan's line of attack. It's futile. If it was the old Mo Fan, he would be struggling to deal with this. However, as an intermediate mage now, he could instantly cast the primary tier spells. All he had to do now was wait for a chance to attack. Hiss *******. The Demoness jumped up, clawing for Mo Fan's throat. Mo Fan quickly evaded, dodging its attack, and as he moved, angry lightning arcs could be seen forming in his right hand. Thunder Strike, Fury Break. Without hesitation, Mo Fan's right hand landed on the body of the Demoness. Countless lightning serpents twined around it. The serpents covered the Demoness with lightning as they burrowed into its body and paralyzed its muscles. Rose Flame, Ignite, Fire Burst. Right after the Demoness collapsed to the ground, a rose-colored fire appeared on Mo Fan's left hand. The scorching rose flame exploded right in front of the Demoness face, blowing its face apart and sending it flying away. Weng! The sound of the explosion echoed around him. Mo Fan was also pushed back by the impact of the explosion, his clothes flapping in the backwash. Cautiously watching the Demoness from afar, Mo Fan realized this thing no longer had any energy, much less any power to climb up. Rose Flame's might is really tyrannical. A single fire burst, rupture was able to annihilate this monster. Mo Fan extinguished the flames on his palm as he revealed a slight smile. The Demoness power should be around that of a black beast. If he was to meet a black beast now, he would be able to instantly kill them with just a lightning strike and Rose Flame's fire burst. After Mo Fan walked over to the side of the Demoness, he realized that its scales had fractured during the rupture. A few seconds later, the scales fell off. The crude and sticky yellow-green skin beneath was also peeling away. Body fluids began to pour out from the crack, and a slime-covered, pale arm slowly slid out. Shedding. This situation was the same as the man who recovered. Lingling was right, the people who had shed into a demon would shed again to return to their original state. Water, a girl with her entire body covered in mucus came out of the decaying husk of the demon. The girl's face was extremely pale, and her lip looked like they were about to crack. She opened eyes filled with helplessness and panic as she looked at Mo Fan, hoping he could pull her away from the parasitic pain. Watching this incredible pretty girl rely on her natural instincts to beg for help made Mo Fan quite emotional. Mo Fan removed his oversized t-shirt and wrapped the girl in it before carrying her to a rest area nearby. After buying a bottle of water from the vending machine, he gave it to the girl covered in green mucus. The girl grabbed onto the bottle and frantically drank it. Mo Fan bought a couple more of them. After seeing her recovering a little bit of her strength, he opened his mouth to say, "Wait here, I'll call people to take you to the hospital." Don't go." The girl looked at Mo Fan with her eyes turning red. Her body was still shivering non-stop, she was still extremely scared. She didn't know what had happened, but she could feel pain. She could feel that she had done some incredible scary things. The man who had saved her definitely gave her a sense of comfort at this time. "Don't worry, there'll be people here to help you very soon," Mo Fan said. Mo Fan didn't dare to stay here for too long, as he hastily left for the gym. "Fan Mo, are you okay?" I saw the red dot disappear. Lingling's voice popped up in his ear. "Go and pick up the girl outside, and prepare some clothes for her," Mo Fan said. "All right." Lingling hesitated for a moment, and then she said with a weak voice, "Or, don't go in. Wait for the school and the Hunter Union to come here and deal with it. It's far too dangerous inside." Lingling didn't want Fan Mo to take unnecessary risks. The matter was no longer their responsibility. The red dots inside were still increasing. If Mo Fan was to charge in and get surrounded, then there's a chance he'd become one of them. The two of them had encountered this while on their mission. The school would isolate the infection or catch the demons. The truth was, if they hadn't discovered the existence of these parasitic and infectious magical beasts, then the number of infected might even have been 2 or 3 times greater. All they could do now was to inform the Hunter Union and the school board about this horror, and leave them to handle the rest of the things. "Fan Mo." Lingling realized it was quiet on the other side, so she continued to ask. "Guide me to the next closest red dot." His voice came from the other end. "But, all right. You must be careful, make sure you fight in a monitored area so I can help you." Lingling didn't say anything else. Through the monitor, Lingling was able to see the spacious gymnasium entrance. A shirtless man was running towards it, and that person was precisely her partner, Fan Mo. For some reason, Lingling could tell that he was definitely not afraid of a magical beast. The resting area's location was sent to Lingling's monitor. She found the girl Mo Fan had saved currently curled up beside the vending machine. Her tiny body was continuously shivering, and her skin was exceedingly pale. She was wearing a t-shirt that seemed quite cheap. The large t-shirt happened to be enough to cover the girl's thighs that were not stained with gory goo. But it did not cover her eyes, still filled with what seemed to be nightmares and helpless fear. Chapter 185. Extinguishing demons at extreme speed. 20 meters. There's a wall in front of me. There's no door. I checked the gym's blueprint. Either you have to blast through the wall, or you'll have to take a 200-meter detour to get to the other side of the wall. *T. Mo Fan cursed. He immediately turned around and took the detour according to Lingling's instructions. Blasting open the wall wasn't difficult for Mo Fan. The problem was Fiery Fist would blast the entire room into ruins, making him no different than the demon who was killing inside the room. 200 meters, if he was to use all of his strength to run, it wouldn't take too long. After arriving at what seemed to be a make-up room for performers, Mo Fan kicked open the door. After opening the door, Mo Fan discovered that the room was extremely bright. At a glance, he saw a girl in performance clothes hanging up on the wall. She was already out cold, the arteries on her wrist had been cut open. Her blood was flowing down the wall. Another insatiable Demoness was standing by the wall, licking it greedily. This scene could only be described as horrifying. Mo Fan glanced at the girl in stage wear, his face already turning purple, his eyes filling with rage. This kind of parasitic process was even more painful than instant death. The creature would hang the person up and hold their throat. Then, it would make them bleed while they were still conscious. The victim would not only experience the agony of their blood being slowly drained, they would also receive a spiritual torment at the hands of the gluttonous creature. This would most likely leave behind a trauma within the victim's heart. Die! Mo Fan did not hesitate at all. He threw the rose flames within his hand at the green-scale Demoness. The Demoness was in the middle of enjoying herself. How could she possibly have expected a calamity flying her way? It didn't dodge in time and was hit by Mo Fan's fire burst, rupture. It was sent flying helplessly to the corner of the room, hitting itself by the dressing table. You want to escape? Mo Fan didn't give the Demoness an opportunity to breathe, immediately finishing a lightning strike. As the lightning strike hit, the Demoness was wounded. After receiving numerous lightning strike whips, it no longer had the strength to climb back up. Fire burst, scorch! Mo Fan was using the same move. This freaking green Demoness had actually used the bleeding out method on the girl. Thus, he decided to use his flames to burn the Demoness to death. The effect of the rose flame fire burst, scorch was relatively good. From within the rose-colored flames, he could see the Demoness' ugly face distorting in incredible pain. It continued to struggle and let out an ugly sound. The flames persisted for roughly half a minute before it finally stopped. The green Demoness had been burned to death. The scorched scales began to fall away, and the bubbling skin also began to split. When this Demoness died, it also began to shed its skin. Inside was another girl in incredible pain. Mo Fan grabbed a cloth and draped it over the girl whose body was covered in mucus, and then he pulled the hanging girl down. Fortunately, Mo Fan had a habit of bringing medicine. This was cultivated back when he was with the hunter squad, or else her cut arteries would have been hard to take care of. Mo Fan smeared the clotting medicine on the performer girl's wound. This kind of stanching medicine was manufactured by a healing mage and extremely precious, but its efficiency in stopping bleeding was indeed impressive. It can even stop major blood loss from arteries. After feeding the performer some water, Mo Fan noticed signs of her waking up, after which his own face revealed a smile. Fan Mo, cut her thumb, Ling Ling told him through his earpiece. Mo Fan cut open her thumb while she was half unconscious and half conscious. A line of blood appeared, and a few seconds later, Mo Fan actually discovered something wiggling inside it. The wiggling thing seemed to know that it was exposed as it began to pop out of the opened wound. Mo Fan quickly caught it with his hand. It looked like a little earthworm-sized parasitic demon bug, and even had scales on it. After losing its host, the parasitic demon bug seemed to be no different than a normal bug. Mo Fan immediately crushed it in his hand. Thank you, the performer girl said weakly, after she regained consciousness. What element are you? Mo Fan asked. Heal. Healing element, the girl replied weakly. Are you able to use your magic? Mo Fan asked. I should be after resting a bit. The performer girl looked relatively stable. Her face forcefully revealed a cool smile. That's good. Could you take care of the student too? Go to the fire shelter. If I remember correctly, there should be food, water, and medicine there, Mo Fan told her. Are there still many of these creatures out there? The healing element girl asked as she nodded. Lots of them. They are parasitic and infectious. I cut open your thumb so you won't become one of them. Mo Fan saw the girl being a bit more clear-headed, relatively calm, and her face displayed some gratitude. Then send all of the people like me to the fire shelter. I'll heal them, the performer girl said sincerely. All right. Mo Fan was also feeling depressed for those who are completely disturbed and weak. He just didn't have the time to send each of them out. Now, there would be a healing magician inside the enclosed fire shelter. With her, he would be able to set up a safe zone. The people he saved could all head down there. Fortunately, there's food, water, and medicine in there. Once the school and Hunter Union's people arrived, they'd be able to take these people out to heal. Excuse me, may I ask what your name is? Just as Mo Fan was about to leave, the pale-faced healing elemental girl asked. Hey. Don't tell me your name is Lei Feng 1, the girl laughed. Her appearance was a bit withered, but she was still very dainty. My name is nothing important. Mo Fan smiled and hastily left the place. Mo Fan's name wasn't a good thing was true. Mo Fan's name had been turned him into a public enemy in the Azure campus. After all, he stole all the resources that were meant to be given to the new students. That's why when the girl asked for his name, Mo Fan was hesitating. However, the girl didn't continue asking. Mo Fan also didn't have the time to sit here and play with them. He hastily charged toward the next location of the red dots. Lingling, location. Mo Fan called out. 50 meters to the right, 100 meters to the front, and left back 130 meters, they are beginning a large-scale operation. Lingling said. *T, just how many people have been taken? You should know that the school has dormitories. If one has been taken, then the entire dormitory will suffer. Fortunately, the school went on vacation. Oh right, it's possible for those infected people to be outside and continue to infect others. If that's the case, this will be even more difficult. No one outside of school. How could this be? Aren't they just like normal people during daytime? Mo Fan asked. I estimate that after they've been infected, the parasitic demon bugs let out a unconscious mind control, making them not want to leave the school grounds during the day or night. In this place, there are many people who fit what they want, Lingling told him. I see, they are looking at my university as a cafeteria. They really aren't putting a new student like me in their eyes. Fan Mo, the three of them seem to have sensed your presence, they are proceeding toward you. This place is too narrow, it's not suited for my fighting style. I remember there's an indoor basketball court up ahead, I'll go there and catch them all at once. Mo Fan hurried towards it, making his plans as he ran. Chapter 186. Take them down in one swoop. Mo Fan ran very quickly, he didn't properly hear what Lingling's last few words were. After going into the indoor basketball court, Mo Fan opened the door and heard the sounds of balls bouncing in the court. Damn, there are actually girls playing basketball here. I can have them help me fight the 3 green Demoness. Mo Fan increased his speed as he ran toward the middle of the basketball court. The floor was so clean that it could be used as a mirror. After Mo Fan ran into the basketball court, he realized there were a group of girls in the middle of a game. It looked relatively fierce. Mo Fan was bursting with joy. Even as he was shouting, he heard a collision coming from the place he had passed through just moments ago. He reckoned it must be a couple of green Demoness who had knocked over the large garbage can. Ladies, please stop playing basketball for now. There are 3 magical beasts coming this way, we must join hands to defeat them. Mo Fan ran to the middle of the basketball and shouted to the group of girls playing basketball. After saying this, he turned around with a slight smile as he looked at the 3 arrogant green Demoness. Do you really think I'd be scared of you with your numbers? I have even more helpers here. The 3 green Demoness had charged in, their triangular eyes fixed on Mo Fan, who was standing in the middle of the basketball court looking very pleased with himself. They opened their mouths, but they did not advance. SSSSSS tilde tilde. SSSSSSS. They let out some weird noises in Mo Fan's direction. At this moment, everyone who was still playing basketball stopped, staring at the 3 Demoness in shock. It was clear that they did not expect this place to have actual magical beasts appearing. However, before they could even react to this, they looked as though they had been hit by some magic spell. Every single one of them fell down to the floor in pain while letting out some strange noises. Fanmo, didn't I tell you? The basketball court is filled with red dots. At this moment, Lingling's voice came through at the worst time. What? It's filled with red dots? That means the girls who are practicing basketball next to me. *T. Mo Fan hastily turned around, an expression which couldn't be described by words on his face. The girls playing basketball had all fallen to the floor. They began to painfully twist their bodies under the cries of the 3 Demonesses. Their nails grew longer, and they used them to tear open their delicate skin. As their skin were torn, green scales were visible beneath. Mo Fan was dumbstruck when he saw this scene. This feeling was similar to having a couple of antagonists finally revealing themselves in front of him. The scene was incredibly frightening, even his scalp had started to feel numb. Every single one of them had been turned. Just now, it had been 10 or so heroes surrounding the 3 demon creatures. In an instant, the white chess pieces had turned to black. Mo Fan became the single white piece, completely surrounded by the black pieces. These creatures shed their skin very quickly. Mo Fan didn't have time to cut open their thumbs. All of the people playing basketball here were girls. He should have known that one of the girls would have been infected, and then infected the others. He had thought he could use the students' help to fight against the demons, but they all ended up turning into one of them instead. If they all came for him, then he'd be torn to pieces. "Fan Mo, are you able to fight against them?" Ling shouted in his ear. "Definitely not." "What are you gonna do then?" "I'll run first." Mo Fan wasn't stupid. He wasn't gonna wait for all of the basketball girls to finish shedding and become demons. He activated the Blood Beast boots without hesitation. A layer of blood-colored light was clearly visible covering Mo Fan's legs. Mo Fan ran so fast that you could see smoke following him. Fortunately, the basketball court had another exit, or it would have become really troublesome. The Blood Beast boots saved Mo Fan's life once more. The lights in the basketball court were too strong. Finding a place with shadows was easier said than done. If it wasn't for the Blood Beast boots, then he would have lost his life right there, even if he used intermediate magic. Furthermore, to use intermediate magic, it would take several seconds. By the time he finished, he would have been swallowed by the demonesses on the basketball court. Mo Fan charged to the other exit. The exit seemed to be the passage for the athletes, leading to the resting area in the back. The passage was relatively long and narrow. Just as Mo Fan ran inside, the green Demoness had finished shedding. They didn't act like basketball players, but more like rugby players who charged straight in. Mo Fan ran straight to the end of the passage. When he saw the green Demoness had followed him inside, his mouth perked up in a smile. "Good, I'll finish them in one swoop." Mo Fan smiled madly, gazing these avaricious yet clearly dumb green demonesses. Rose Flame, Fiery Punch, Exploding Heavens. His body was instantly covered by captivating rose-colored flames. Mo Fan had turned into a human torch, emitted extreme heat from the flames around him. After shouting loudly, all of the Fiery Punch had gathered within his right hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, go die for me. Mo Fan threw the Fiery Punch out fiercely. The rather dark passage was instantly filled with the rose flames as the gigantic fiery fist exploded forth, and the entire passage seemed like it would collapse. The 2 demonesses at the very front were engulfed in the flames as they let out miserable shrieks. They couldn't dodge it even if they tried. Mo Fan had slightly decreased the power of Fiery Fist, or else the 2 Demoness in the front would have turned into ashes from the heat. The force of the Fiery Fist pushed through. All 5 Demoness who had entered the passage had all been scorched black as they were blasted far away. The entire basketball court was lit up, and the reinforced glass within it displayed signs of cracking. The rumbling sound of the aftershock echoed inside. "Amazing!" Ling exclaimed, clearly pleased by this development. "What did you say?" Mo Fan's ears were still buzzing. He couldn't hear what Ling said. This Fiery Fist had directly blasted away 5 green demonesses. The offensive power behind it was naturally one of the highest of the intermediate spells. The thing was, there were 2 more demonesses who hadn't entered the passage. However, because the power of Fiery Fist was simply too tyrannical, not only did it destroy the passage, it had even turned into a gigantic fire wave as it burst forth from the hallway. It had swept the other 2 demonesses up and scorched them black as well. The strength and wisdom of these green demonesses are definitely not on par with the 2 we had encountered in that private garden. Especially the Demoness that shed from the wife. Not only was she fast, but she was incredibly sly, Ling said loudly to Mo Fan. "These are at most minion class. If there were more of them, then even I couldn't do anything. The situation before was actually very dangerous." Mo Fan replied calmly. Chapter 187. Light Element Roommate. These green demons didn't seem to know what fear was. After witnessing the might of Mo Fan's fiery fist, your average magical beast would have run with their tails between their legs a long time ago. The remaining 6 Demonesses saw Mo Fan resting after casting magic and began to charge toward Mo Fan through the unrecognizably burned passageway. How could Mo Fan possibly have the mood to linger around after seeing these 6 demons? He promptly ran away. The Blood Beast boots were able to continue on for a little bit longer. Mo Fan's running speed was several times faster than that of the demons, and so he quickly threw them off. On the second floor of the gym was a uniquely shaped room. A young man with golden hair gently pushed a girl into the wall. The girl was blushing. Looking like she was unable to resist her desires, she let out a little moan. "If people come here, then we're screwed," the oval-faced girl whispered. "They won't, most of the people are watching the play." "We'll finish this quickly," the blonde man smiled back. The man had already pushed her to the wall. He was in the middle of kissing her neck while slowly moving toward the deeper area of her throat. The girl grabbed onto the blonde man's hair, with her juicy lips and her dark eyes. When she was about to undo the camisole that stood in the way of her pleasure, a greenish thing covered in scales slowly crawled into the room from the window. There's a monster!" The oval-faced girl was so scared her face turned pale. The blonde man laughed deviously and said, "Yeah, that's right. I'm a monster who is going to eat you." After saying this, the blonde man kissed the girl's lips once more. The oval-faced girl's eyes widened as she watched the green creature climbing on the ceiling like a spider, slowly approaching them. SSSSSSS tilde tilde. The green Demoness jumped down from above, biting toward the man's throat with gaping jaws filled with sharp teeth. "Light cover, holy shield!" Just when the green Demoness was about to succeed, the blonde man suddenly turned around. His body was suddenly covered in a golden aura that expanded rapidly. The golden ray turned into a bright, golden arc. The arc instantly spread out and wrapped up the blonde man and the oval-faced girl. The golden arc had Sanskrit charms inscripted on it as it spread its metallic edges. It became like a holy shield filled with light, firmly protecting the two of them. The green Demoness head directly smashed into the surface of the holy shield, sending her sprawling in a daze. Light cover, holy shield seemed to have a burning ability. The green Demoness skin, where she had struck the shield, seemed to have completely burned off. It was like an evil vampire who had been exposed to holy water. "You ruined this daddy's fun," the blonde man coldly hemped and gazed at the green Demoness that was currently rolling around in pain, writhing as she clawed at her face. The burn from the holy shield wasn't like the heat from flames, but a purification from the holy cleansing. It was extremely effective against creatures of the dark and profoundly evil creatures. The green Demoness wasn't hit with any kind of magic that could kill it. Instead, she only ran into the holy shield, which was instead purifying her away. Her face was completely burned away now, and the light had spread to its throat, followed by the rest of her body. The green Demoness could not bear the pain, and finally voluntarily cut itself. She had actually torn away the outer layer of her green skin. "Don't kill her, she looks like she is possessed." The blonde man was about to kill the thing, but the oval-faced girl next to him stopped him. Could it be that the couple of scary things that happened in school the past few days are related to this? The blonde man wondered. "Yes, it's possible." "Look, it's a girl," the oval-faced girl exclaimed. After the green Demoness skin was shed, it immediately revealed the naked body of a girl covered in mucus. The girl inside it seemed to be conscious. She hastily climbed out of the mess of skin and goo and tore away part of the tablecloth next to her, wrapping it around her body. Her eyes were filled with dismay, and she sat there with a drooped spirit. "I'll call my dorm mate to come here and help. We need to send her to the hospital first." "We'll notify the school regarding this matter," the blonde man said. Let me call our elemental director." The oval-faced girl seemed very calm. The blonde man fished out his phone and hesitated for a while before he chose who he thought was a more reliable dorm mate to call. "Where are you? Come here and help me send a girl to the infirmary. She looks like she was possessed by something," the blonde man said to the person on the other end of the phone. "Fuck! Why are you calling me at this time?" A man's roar was immediately heard from the other end of the phone. There was a young man with no shirt emerging from the shadows of the ramp between the first and second floor. He was running up the ramp toward the second floor without a care for his life as he cursed at his phone. SSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSS Tilda. Near the hallway, 6 green demonesses had heard the ringtone of a phone and turned around to investigate it, just as they were about to leave. They began to chase after Mo Fan, who was now running upstairs. Your side seems to be quite stimulating as well. Did something happen? The person on the phone seemed to have heard the sharp cries. This daddy will be killed by you one day. I don't have time to **T with you, I need to throw off these creatures. Mo Fan said to the phone in a bad mood. Wait, don't hang up. I think I heard your voice. Are you inside the gym? Yeah. Are you by the upstairs hallway? Yeah. Run to your right side, there's an art room here. Hide here. Mo Fan didn't dare to brood over it. After he ran to the second floor, he actually did discover there was a sign with large text denoting the art room. After running that way, he saw someone opening the door. Mo Fan did not think, he just rushed inside. Zhao Manyang quickly closed the door and watched Mo Fan break and nearly slide out the window. Zhao Manyang was a little amazed at the speed, and when he looked at the boots on Mo Fan's legs, he was quickly stunned once more. 1, 2, 3. **T, how can there be 6 of them? Zhao Manyang used the peephole as he looked out at the corridor and discovered there were 6 of the green-scaled creatures that had assaulted him getting closer. There are many girls in this school that were, Mo Fan gasped for air. Just when he was about to explain to Zhao Manyang, he suddenly realized the room had 2 girls in it. One's clothes were not tidy, it was clear she had been doing something just now, and another one seemed like she wasn't wearing anything, and was using the tablecloth to wrap around her body as she hid in the corner. Don't misunderstand, look at these scales. She came from inside those things, Zhao Manyang awkwardly explained. I know, you don't need to explain. I will explain the situation to you in a bit, help me deal with the 6 creatures that followed me, Mo Fan said sincerely. Chapter 188. Sealing off the area. I'll protect you, just use your Thunderbolt and blow them away. Zhao Manyang said. An intermediate lightning mage shouldn't be afraid of these little magic beings, right? No, the power of Thunderbolt is too strong. It'll destroy their bodies, I don't want to become a murderer. Mo Fan exclaimed. Just now, it looked like she began to shed after she bumped into the light element magic. I think these creatures that possess others are very scared of light magic, the oval-faced girl observed. Mo Fan glanced at her. Zhao Manyang interrupted with a smile and said, let me introduce you, this is my girlfriend Dash. I've met her. Mo Fan said in a bad temper. When school started, Zhao Manyang had brought her back to the dorm several times, and even had a couple of meals there. Mo Fan did not remember what her name was. Eh? It's my first time meeting you, though, the girl looked at Mo Fan in surprise. He coughed to himself. Let's deal with this matter in front of us first, these 6 green demonesses are still Zhao Manyang changed the topic just in time. Unfortunately, before he could finish what he said, 2 claws suddenly punched through the door. The claws crossed with left and right, tearing a couple of holes into the wooden door. The 3 people who was discussing how to deal with them were now visible to the demonesses beyond. Their faces naturally changed. Mo Fan took the initiative and finished chanting his magic. In his hand, a lightning trace appeared. Zhao Manyang immediately put his girlfriend behind him as a golden facula emerged on his fingertip. Editor's note, yep, I'm gonna make you look up facula. The faces of the 2 were relatively solemn, after all, this was no longer a laughing matter. Dazzle, purification. Zhao Manyang shot out the facula on his fingertip. The point of light turned into a relatively slow pellet as it flew straight into the big mouth of one of the green demonesses. The green Demoness didn't know what it had swallowed. When Zhao Manyang snapped his finger, her stomach suddenly bloated. A needle-like radiance shone out of her pores. The green Demoness covered her swollen stomach with her hands in agony. This radiance possessed a very effective purifying power, especially since the dazzle had entered her body. It was very likely that it had purified all of the blood in her body. This green Demoness was boiling in internal agony. Her claws began to tear apart some of the vicious scales on her body. She seemed to want to return to the body to the girl she was possessing. The lightning strike that Mo Fan was in control of was still suspended in the air. He did not throw it out yet. Mo Fan himself had spent a lot of effort just to get rid of one green Demoness. This Zhao Manyang had used the lowest of the dazzle spells to quickly kill one. Dazzle, Purify was actually the first level of dazzle. This kind of parasitic demon seems to extremely afraid of light. Fan Mo, it seems like you found a good partner. Oh, I should call you Mo Fan, Ling Ling said through the Bluetooth earphone. Mo Fan nodded. The lightning strike had turned into numerous electrical snakes as it flew toward the green Demoness. Mo Fan was also very clear that even if dazzle was very effective, it would still not be able to finish off 6 demons at once. Be careful! The oval-faced girl turned pale with fear as she watched the Demonesses in the back charging at them with vicious looks. Their speed was relatively quick. Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang both dealt with one each. However, they could not stop the other 4. Those used the walls as they charged toward Zhao Manyang and Mo Fan. Just as Mo Fan was about to retreat, he suddenly thought back to Dean Zhu, who had told him that the Blood Beast boots were able to pull off a kick of an incredible power. With a thought, Mo Fan could feel his own mana being taken away, followed by an incredible energy bubbling forth in his leg, causing the muscles there to swell up. Mo Fan waited for the right opportunity before he jumped up to do a roundhouse kick. The bloody radiance let out a scarlet light at the moment Mo Fan kicked. Mo Fan's heel smashed into a Demoness head with the power of a wild beast, accompanied by an incredible red fluctuation. The red aura enhanced Mo Fan kick by many times. Bang! Herk! A heavy noise was heard, followed by the horrifying sound of bones breaking. The green Demoness face had warped. Its entire body flew from one side of the hall to the other. I spread, cover! Mo Fan was still infatuated with the invigorating feeling of the kick when the oval-faced girl completed her spell. Frost quickly began to fall, covering the entire place. The floor immediately turned into layers of ice. This ice spread up the walls, and the walls within the hall completely froze over. The ice spread's effect wasn't very obvious, but the remaining 3 Demonesses' movements had slowed down a lot. Originally, their claws allowed them to climb on the walls, ceiling, and be very nimble on the ground. However, after the ice spread, their claws were completely unable to latch on. One of the green Demoness fell down from the wall, knocking right into the one paralyzed by Mo Fan's lightning strike. Primary magic definitely could not kill these green Demoness, except for Zhao Manyang's light magic. As long as the dazzles hit them, the green Demonesses would immediately fall to the ground in unspeakable pain. Zhao Manyang's chanting speed was relatively quick. The second dazzle was completed and finished off yet another one. With the 3 of them cooperating, dealing with the 6 of the green Demonesses was suddenly nothing too dangerous. After Mo Fan saw a golden ray emerging from the golden shield on Zhao Manyang's body, his face betrayed his sudden recognition. So you're also an intermediate magician. Why didn't you do anything during the Rookie Beast battle competition? This holy shield was an intermediate light spell. Mo Fan had noticed that his roommate had concealed an incredible strength from the very beginning, and now, after he saw Zhao Manyang using the intermediate spell of the light element, he had finally verified his suspicions. I'm an intermediate light magician, what's the use for us? Furthermore, why would I step on the table of a brother? Zhao Manyang cursed him back. Mo Fan thought about it. An intermediate light magician's role in a team was crucial. If one fought by themselves, they'd be a free sandbag. Their gazes returned once more to the green Demonesses that were currently shedding. Maybe it was because the girls' basketball uniforms were relatively elastic, but when they had finished shedding, their uniforms were still intact. However, the mucus covering them still looked incredibly gross. T, just what kind of creature is this? How can they turn jade-like girls into that kind of thing? Zhao Manyang said. It's a contagious parasitic type demon. The people affected by this in this gymnasium are not small. Does the school know? I've contacted them, they should be taking measures. Do you guys hear something? Mo Fan asked suddenly. I also heard it. It sounds like the automatic doors are being turned on. Just when Mo Fan was about to check what was going on, Ling Ling spoke up in Mo Fan's ear. Mo Fan, all of the exits in the gymnasium have been sealed. Sealed? Mo Fan was dumbstruck. It was decided by the school and the Hunter Union. They cannot let anyone with the blood of the parasite come out, or they will cause even more trouble. They had to resort to sealing off the place. Ling Ling said. Chapter 189. Scale Skin Phantom. On the outside of the gymnasium, a man stood between the sky-piercing horns of a massive blue beast. His eyes were solemn as he gazed cautiously at the large gymnasium. I have gone through it. This type of demon is called the Scale Skin Phantom. Generally speaking, the Scale Skin Phantom does not possess the ability to infect through blood. I believe the Scale Skin Phantom that we're dealing with right now is a variant. It has evolved into a creature that we have not encountered before. A handsome man in a leather jacket stood underneath the colossal sky-colored beast, speaking to the man above respectfully. People do research on all kinds of magical medicine, some even go as far as using magical beasts for experiments. Developing a bizarre creature is not that strange. However, what I can't endure is that these kind of creatures appeared inside Pearl University. This is the Pearl Institute. Most of the people here are either new students or primary magicians. They are completely unable to defend themselves from these parasitic magical beasts. The man on the large beast swore angrily. As hunters, they were very clear that it was possible for magical beasts to be roaming around in a large city like Shanghai. However, for them to appear at a holy ground like a magic university astonished the entire magical world. Why didn't the hidden wards within the school stop the magical beasts from infiltrating it? Why did they only discover this matter when the situation reached this level? Why was the City Hunter Squad even allowed to eat food? In the end, they only found out about it because the Clearsky agency's people had received a commission for it. If this matter had been delayed for 2 more weeks, the entire campus would have been turned into a demon lair. Yes. We have been careless. A group of magicians in orange uniforms stood there with their faces displaying a waxen complexion. They were part of the City Hunter Squad, and the ones in charge of the area of Pearl Institute. If someone was to raise an alarm regarding a magical beast hereabouts, they were the ones immediately dispatched to eliminate the threat. At this moment, we are unable to count how many Scale Skin Phantoms are in there. Furthermore, from the information that I've received, this kind of magical beast will commit collective suicide if it thinks it will die. This kind of collective suicide method is actually a way for them to transfer their energy to the mother Scale Skin Phantom. Additionally, after they've committed collective suicide, the person being taken advantage of will have their entire life force drained and die, the man with the leather jacket informed everyone. So basically, we cannot inadvertently alert the enemy. The commander on the large beast asked for clarity. Yes. At the very least, we cannot let the mother Scale Skin Phantom know that we're undertaking a large-scale operation. Otherwise, the people whom the parasites are attached to will immediately be abandoned by it. Upon hearing this, the captain of the City Hunter Squad, Liang Yujie, couldn't help but crease his brow. On the other side, the face of the representative for Dean Xiao, Academician Li, changed greatly. There were between 6,000 and 7,000 students inside the gymnasium. Among them, there were roughly 1,000 people currently using the gym, and the rest of the people were inside the biggest sporting venue, watching the celebrity perform. Who knew how many people had been victimized so far? If they were to charge in right now, all the people under the effect would commit suicide. This would immediately turn into a campus massacre. This was a responsibility which the Academician Li could not take upon himself, and the 2 elemental directors present could not do so, either. Then we can only stand here and watch. We have to kill the mother Scale Skin Phantom. Once the mother dies, the rest of the scale skin phantoms will also die on their own, the man with the leather skin jacket said. How strong is the mother scale skin phantom? While these people were in the middle of discussing things, a little girl holding a laptop came walking over. Little girl, hurry up and go home. This is not a place where you should be, the elemental director, Zhu Zhenghua, hastily warned her. Ling Ling didn't even bat an eye at him, directly walking up to the man with the leather jacket. Ling Ling, come here, the leather jacket man said with a loving smile. It was like he was looking at his own little sister. Goddamned monsters, you guys didn't make too much noise when you decided to seal this place off, right? Ling Ling said without reservation. Don't worry, I heard from your sister. We were very careful with our operations. Can't you see that as experts are currently standing far away? If it wasn't for us worrying about the evil mother scale skin phantom killing the victims, we would have already stormed into the place and eliminated them all. These little magical beasts are not something that I and Commander Ximing would place in our eyes, the handsome man told her. Little girl, do you have any good ideas? Commander Ximing asked. Clearsky Agency's beast hunting genius, Ling Ling, was actually quite reputable within the Hunters Union. Commander Ximing would gladly listen to any strategies proposed by her. If I'm not wrong, my partner and I were dealing with two green scale skin phantoms. One of them should be the mother and the other should be the father. The father was killed by us, and the mother scale skin phantom should be hiding inside the gymnasium. Furthermore, it uses its little scale skin phantoms to draw nutrition for itself, Ling Ling said as she opened her laptop and explained to all the high-level people here the functions of the electronic map. Everyone surrounded her, and quickly realized the electronic map displayed a relatively large number of red dots within the gymnasium. Furthermore, these things had mixed in with the students. Even if they were to dispatch experts into the place, it would still be useless. The experts would be unable to distinguish between who was a normal student and who had been infected by the parasites. According to my observations, these red dots are moving without a pattern. They're going everywhere, however, there are always some of them moving to and from this area. Ling Ling stretched out her little finger as she pointed at an interior area of the gymnasium. This place is... It's the hydraulic fluid lift platform in front of the large screen in the sporting venue, Director Zhu Zhenghua immediately informed everyone. This hydraulic fluid lift platform is usually in the air. Furthermore, it has a protective net surrounding it. This equipment is rarely used, unless it's for an incredible celebrity who wants to do something like falling from the sky. Oh right, the performance idol is planning on using this for their official show, Academician Li hastily informed everyone. The hydraulic fluid lift platform should have a door that leads to the third floor. The third floor has the idol's makeup room, lobby, and interview room. After the singer has prepared everything, they can directly go from the third floor into a small tunnel to enter the platform. Ling Ling, are you thinking that the mother scale skin phantom is likely to hide within that platform and is watching the entire venue from that altitude? The man with the leather jacket asked in astonishment. Yeah, it's because these little scale skin phantoms have to deliver nutrition to their mother. That's why I assumed it would be in this area. This matter cannot be delayed. We need to immediately dispatch people to deal with this mother beast. No, you might have alarmed the mother beast when you sealed off the area. The mother scale skin phantom is intelligent. It's likely that the other reason it's at a high point is because it wants to take control of the situation. If we were to rashly enter, we'll definitely be discovered. Then what do we do? We can't just wait here. At this moment, everyone was at their wits' end. The strength of the mother scale skin phantom was nothing compared to these incredibly strong magicians. The problem is, the enemy was holding a large number of students as hostages. Once they alarmed the enemy, it would be about life and death. Ling Ling, you just said that your partner killed the father scale skin phantom. According to your explanation before, your partner is currently inside the gymnasium, the handsome man with leather jacket inquired. Yeah, he is also a student from here. He was the first to charge in to save people. Your partner's strength shouldn't be too bad. Why don't you let him go and deal with the mother scale skin phantom? The man with the leather jacket asked gently. Ling Ling thought about it. Indeed, that was the only solution that would be suitable, since the experts outside couldn't risk entering. Chapter 190. For the Meritorious Award. Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang walked back along the same path he had arrived through. Additionally, the girls that shared with the help of Zhao Manyang's girlfriend had all been sent to the fire shelter. The healing element girl seemed to be doing well. When she saw that Mo Fan had saved a whole group of girls, her face was filled with astonishment. "You're really impressive. If we lots were to unite, we would still not be able to deal with them. Yet you were able to deal so many of them by yourself," the healer said to Mo Fan as she gave him a thumbs up. "It's all right," Mo Fan smiled modestly, but in his heart, he felt himself becoming increasingly more awesome. In the past, he needed to rely on a falling stalactite to win against a normal spirit wolf, whereas now he could use his own strength to eliminate so many of them. If he'd had this kind of power during the calamity of Bo City, then he definitely wouldn't have had such a difficult time. Mo Fan, Mo Fan." Ling Ling's voice was in his ear again. "What's wrong?" Mo Fan asked. "It's like this, the Mother Scale Skin Phantom has most likely sensed that we've sealed the entire area off. Furthermore, according to the newest information, if we were to drive her into a corner, she will make all of the green demonesses commit suicide. This kind of suicide will even take the lives of those possessed." Ling Ling told him. "I've only saved around 20 people so far. What's the number of those still infected?" Mo Fan creased his brow in worry. This was no longer a laughing matter. Once the Mother Beast issued an order to suicide, the number of people who died could very easily reach up to 100 or so. Most of the ones being infected were girls. They were all incredibly favored by Pearl Institute. If they all were to die like this, then it would definitely become a huge tragedy. The senior hunters can't go in, and the school directors at this moment cannot rashly do anything. The City Hunter Squad is currently searching for an entrance they can use without alarming the Mother Beast. However, if we drag it out like this, the situation will turn increasingly bad. Thus, the senior hunters, academicians, and the director's idea is to have you go in and eliminate the Mother Beast. Ling Ling sincerely said. "Let me do it." Mo Fan was shocked. He didn't even have to guess that the surroundings of the Mother Scale Skin Phantom would be filled with other phantoms. The Mother Skin Scale Phantom was powerful. Just dealing with her was not that simple. Furthermore, there were groups of green Demoness in its surroundings. Outside of the gymnasium, everyone's attention was on the little lowly Ling Ling. After she turned off the call with Mo Fan, she saw everyone was staring at her. "How did it go?" Academician Li asked immediately. "I told him that the school would award him something of considerable value, and City Hunter Squad's annual eliminating an enormous threat award money would also be given to him. Only after that did he agree to do it," Ling Ling told him after a thought entered her head. "All right, that's good," Academician Li sighed slightly. If it was any other student, Academician Li would still be a little bit worried. However, once they found out Ling Ling's partner was actually Mo Fan, Academician Li and Director Zhu Zhenghua began to feel more relieved. Who was Mo Fan? On the day of the rookie competition, a single person defeated 200 students. He even defeated Mu Nujiao, someone from an esteemed family. There were very few students who could actually be stronger than him. HMPH. If we allow a student go take care of the Mother Scale Skin Phantom, if he fails then aren't we inadvertently alerting the enemy? I reckon we should wait for my City Hunter Squad to find an entrance the Mother Beast doesn't know of and then go in and take care of them. In terms of hunting beasts, I'm afraid there aren't many who are as experienced as we are, the bald captain of the City Hunter Squad declared. The bald captain had 10 years under his belt, and those beneath him were elites. If this matter wasn't fixed properly, then it would become a large massacre. Not only would the infected victims' relatives investigate this, but society at large would also criticize it. Whether this matter was handled by the City Hunter team or by someone else, they would still be the first to get blamed. Thus, the bald captain preferred to rely on his own strength. If it was a student from the main campus of Pearl Institute, then the bald captain wouldn't say a single word. However, the student inside was from the Azure campus. What could a student from the Azure campus possibly do? The difference between the two campuses was far more than a level. Senior Hunter, I also think it'd be rash to let this student take care of this matter, another experienced hunter spoke up. Did you find an entrance to the gymnasium where we won't be discovered by the mother beast? The senior hunter standing on top of the large beast looked down at them and asked. We have not. Then shut up. Mo Fan followed the route from Lingling and headed to the 3rd floor. Zhao Manyang came with him. Zhao Manyan's light magic was deathly effective toward the green demonesses. A group of the skin scale phantoms could be considered very troublesome. They couldn't act like fierce hunters and just attack them all, as they might really hurt the possessed girls. If they were too lenient, then they couldn't kill it. Thus, Zhao Manyang was the most suitable person to take care of the children. The number of people in this operation couldn't be high. If the mother-scale skin phantom saw a group of magicians charging over, she would definitely escape. Mo Fan, you're here for the money, and I'm here for the fame. If my life is in danger, I'll definitely turn around and leave. This is not something I'm feeling obligated or responsible to. I will do my best to help, but it doesn't mean I will throw my life away, Zhao Manyang said solemnly as he ran along with Mo Fan. I know. Wait, you want fame? What does that mean? Mo Fan asked. The truth was, Mo Fan didn't think Zhao Manyang would do anything. After all, he was a light magician. Although light is very effective toward the mother skin scale phantom, a light magician's combat prowess was still very limited. I won't hide this from you. I'm from the Zhao family. The influence of my family in China is in no way inferior to the family of Mu Nujiao. Most of the young disciples from there enroll in universities not because they want to dominate others, but to make a name for themselves. They do want us to show we're a cut above our peers, but the main reason is to attract talents for the family. The importance of the situation here at the campus is definitely of no matter. If I am able to save the people from this disaster, then the influence and fame of my family at university and in society will definitely increase substantially. If I make such a contribution to the family, then they will put more importance on me. You don't have a family behind you, so you may not understand just how important this kind of thing is, Zhao Manyang said honestly. The struggles of your family sure are complex. Fame doesn't really matter to me. I'm already notorious, and if I save them from this disaster, then I'd only have washed the hate off myself, Mo Fan replied. Oh. Zhao Manyan's eyes suddenly turned as he opened his mouth. How about this, if we can annihilate the mother beast, then the fame will belong to me. That way, my influence will be in no way inferior to Mu Nujiao. Zhao Manyang was very clear that if they were to kill the mother beast, then the largest Meritorious award would go to Mo Fan. Furthermore, if you were to look around, then Mo Fan was most likely the only person who was capable of defeating the mother beast. Zhao Manyang would only receive an award for assisting him. That much wasn't very useful. He needed the main award. Although we're roommates. State your price. Zhao Manyang straightforwardly proposed. Chapter 191. Bloody Event. State the price? Then I won't be polite. I want a wing equipment, Mo Fan blurted out. You can go by yourself. Either way, it doesn't matter to me when people die. Zhao Manyang immediately stopped. He looked as though he didn't want to joke around at all. Spirit grade lightning seed. If not, then I might as well go by myself. Either way, you don't have any combat prowess. I have a method to protect myself anyways, Mo Fan revised quickly and sincerely, without any hint of joking. *T, you sure are greedy. Zhao Manyang cursed. A spirit-grade lightning seed was something worth more than 10 or so million RMB. A special spirit-grade seed like that was very rare. If it was put on auction, then it would be purchased by someone else with power in a matter of minutes. That is why the spirit-grade seeds were often a bit higher than the market price. The spirit-grade lightning seed that Mo Fan wanted wasn't something the Zhao family could not buy, but it wasn't something they could just casually give away. Zhao Manyang felt as though his skin was being ripped. Deal? Mo Fan asked. Deal? Zhao Manyang replied as he clenched his teeth. Zhao Manyang was a man who knew how to calculate. If he was to compare himself to Mu Nujiao, who had expended a monstrous amount of her family's resources to replenish the resources for the university's rookies to attain her current standing, then his Zhao family would only spend a single spirit-grade lightning seed to bring him to the same standing as her. That was actually quite a profit. Zhao Manyang believed that the people within his family with power would definitely agree to this transaction. As the two were conspiring over this, they had arrived at the third floor. When Lingling told them that the third floor was completely packed with red dots, the two of them couldn't help but laugh bitterly to themselves. What was the point of discussing the gains? They were not even sure if they would be able to survive the claws of these monsters. Whether it was the green demonesses or the mother-skin scale phantom, they definitely wouldn't be easy to deal with. Down in the square, the time for rehearsal had finally finished. The students waiting in the surroundings had begun walking into the middle of the square for the performance. The middle of the square was occupied by a lot of chairs. The seats had already been occupied by a group of male fans. These young men with their hormones going out of control were sitting there holding signs of the names of the performers they admired. Many of them were wearing special t-shirts that had the face of their favorite idol on them. When their most admired idol finally emerged, each one of them appeared to be extremely excited as they yelled out loudly. In the surrounding seats were another large group of people. Many of them came around because of the commotion, while others only came here to take part in the fun. When the music started playing, the sounds of shouting gradually began to calm. An artificially created rain came down from the ceiling, falling onto the young people's bodies that were swaying to the rhythm of the music. There were even some nightclubbers who had already begun to dance. Like a nightclub, they followed the figures of those dancers in the background on the stage with their navels exposed. At this moment, a tiny screeching sound started up, and the DJ music could be heard. The accompanying dancers' wet hair lashed out, their eyes looked as though they were intoxicated by the music. It was incredibly attractive. Their serpent-like hips and electrifying butts were glamorous. The different colors were like passing lightning, it expressed their wonderful and passion-filled dance. A party began to develop down below. The main character of the day had yet to step up, while the students overflowing with the energy of the young had already exploded around the area. However, the students intoxicated by the music being played by the DJ had no idea that the whole gymnasium was filled with danger. In this kind of situation, when a girl who looked like she was too shy to speak up went to the bathroom, it was very likely that she would change skin and turn this entire area into a bloody feast. Up on the third floor, Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang realized that the performance had begun while they were still inside the tunnel. The two of them weren't in the mood to hear the music that shook the entire gymnasium. They were frantically running while cautiously scanning the pack of people. According to what Lingling said, of the 4,000 people in the audience, around 100 of them were infected. They believed that as long as the mother-scale skin phantom gives the order, the 100 or so demons would immediately tear off their human skins and turn into blood-sucking monsters as they began to massacre the entire audience. Blood was the thing that mother-scale skin phantom required the most. The more blood it sucked, the more energy it would be able to obtain. The 4,000 to 5,000 people were all gathered in a single place. The large majority of them were primary magicians who would have trouble fighting against magical beasts. Once the infected people turned into demons, this entire place would be turned into a bloody feast and massacre. You need to be fast. The green demonesses from the other areas have gathered here. It looks like they are going to turn this into their dinner table. This place conforms with their need to suck blood and infect the female magicians, as there's at least 3,000 of them. Lingling told him urgently. Not too long ago, the red dots were wandering around the entire gymnasium, looking for their objectives. However, now, they were all gathered in the very center. Their intentions were far too obvious. If the people who came here to listen to the performance were drained and infected, then the mother-scale skin phantom's strength could very possibly reach the commander level. At that time, it would be very difficult to kill the mother beast. Furthermore, the 4,000 plus people in the arena would be held hostage by it while it created an unprecedented horror. Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang were well aware of how severe this matter was. The mother beast did indeed possess a high intelligence. No wonder why it gathered all the people who had been infected. It was all for the sake of a bigger plot. All of the people in the area might become sacrifices. Mo Fan lowered his voice as he said to Lingling, "We're here. You have to annihilate the mother beast, or else you'll be surrounded by a large group of green demonesses. At that point, there'll be no escape route for you," Lingling told him bluntly. Zhao Manyang also heard this while standing off to the side. At that moment, he hesitated for a bit. The fame was important. But if he lost his life, then nothing would matter. Zhao Manyang didn't think that the matter would rise to this level. "Mo Fan, aren't you afraid?" Zhao Manyang couldn't help but ask. Zhao Manyang realized his roommate was definitely not the same as your average student. His calm attitude toward the magical beasts was very much like that of a seasoned veteran hunter who constantly lingered between life and death. "I've seen things much more dreadful than this, so this isn't really much. Zhao Manyang, don't even think about backing out." "Look behind you," Mo Fan said. From the tunnel they had just walked out from, they saw a group of what looked like girls from the same dormitory. They wore volunteer uniforms, and it was clear that they were just volunteers for the performance this time. They were laughing and talking. However, when they saw Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang, the girl who was in charge of everything took a step forward as she shouted toward them, "Hey! You two! The third floor is staff only, you're not allowed to roam here." Mo Fan remained unmoved. Zhao Manyang was also standing there, gazing at the young women who all looked extremely normal. Mo Fan glanced at Zhao Manyang and whispered, "They're all red." Chapter 192. Mother Beast Emerging. Zhao Manyang's face turned gloomy. If Lingling hadn't accidentally taken a look at the sensor, then who would have thought that these lady volunteers actually had another skin? "I'll handle this." Zhao Manyang looked around his surroundings and realized that the girls who had subconsciously walked over here had begun to increase. The group of volunteers was acting quite strange. If it was just two people accidentally coming into this area, then there was no need for them to bring the whole group here, was there? At the front of the tunnel and at the back, there were many girls who suddenly opened their doors into the tunnel and poked their heads out. There were also some who looked like they were celebrities preparing to take up an important role in the rehearsal, their eyes also suddenly on Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang. "Be careful!" After Mo Fan said this to Zhao Manyang, his body strangely sank into the shadow beneath his feet. Zhao Manyang nodded, his gaze attentively scanning through the people in his surroundings. Just when he was going to turn his body to watch how Mo Fan passed through these little demons, Zhao Manyang was shocked to realize that Mo Fan was nowhere to be seen. The lights were overlapping in this tunnel. There just happened to be one light in the tunnel that was not functional. Zhao Manyang happened to see a silhouette flashing by really quickly in that dusky area, and after that, he no longer saw any traces of Mo Fan. "A shadow magical tool," Zhao Manyang said to himself. Zhao Manyang was a light magician. He possessed the incredibly powerful intermediate magic spell, Holy Shield, so even if he wanted to die, it wouldn't be such an easy matter. Mo Fan didn't turn around to watch Zhao Manyang fight. He didn't think that the disciple of an esteemed family would have such little ability. What he needed to do was quickly kill the Mother Scale Skin Phantom. When all of the red dots gathered in the middle of the gymnasium, then this matter would be out of his control. "Mo Fan, hurry up!" Lingling's voice turned increasingly anxious. "I am at the platform that you mentioned. There are some people here, and one is a girl who is wearing a rather bright and colorful garment. She must be the main idol for the rehearsal this time. By her side, there's someone who takes care of her clothes, her makeup person, and her manager." Mo Fan gave Lingling the details of what he was seeing. Mo Fan was standing in the corner with his eyes on the lifting platform's entrance. It looked like there were around 7 or 8 people by the entrance. There was also a few workers walking left and right. "Miss, you must be careful. If this lift has some problems, then I don't think I can explain anything to the boss," the female manager said, her face filled with concern. "It won't," the girl that was in the center of an entourage said with a sweet smile. Mo Fan looked closely and realized that this girl was identical to the famous idol that he had seen on the big poster at the entrance. When she smiled, she appeared so innocent. All right, all right. The tech auntie inside, please control it properly, don't let our choo-choo fall. Don't worry, this equipment won't have problems. Young lady, come in, your rehearsal is about to start. What young lady? She's a famous idol, the manager said with dissatisfaction. Yeah, famous idol. Mo Fan continuously observed all this while listening to Ling Ling's instructions. When the opportunity came, Mo Fan once more used the escaping shadow and stealthily hid behind the people. All right, we're closing. The technician auntie pressed the button and the door slowly closed. This hydraulic lift actually looked similar to a large-scaled elevator packaged into a small elevator that was suspended in the air. When the performers slowly descended onto the stage, all the gymnasium lights would also gather on that spot. The effect was quite stunning. Choo-choo! Choo-choo! In the middle of the venue, the students who had been touched by the rhythm of the music had already begun to sing along to the chorus. This idol has already deeply entered the hearts of the people through her sweet and cute appearance, and her beautiful, pleasant voice. Whether she was dancing or singing, she was able to intoxicate people. In the middle of the venue, the people began to shout her name. The idol Choo-choo was already standing in the middle of the platform. She closed her eyes to feel the voices of everyone. This was only a rehearsal, yet there was already so many enthusiasts from the school come to watch. One had to know that there were many 2- and 3-tier stars that would only have a few people present even during an actual performance. She was extremely gratified. She thought to herself that she needed to give them a proper performance, even if it was only a rehearsal. Auntie, you can let me down. I am ready. She opened her eyes as she spoke to the technician auntie who was in control of the lift. Don't be nervous, the technician auntie said as she chuckled. I am fine. Oh, what I meant is that you don't have to be nervous over anything. Because today, I am the main character here. The technician auntie who appeared to be somewhat benevolent suddenly displayed a strange smile. She smiled while she sized up the girl's body. It looked like her mouth could open impossibly wide, and her sharp teeth were stained with brown blood. The technician auntie's hands changed, turning into what looked like rubber as she slowly extended them. What extended was not only the bones of her finger, but even her nails were turning green. They looked like sharpened daggers. They even had a thin barb. The skin on her body began to peel off, bit by bit. What seemed to be a 30-ish woman's face turned into dark green scales, and those scales were plastered together with some kind of liquid. It looked incredibly disgusting. Salah tilde. Her clothes were like paper as she tore them apart with her sharp claws. What was revealed was not the nude body of a woman, but a body covered in scales. A long tongue stretched out, so long that it could even reach the front of the girl's face. The fishy red tongue was moving in front of her, and the girl was just standing there looking completely dumbstruck. There was nothing more scary in this world than a person who shed her skin to reveal a demon covered in scales. The idol was so scared that her mind turned blank, legs trembling as she stood there, about to fall. Today, my children can finally eat ourselves full. This is all thanks to your rehearsal, the scaled monster said with a human voice. However, she sounded as though her throat was filled with something. It was extremely hoarse. SSSSSSSS. SSSSSSSSSSS. Suddenly, the mother scale skin phantom raised her head and let out a sound toward the middle of the venue. This cry seemed like a monster's mother, yelling at its kids to wake up. The sound didn't need any equipment to reach the center of the venue as it continuously echoed about. The idol girl turned her head to look down with difficulty and realized that the packed amount of people were beginning to get restless. They all looked like herself, extremely shocked as they began to scatter. Just when they were about to take a step back, they realized yet another scene had emerged to their sides. Chunks of skin fell down, and monsters with scales appeared, one after another. Ah! Ah! For a moment, girls screaming were what could be heard the loudest in the center of the venue. The aura of fear immediately spread through the air. Chapter 193. Battling the Mother Scale Skin Phantom. Your blood must be delicious. The mother scale skin phantom extended its tongue as her eyes displayed an ominous glint. She was a girl with tender, jade-like skin. Her blood would be incredibly savory. The mother scale skin phantom took a step forward. Just as she was about to put her hand on the idle girl, a man without a shirt on slowly walked out from the shadows in the corner in the corridor. Like an incorporeal door of darkness opening, a living person just emerged from nowhere. The mother scale skin phantom was shocked. She immediately jumped back in retreat. As she kept close to the safety fence, her eyes carried rage as she recognized the person who came out of the shadows. It's you again. The mother scale skin phantom clearly remembered Mo Fan. After seeing Mo Fan, her eyes turned red upon seeing her archenemy. She wouldn't forget that it was precisely this person who had killed her husband. You won't be able to escape this time. Beneath Mo Fan's feet a purple star atlas was intertwining. Mo Fan would definitely not be lenient with this mother-scale skin phantom. Even if he happened to kill the woman who was victimized by it, he couldn't let this thing continue its crimes. You think you can stop me? Came the hoarse reply from the throat of the mother-scale skin phantom. Compared to the last time they met, her strength had increased a lot. Right now, she was no longer afraid of a primitive magician like Mo Fan. It just so happened that she could finally get rid of this godforsaken person and take revenge for her husband. Her long tongue was like a whip. The mother beast lashed it out and the tongue snapped toward Mo Fan. Bone Scythe Shield. Mo Fan quickly activated his Bone Scythe Shield. The black shield emerged in front of his body, protecting him entirely. The lightning star atlas was nearly drawn. Mo Fan couldn't let this thing destroy his star atlas. POW. What appeared to be a soft tongue lashed onto the Bone Scythe shield and immediately crushed it into powder. It was completely unable to withstand a single attack. When the tongue shattered the Bone Scythe shield, it directly hit Mo Fan's body. When Mo Fan saw the situation going bad, he immediately stopped the star atlas and rolled to the side. The tongue still lashed against Mo Fan's back, leaving a deep gash there. If it wasn't for the Bone Scythe shield taking the majority of the force, then the power of the tongue would most likely directly pierce right through his back. Mo Fan felt a searing heat on his back, and clenched his teeth in pain. *T, even the defensive capability of something of Bone Scythe shield's level could not resist the attacks of the Mother Beast. This Mother Beast's strength was probably at the warrior level. How else could a normal attack from her possibly destroy the Bone Scythe shield? Die! While the Mother Beast swung her tongue out, she also let out a careless and tyrannical scream. The tongue flicked higher into the air, and fiercely whipped down toward Mo Fan's head. Mo Fan didn't dare lower his guard. If that hit him, then he'd most likely become a meat patty. Evading shadows, shuttle. While the tongue lashed down fiercely, Mo Fan's body sank down. His entire being dropped into the shadows beneath his feet. Just like passing through a plane, the shadow Mo Fan had turned into began to quickly shift. After he quickly shifted to the corner, his body quickly emerged from that shadow. At this moment, Mo Fan was standing together with the idol. Mo Fan glanced at her. Don't mind me," the idol said as she shook in fear. However, her resolute eyes showed that she could still act. "I will draw her away. If you can, get your lights technician to turn on all the lights on the stage so they make multiple shadows," Mo Fan said to her. The idol nodded. Her complexion was deathly white, yet she maintained a bit of her calm. Mo Fan took the opportunity when the Mother Beast was retracting her tongue to jump onto the safety fences on the ceiling of the stage. Fire burst! As he stood on the high ground, the flames in his hands were simultaneously tossed out. The rose-red burning bone flames hit the body of the Mother Beast and began to burn on her green scales. The burning bone flames would continue to burn. Mo Fan knew that primary magic wouldn't necessarily cause wounds that would be able to kill this creature. However, as long as the flames didn't go out, the wounds would still be there. The Mother Beast let out a screeching sound. When she saw that Mo Fan was about to escape, her incredibly nimble body quickly began to climb up the safety fence like a spider as she began chasing Mo Fan. The flames burned out as the Mother Beast moved quickly. The mother beast's scales seemed to possess incredibly strong protective capabilities. The burning bone flames should have been burning into its bones and organs. Unfortunately, not even a spirit-grade burning bones flame was capable of charring the scales of the mother beast, much less burning into her. Mo Fan didn't stop using magic. When he saw the flames were being extinguished on the mother beast's body, his palm once again condensed yet another ball of burning bone flames. The fire burst, rupture would not necessarily be more effective than the burning bones flames that were persistent. Mo Fan wanted to continue enraging the mother beast, that way, he'd be able to direct it toward a location where he could fight. The mother beast was very fast. Mo Fan was unable to fight against her in such a narrow area, and moreover, there were no shadows at the location where he was standing. The blood beast boots had been used before. He was unable to continue using them without replenishing their mana. His bone scythe shield had been directly smashed to pieces. His only defensive move was to use Evading Shadows. Evading Shadows was not an unparalleled spell. As long as someone shot an attack toward the area of the shadow, Mo Fan would not only immediately appear, he would also receive a mortal wound. As he stood on the safety fence in midair, Mo Fan watched the mother beast climbing toward him. He jumped down the fence without thinking. The mother beast seemed to have predicted that Mo Fan would jump down. The mother beast's back leg stomped fiercely onto the pole and jumped down toward Mo Fan at an even faster speed. She is actually this fast. When Mo Fan saw that the mother beast was less than 5 meters away from him, a cold sweat broke out. On the stage in the midair, the idle girl had run to the edge of the safety fence. When she saw the mother beast was flying toward the slowly descending Mo Fan with a speed like a sharp sword, her heart began to race. She had to do something, or else Mo Fan would have his chest ripped apart by the mother beast before he even hit the ground. Unfortunately, her reaction was still too slow. The mother beast was like a bat. When moving through the air, she was almost invisible. With her claws stretched out, the mother beast's long tongue also lashed out in midair. This time, she was planning on turning this godforsaken human into mincemeat. Chapter 194. The Strength to Survive. Mother Beast was so close to Mo Fan that he could smell the stench emanating from her body. The fierce claws came closer and closer. Mo Fan didn't have the time to think, his palm condensed yet another cluster of rose flames. He stayed calm and waited for her to approach to just 3 meters away from him before he ferociously tossed out the flames in his hand, directly between the mother beast and himself. Fire burst, rupture. A ball of rose-colored flames exploded between them. When the heatwave engulfed the mother beast, the force of it expanding shoved Mo Fan away. Mo Fan changed direction in midair, falling into the very middle of the stage. The mother beast was indeed a freak. The burst from the rupture caused its body to slow down a little in the air, yet its sharp claws were still reaching out. Swoosh! Cold rays of light followed her claws like swords. The fierce claws were like a number of sharp blades hacking down from the air. Even the rose flames that Mo Fan tossed out seemed to be cut apart by those claws. Some of the shattered bits of the lights touched Mo Fan. On Mo Fan's arm, chest, and the left side of his face, multiple cuts appeared. The wound on his arm was relatively deep. Perhaps even the bones were touched. It was so painful that Mo Fan took a deep breath. The cuts on his chest and face weren't too deep, or else he would have lost his life. Boom! Mo Fan slammed onto the stage heavily, the cuts already bleeding. This mother beast's strength was much stronger than before. Her speed was astonishing, her fierce claws were so fast that they created a whirlwind. If he hadn't used the fire burst, Rupture's force to get away, then he'd most likely have been diced up directly. It was now chaos in the middle of the venue. Green Demonesses had appeared, sending all of the students running in all directions. There were still some people who were calm. They began to chant their spells to fight off those green Demonesses. The venue was indeed going crazy, adding on that no one really knew if the person next to them might shed their skin. Even the people who had battle experience were obviously in a difficult situation. When Mo Fan descended from the stage in the air, it seemed like no one cared about him. All that happened was he caused a couple of the girls who was running in his direction to scream. For these girls, things that were flying could only be described with horror at this moment. Get away from this area. When Mo Fan saw these girls who were screaming their heads off, he began to feel angry. Studying magic for so many years have been for naught. If you were a magician, you were supposed to calmly fight against magical beasts the second you encountered them. Instead, they ran around willy-nilly, like a herd of fat sheep. Just how exactly did they even enter the Pearl Institute? Mo Fan, are you all right? Ling Ling's worried voice began to sound in his ear. Mo Fan climbed up from the little hole that he fell into and used his hand to rub the wound on his face. As he rubbed it, his hand were covered with blood. I'm still alive. This thing is already at warrior level. Mo Fan replied, his gaze fixed on the mother beast not far away, who was currently letting out some evil laugh. The mother beast appeared to be very proud of herself. She even seemed to be enjoying the pitiful people who had been completely devoured by her children. She enjoyed this kind of cruelty and bloody hunting. SSSSS tilde tilde. SSSSSS. Right at that moment, the girls who were frantically running around before suddenly fell to the floor. Their nails began to grow, and they started to rip apart their own tender skin. They exposed scales, and revealed pairs of extremely vicious and disgusting eyes. After the instructions they received from the mother beast, their gazes were all concentrated on Mo Fan standing at the side, his face all covered with blood. Their tongues began to extend into the air, swaying towards him. Very quickly, behind him and beneath the stage, a couple of green demonesses pursuing their prey also stopped their actions. They suddenly turned toward Mo Fan and slowly crawled in that direction. The mother beast, who was standing not too far away from Mo Fan, did not approach him at all. She seemed to recognize the danger behind Mo Fan's fiery fist, exploding heavens. Thus, when she saw that there was a fire star atlas emerging beneath his feet, she didn't recklessly walk toward him. Instead, she ordered the surrounding green demonesses to directly encircle him. The intermediate fire magic, Fiery Fist, was indeed incredible, but it couldn't kill lots of them. After seeing more than 8 green demonesses in his surroundings, Mo Fan also did not dare to continue chanting the Star Atlas. The Fiery Fist was unable to kill all of these green demonesses. Furthermore, if he used his trump card here, then the mother beast would definitely charge over unrestrained and rip him to pieces. TSK. As long as I kill you, this place will become my nest. The mother beast let out a strange sound, her voice carrying ridicule. The analysis Ling Ling had done previously was correct. After the mother beast had absorbed the blood from many human bodies, she had acquired a certain level of wisdom and could now speak. Mo Fan, we are planning on charging in. We must give up on the infected people now, or else the people who are injured will only increase. Ling Ling said in his earpiece. It has intelligence. If you come in, then the hundreds of infected people will definitely die, Mo Fan replied. That's still better than having the entire gymnasium being turned into their nest. You are not able to kill that mother beast, a roaring voice interrupted, clearly not Ling Ling. Mo Fan didn't know who the person speaking was, however, it was clear that he was one of the people tasked to handle the case this time. So they want to sacrifice hundreds of infected girls? Hundreds of them? They were all 18 to 20-year-old girls. If you lined up their corpses, what kind of painful and enraging scene would it be? At this moment, Mo Fan couldn't help but recall his first time saving one of the girls. Crawling out of a monster's body filled with scales while being completely naked. This kind of situation did not give Mo Fan have any kind of immoral thoughts, because these people had been tormented beyond belief. Their pale white skin had turned purple, without any hint of red. Their bodies were covered in mucus, they could only rely on their instincts to crawl out of it. Whatever beauty and dignity a girl had would mean nothing in that moment. All they wanted was to survive. It was precisely due to that thought that he had charged in here. Whether it was an impulse, or anything else, was fine. He believed that as long as a normal person were to see this kind of thing, they would definitely do their best to save as many people as possible. Mo Fan took a deep breath. He wiped away the blood from his face. "Give me a bit more time," Mo Fan said very sincerely to the person in charge. "You can't kill it. This is a warrior-level creature, how could you possibly kill that?" "We are already by the entrance," the bald hunter captain said with a hint of anger in his voice. From the very beginning, he did not believe that a student from the Azure campus could possibly have the ability to kill a magical beast. At this point, the City Hunter squad had already prepared themselves to sacrifice hundreds of infected people to protect the thousands of other students. So what if it was a massacre? It was still better than having thousands of people turning into monsters. "Scoundrel, didn't I freaking tell you to give me some more time?" Mo Fan cursed at the person over the earpiece. Outside of the gymnasium, the hunter standing on top of the large beast's head, the man with the leather jacket, Academician Li, the elemental director Zhu Zhenghua, and the bald captain of the City Hunter squad all heard the words that were being transmitted from the earpiece, and were all stunned. Just as the bald captain was going to curse back at Mo Fan angrily, the Hunter King on top of the Azure Beast's head opened his mouth. "Give him more time." "But dash. They also have the right to survive." Chapter 195. Blood-boiling raging fist. Mo Fan hemped coldly. "You're not the only one with helpers." A moon-colored star quickly emerged in front of Mo Fan, looking like a slow meteor crossing the sky. When the trajectory began to shift, another new star casually appeared. There were a total of 7 appearances of stars. Those stars streaked over like falling moons and opened a rift that led to a crack in the dimensional space. Awoo! A floor-shaking howl thundered over from another world. In a split second, a powerful wind stream came forth from the cracked space, forming a skin-flaying sandstorm flying toward the closest green Demoness to Mo Fan. The green Demoness could never have imagined that there would suddenly be an incredibly strong energy coming from the dimensional gate. She didn't have time to dodge, and was directly smashed by thousands of stones. The scales of a second green Demoness were also showing traces of ooze. SSSSSSS tilde. The mother beast let out an angry command, commanding her children to rip this human to pieces. Mo Fan remained still. Just as the 2 green Demonesses jumped over, a great blue wolf the size of an elephant suddenly charged out from the rift. The spirit wolf let out another enraged howl. He charged forth from the rift with incredible force, and directly slammed into one of the green Demonesses that was leaping toward Mo Fan. The spirit wolf's burst was fearsome, and with his great strength, the little green Demonesses were completely unable to endure the power behind his charge. It was like a 3-year-old being hit by a muscular, adult man. The green Demoness was sent flying, her mouth filled with blood and bones shattered. After the spirit wolf had knocked out one green Demoness, he jumped ferociously after another, his jaws chomping down onto the other green Demoness that was attacking Mo Fan. Ugh! The wolf held the green Demoness in mid-air in his jaws, before mercilessly biting down. His teeth bit into tainted flesh, there was a crack of bones giving way. The green Demoness was in so much pain that she began to flail her limbs in an attempt to break loose, but she was unable to muster any strength to do so. The spirit wolf bit down a second time. The green Demoness was directly bit in two, and then tossed to the side by the spirit wolf like trash. No one took a second look at her. The 2 green Demonesses were eliminated in an instant. The remaining green Demonesses were momentarily frozen, not daring to take a step forwards. The imposing aura of a wild beast. After Mo Fan gave the beast refining blood to the spirit wolf to refine, the spirit wolf had gotten much stronger than he was back during the rookie competition. Killing this kind of common servant level monster was simply too easy. "Help me deal with the little monsters," Mo Fan called to the spirit wolf. The spirit wolf's teeth were still dripping with the blood of the green Demoness. He looked fiendishly at the green Demonesses in their surroundings. He would even dare to fight against creatures stronger than himself. These small servant-level creatures were of even less importance. The more of them there were, the more he would chew. "You evildoer, if I don't kill you today, then my name is not Mo Fan," Mo Fan shouted at the raging mother beast. SSSSSSS tilde. The mother beast was totally infuriated. If her children were being bothered by a vicious wolf beast, then she would personally go take care of this godforsaken human. She no longer had any patience left. She crouched, and her body shot off like a spring. Her claws gave her an incredible climbing ability. After she jumped onto the large crystal screen, she latched on effortlessly. After adjusting her angle, the mother beast jumped out like a missile once more. With her missile-like speed and sharp claws, she would be able to shred Mo Fan to pieces, even if he had the bone scythe shield up. Evading shadows, shuttle. Mo Fan took a step and jumped to the back of the stage where the shadow from the crisscrossing lights appeared. His entire being was fusing with the shadows. By the time the lights were shining in his new area, Mo Fan had already moved to a different zone. SSSSSSS. Her claws streaked past, like a blood-red arc slowly descending. The half-fenced stage was chopped into, bands of metal severed in a scar a dreadful 3 meters long. The mother beast could feel that her claws cut mostly empty space. Her vicious eye swept across the shadows in an attempt to find Mo Fan's location. SSSSS. A cold glint flashed in the mother beast's eyes, and in an instant, she disappeared. In the next second, the mother beast was at the drum area, using her 2 claws rip apart everything in front of her. The metal drum set was like paper as it was shredded. At same time, the human silhouette in the back also had a large cut emerge on it as it was cut in 2. Evading shadow was not an unparalleled spell. If the enemy attacked his location, then a magician using the evading shadow would be even weaker than normal. Normally, the claws might possibly just tear the chest. However, if it was during evading shadow, then a person could be cut in 2. Mother Beast had located where Mo Fan was hiding, and used her claws without hesitation. When she saw that the human shadow was slowly falling in 2, a wide demonic smile emerged on her face. Blockhead, don't you know about things like mirrors? From a completely different location, the exact same human shadow slowly emerged from the dark. At same time, the place the mother beast had clawed through had numerous mirror fragments falling from it. It looked like Mo Fan's human shadow had disappeared from the fragments of the mirror. Rose flames! Mo Fan shouted angrily, and the rose-colored fiery flames flared up beneath his feet. Mo Fan's body was already covered in his own blood. The blood and the color of the flames seemed to be the same color. When the flames began to flare up, it seemed like the blood also integrated into the rose flames. Fiery Fist! An intertwining star path emerged as it constantly supplied energy for the flames. At last, the Star Atlas appeared. The increasingly fiery rose flames began to spread into its surroundings, with Mo Fan in the center. Exploding heavens! Everything seemed to be ready. The flames that were spreading around him were suddenly retracted. One could clearly see that the large ring of flames in Mo Fan's surroundings had instantly withdrawn, all of them condensed into Mo Fan's fist. Eyes like raging flames, he locked onto the mother beast that was trying to charge over. His eyes burning, Mo Fan yelled out, "Go die," as he threw out the fist with a colossal amount of fiery energies condensed inside. Chapter 196. Giant Shadow Spike. The stunning flames were like a volcano spitting out energy. The gigantic fist-shaped flames had turned everything on the stage into black powder. As the violent flames came forth, they surged toward the location of the mother beast as they engulfed everything. The mother beast's reaction was quick. She jumped using all 4 limbs, quickly racing to the bottom of the stage. If she was hit by the full force of a spirit-grade intermediate magic, she would naturally die. She began to frantically run, as though trying to outrace the giant fiery fist unleashed by Mo Fan. In the end, the fiery fist still engulfed her. The flame swept over her body, blasting her into the air. SSSSSSS tilde tilde. The mother beast's body fell beneath the stage, covered with flames. The scales on her body were visibly scorched, with traces of heated swirls on her flesh. The mother beast had barely been able to endure the flames of the burning bones, and her green scales had only displayed a little red color. However, at this moment, not only did her scales get burned into nothing, but her horrifying body still had lingering flames scorching her. The mother beast let out a scream filled with pain while being burned by the flames. Her face was extremely distorted. However, she did not die. After receiving such an incredible attack, this thing was still capable of crawling right back. She was furious, and continuously let out shrieks of pain. She didn't seem to care that there were flames still burning on her body. She charged once more towards Mo Fan. Her speed was by no means slower than when she was uninjured. Moving with that kind of speed usually meant normal people could not even see her properly. Mo Fan, Mo Fan. They're about to charge in. Ling Ling's voice was very urgent. I understand. Mo Fan's eyes were fixed on the mother beast racing over. Run away, don't let the mother beast kill you. Ling Ling said. Mo Fan did not reply. Run? If he was to run now, that was only a road to death. With the speed of the mother beast, she would be able to overtake any running human in no time. Mo Fan stood there as he hurriedly scanned the area around the intercrossed shadows while he watched the mother beast charging at him. Mo Fan could feel the hatred and hostility of the mother beast. At this point, the mother beast was totally set on shredding him to pieces. Star Atlas book. As he raised his hand, a black scroll appeared in front of Mo Fan. The book imbued with the mana disappeared like tinder, and what remained was traces of little lights. The shadows interwove and turned into a diagram, a star atlas that could be used to call upon the stars. Mo Fan Shadow Nebula's 49 shadow stars lined up according to the patterns. The arrangement of the Star Atlas book was not very fast. However, Mo Fan only stood there without a single movement. The mother beast's speed was extremely fast. She had scuttled from the area she had fallen from and jumped back onto the stage, and from there was charging toward Mo Fan. During this entire process, Mo Fan was still trying to connect his stars according to the book. It started from a normal shadow star path, and it then doubled, which then began to intertwine with the first one. The 49 stars were being set up according to the Star Atlas, racing against the speed of the mother beast. If the star linking speed was slower by even a little bit, then it was very likely that Mo Fan would be shred into bloody bits by the mother beast before he was able to complete the spell. At this moment, Mo Fan did not have any defensive tricks at all. He was gambling. He bet the speed of his star path drawing would be even faster than the mother beast. SSSSSSSS. The fishy stench that the mother beast let out came forth. The monster was right in front of him. Mo Fan didn't dare to be distracted, or else the effort he put into the Star Atlas would go down the drain. At last, rays of shadow emerged in front of Mo Fan. An incredibly large shadow silhouette that looked like a massive magic spike formed up. It was floating within an alternate dimension, completely different from those that were plastered onto the shadows. Giant shadow spike! Mo Fan hurled out the shadow spike filled with dark energy. This strange object immediately disappeared. You could only see its incredible shadows pass by through the intertwining lights. The mother beast was already very close, her claws were reaching toward Mo Fan. This claw was enough to cut Mo Fan's head from his body. Mo Fan raised his head, seeing the claw that was about to take his life. His face began to split as the wind from the mother beast's claws came forth, from his forehead to the bridge of his nose, from the corner of his eyes to his cheeks. Just the wind from the claws was able to split apart the skin of a person, let alone after the claws landed, his head would be cleanly cut in half. The claws slashed down. However, she wasn't able to touch Mo Fan's face. It was like she didn't properly calculate the distance. Her powerful claw barely missed Mo Fan's face. SSSSSS tilde tilde. Mother Beast hissed out in anger. It was like she was being held up by something. If the mother beast took yet another half step forward, then she would be able to split Mo Fan in two. Unfortunately, she seemed unable to move. Her frantic charge had come to an abrupt stop, just short of him. After the mother beast turned her head to look, she realized her shadow had been stretched out by the lights on the stage. What made her extremely angry was there was an extremely large spike, like a sword, stuck into her shadow. Her shadow was firmly pinned to that area. Once her shadow had been pierced through, the mother beast's entire body seemed to be restricted. The mother beast was stuck in one place. If the shadow can't move, then the body won't be able to move, either. The mother beast's claws were flailing hysterically while her legs continuously kicked in place. However, her pinned waist was not able to move a single step. Thunderbolt! In front of Mother Beast, not even a meter away, Mo Fan's eyes suddenly lit up bright purple. He was focused on the Mother Beast's ugly face, while at the same time, his own blooded face displayed a satisfied smile. The element stars that were the strongest between heaven and earth began to line up in front of Mo Fan. These stars were those that Mo Fan was the most familiar with, and were much faster than the shadow stars. As the stars turned into star paths, and the star paths had intertwined into a star atlas, the lightning star atlas emerged immediately. The majestic power seemed to flood in as it condensed within Mo Fan's finger. Die! Mo Fan jumped back as he pointed toward the Mother Beast's head with his finger. The lightning cloud immediately formed. The aura was extremely powerful. A loud rumbling of thunder split the air. Above the very center of the chaotic gymnasium, a thick lightning bolt split open everything as it descended. The breathtaking purple color and its destructive power made it seem time itself had frozen as it exploded on the stage. Chapter 197. Solo kill on the Mother Beast. The Fire Intermediate Magic, Fiery Fist, and the Lightning Intermediate Magic, Thunderbolt, could be called the most dreadful and formidable spells among the classic elements. However, these two were very different from one another. The Fiery Fist caused an explosion in a certain direction, and was able to completely obliterate a large group of enemies in front of the user. Thunderbolt was straight lightning. It could only hit a single target, but as the chief of the classic elements, lightning's tyrannical destructive power was incomparably powerful when it reached the intermediate level. If you dodge it, you'll be fine. If you get hit, you'll die for sure. When Mo Fan was up against the green Demonesses, he never dared to use the lightning intermediate magic. The Thunderbolt's might was too dreadful, capable of turning not just the green Demonesses, but also the infected girls, into superheated blood spray. However, now it was very simple. Using the descending Thunderbolt to extinguish the Mother Beast was more than just easy. Mo Fan was not lenient at all. Rumble tilde. Thunder echoes within the middle of the venue. A large black hole had appeared on the stage, and the Mother Beast had turned into a scorched carcass that was about to fall into the hole created by the lightning. The green monsters in the whole arena had fallen to the ground in pain, while looking like their lifelines had been severed. The students were still running around. They didn't know what had happened. All they wanted was to leave this dreadful place as soon as possible. A few of the more courageous ones took advantage of the timing when the green Demoness fell to the ground, writhing in pain, to rescue the students who were being attacked. Afterwards, they immediately ran toward the safety areas. The few students who were calmly fighting against the green Demoness were still watching them cautiously. They maintained magic in their hands, in case they were attacked again. The middle of the venue was still a bit chaotic, but the people were gradually calming down. They looked toward the green Demonesses on the floor from a safe distance. They had just gone from a dreadful life and death situation to what seemed to be a very puzzling one. They didn't know that someone had killed the Mother Beast. They were only watching them from a distance, and the green Demonesses began to slowly shed their skins. They watched as the people within the skins crawled out, covered in some kind of slime. No one dared to casually walk up. No one knew whether these were humans or magical beasts. Up on the stage, Mo Fan was sprawled out on the floor. His calves were shivering non-stop. He still had some lingering fear. If the Star Atlas books given to him by Ms. Tang Yu were slower by even a moment, then he would have turned into a ghost under those claws. Fortunately, he had survived. BZZZZZ tilde tilde. Just as Mo Fan was going to lay down, the little loach pendant around his neck began to restlessly make noise. Mo Fan did not have any energy left, however, he couldn't deal with the little loach pendant acting so spoiled. At last, he could only crawl over to the carcass of the Mother Beast. "You even want to spirit this evil?" Mo Fan asked weakly. Ever since he had entered the arena, Mo Fan had been searching for the red dots, fought, and experienced an incredible fight against the Mother Beast. He really had used up every ounce of energy he had. The little loach pendant appeared to be very interested in the soul remnant of the mother beast. When Mo Fan got to there, he realized there was a deep blue cluster of light, like fireflies, floating out of the carcass of the mother beast. As though they had heard the call of the little loach pendant, these fireflies floated toward the pendant on Mo Fan's chest, like swallows returning to their nests. This is a soul essence. Mo Fan gaped in astonishment. After obtaining the colossal energy from the underground holy spring, the current little loach pendant had no more interest in the soul remnants of servant-class monsters. Furthermore, those soul remnants was no longer able to improve it. However, the mother beast was a warrior-class creature. A warrior-class soul essence was worth, at the very least, 10 million RMB in the market. Little loach pendant, you don't want to absorb this soul essence, right? Mo Fan asked, with the intent to negotiate. The energy within the underground holy spring had been enormous. Right now, the little loach pendant had advanced to an incredibly high level. Other than things similar to the underground holy spring level of heavenly treasure, it most likely would not have any interest in them. However, the little loach pendant itself had the ability to absorb soul remnants and soul essences. If the soul essences were collected and auctioned off, then one would definitely earn a large amount of money. Mo Fan couldn't help but kiss the little loach pendant. However, the blood on his face accidentally dripped onto it. Mo Fan quickly used his own hands to wipe his little treasure clean. He didn't dare let this little ancestor feel wronged. After some discussion, the little loach pendant decided that this soul essence did not have much effect on itself, so it wouldn't force itself to eat it. It decided to help Mo Fan preserve it within the pendant. This caused Mo Fan to let out a big sigh of relief. This time, he really put his life into it, and the reward he got was large enough to be worth it. Boom! Just as Mo Fan was about to take a rest, the reinforced glass of the roof of the arena suddenly made a large noise. Mo Fan sat up and saw a shocking scene. A green creature with iron hooves descended from the skies. Those hooves had actually broke through the ceiling. Numerous glass fragments fell from the ceiling, and the green giant beast with iron hooves landed. It was like a small hill. When it landed, it actually caused the entire arena to rock a little. The scene of the green beast landing in the place was mind-blowing, and Mo Fan was completely dumbstruck. What was even more shocking was that a man was standing between the horns of the creature. The large beast and the man were not proportional to each other in terms of physique. However, he could still clearly feel that the man was the owner of this giant beast. The man's gaze swept across the gymnasium. He was looking at the green demonesses on the floor shrieking in pain, and shifted his gaze to land on Mo Fan up on the stage. Charge! Charge in! Do not let any monsters go! From a place not too far away, a group of hunter magicians in uniform charged in from the middle arena entrance. These hunter magicians' strengths weren't low. Each of them had a spell for movement, either using wind trail, or earth ripple, or even some magical boots. The one in charge was precisely the bald man. His speed was relatively fast. He almost instantly moved from the middle of the arena to the front of the gigantic green beast. Where is the mother beast? The bald captain's face looked like a demon. From the killing aura he emitted, one could tell that the number of monsters he had killed in the past was not few. The mother beast is dead, the man on the beast said slowly. Dead? As expected of a hunter king. We hadn't even gotten in here, and yet you've already killed the mother beast. It's just pity about those girls who were infected, the bald captain said. They're all alive, the man on the beast said. The bald captain immediately surveyed the area, and realized that girls were climbing out of the carcasses of the green demonesses, looking extremely exhausted. Their skin was as white as paper, some of them looked like their nutrients had been completely drained. They were so skinny that they were basically just skin and bones. Then, the kid killed the mother beast, the bald captain asked hesitantly. The Hunter King nodded. This ending also went against the expectations of the Hunter King, because some of the monitors had revealed that the mother beast's strength had already reached the warrior level. Go help them, don't let these girls have any more traumatic experiences, the Hunter King said. Yes, yes. The bald captain hadn't completely regained his senses, but he hastily instructed the rescue team to take care of the girls. Chapter 198. Angel in His Heart. Mo Fan, the little lowly, Lingling, anxiously ran toward the stage. "Brat, I am here." Mo Fan was laying there and tiredly waved his hand toward her. Mo Fan had no energy left to crawl up. When the battle ended, the wound on his body suddenly began to flare up. It was so painful that he couldn't stand properly. You are bleeding a lot." Lingling saw that Mo Fan's face was covered in blood, her eyes couldn't help but redden. Before they entered the gymnasium, Mo Fan was indeed jumping around looking like a hero. However, right now, who knew how many wounds there were on his body? Especially the 2 wounds on his cheeks, one that cut from his forehead to the bridge of nose, and the other from one cheek to the other. Lingling could imagine just how dangerous it was for Mo Fan to battle against that female Demoness. She knew that if this wound was a tad bit deeper, he would have lost his life. Looking at Lingling, who always seemed so dignified, about to cry, Mo Fan couldn't help but smile. This brat is a little lady after all. The rescue team quickly sent a healing magician over. "Will this disfigure my face?" Mo Fan couldn't help but ask as he looked at the healing magician in her white uniform. "No, this kind of scar won't last long before it goes away." The healer smiled as she began to heal Mo Fan's wounds. The mystical ability of healing magic was something Mo Fan had witnessed before. As expected, the deep flesh wounds was healing at a pace he could see with his naked eyes under the silky white ray, and even the wound on his face was slowly regenerating. "You didn't die after all this, I really admire that." Zhao Manyang walked over as he watched Mo Fan being healed. Zhao Manyang himself wasn't in good shape, either. Up on the 3rd floor, he had fended off at least 20 different green Demoness. From the scars on his body, one could tell that he had also encountered a life-threatening situation. "All right, go and retrieve your achievements. Don't forget my lightning spirit seed," Mo Fan said to Zhao Manyang. "Then I won't be polite." Zhao Manyang nodded his head as he looked at the chaotic venue. "When you possess the lightning spirit seed, I presume you will be able to enter the main campus with a good attitude." "Main campus?" Mo Fan asked while puzzled. "Don't you know? Azure Campus is in fact what Pearl Institute calls the outer courtyard. This place is the gathering of the largest quantity of the people who have been accepted to the Pearl Institute. All of those who have successfully entered the school are allowed to stay here for 4 years. However, as long as their strength achieves a certain level, they will be allowed to engage in the main campus examination. You can go and ask any of the 30,000 students within the Azure Campus. Which one of them are not putting in their greatest effort to cultivate just so they can enter the main campus?" Zhao Manyang sat next to him. He wasn't in a hurry to retrieve the achievement reward. Zhao Manyang still felt confused as to how Mo Fan was able to save the lives of all the girls who were affected. They were all spirits which Mo Fan had worked hard to defeat. After the event, those girls will be so thankful to the hero which saved their lives. But the glory was supposed to belong to Mo Fan. I feel so guilty taking it for myself. However, Zhao Manyang didn't decline just because of that. He knew what kind of guy Mo Fan was, and believed that a lightning spirit seed meant much more to him than all the current merits. Mo Fan would sell them to him, and Zhao Manyang's family was willing to spend money to purchase them. It would be a win-win situation for both. After Zhao Manyang left, Lingling gave Mo Fan a confused glance and asked, "It was clearly you who defeated the Spirit Queen, why let him take that title? Don't you know the severity and impact of this event? You used all your power to save so many people, don't you know all the benefits it will bring to you? The increase in experience is more important to me. The lightning spirit seed is too expensive, I cannot afford such a thing. If I don't work to increase my power, I'm afraid that I'll still be useless in 2 years when the hunter contest begins." "But why would you give it to him? Is it because he's the disciple of a renowned family?" Lingling puckered up her lips, looking rather unhappy. It's just she knew that this matter was something Mo Fan had used his own 2 hands to deal with from the beginning to the end. The one who should have been drowned in pleasure and praises should have been him, so why did it suddenly become Zhao Manyang, a supporting character, who enjoyed these benefits? Was it because this Zhao Manyang was the disciple of a reputable family? I agreed to it, please don't ruin it. I really need that lightning spirit seed, which is why the person who killed the mother beast was Zhao Manyang. That is enough, Mo Fan said sincerely. All right, Lingling was clearly not happy, her two cheeks bulging as she murmured, you just said the hunter contest, are you planning on participating? Yeah, I definitely will participate. Furthermore, I plan on getting first place. Mo Fan nodded solemnly. Within the hunter contest are all of the most outstanding young hunters from across the nation. They are experienced and knowledgeable, each of them are veterans. Getting first place is very difficult. Lingling told him. That's why I'll put in the effort to increase my strength in the next 2 years, Mo Fan said. The matters concerning the hunter contest was something Mo Fan had heard Lingling talk about a couple of days ago. Originally, Lingling thought Mo Fan only wanted to go there and fight a couple times. However, it seemed like he was very interested in the hunter contest. So much so that he'd even give up the honor this time in return for a lightning spirit seed that could increase his strength. The hunter contest were held once every 4 years. The prizes were most likely the most extravagant ones in all of the competitions in the country. In order to become famous, these young hunters would put all of their efforts into the hunter contest to reach victory. Lingling was puzzled. In fact, she thought Mo Fan participating in the hunter contest in 2 years was still a bit early, much less taking first place. You want first place? Lingling suddenly realized something as she asked. Yeah. If I remember correctly, the first place prize is a pair of magic wings. Those wings are indeed extremely valuable. However, you don't really need magic equipment at this moment. I think that a magic armor is far more realistic for you than wing equipment. The magical tools you own are so few it's almost pitiful, Lingling said. Lingling had actually met many disciples from the major families. Those outstanding disciples from major families would at least possess a few magic tools, and they would be even more than the spells they could cast. When she looked at Mo Fan, although his strength was much stronger than those disciples from major families, he could only really bring out the blood beast boots. As for the bone scythe shield, it couldn't even be considered a magic tool anymore, as it was unable to defend against his current level of opponents. Lingling thought that the priority of the magic equipment right now should be a magic shield equipment, magic armor, and a death strike weapon. He could forget about the magic wings, those kind of things could be found, but not sought. Mo Fan saw Lingling's clear and logical reasoning. However, he did not give her any explanation. Forget it, I won't say anything, Lingling no longer questioned it. Instead, she approved of Mo Fan's methods. Mo Fan glanced at her. The little brat was very solemn as she said, every person has their own reason to become strong. Mo Fan was dumbstruck and unable to stop himself from smiling. Yeah, every person had their own reason to become strong. Many of them had very simple reasons to become strong. At least, his own reason was very simple. In his heart, there was an angel, how could he not let her have wings? Laying on the stretcher, Mo Fan used his hand as a pillow for his head as he looked toward the skies. The dome was stomped by the large beast, thus, he was able to see the beautiful sky just looking up. While he was slipping into sleep, he couldn't help but think of the smile on her face when she saw the magic wings. It would definitely be as beautiful as the night sky. Chapter 199. Honor Ceremony. The Pearl Institute Azure campus had a total of 30,000 students. The fact was, those who were admitted to the Pearl Institute by normal procedures were around 30,000 people, but adding in those who were admitted to the school with special circumstances, there were a total of around 50,000 students. When Mo Fan first entered the institute, he had made a big ruckus. As a result of it, he did not interact with the other students very often. Even his summoner classmates respected him while keeping a safe distance. Mo Fan had indeed brought back the resources of the summoner students. However, he had also completely ruined the reputation of the summoning school. The summoner students had to act like rats on the streets even when they were only going out for some food. However, during the monthly announcement of the institute, Academician Li actually announced shocking news to everyone. This was an one-time recognition of the biggest enemy of the student body of the institute. The demon Mo Fan had actually done something heroic. The matters of the arena turning into demons was something that generated a huge buzz in a small period of time. The thousands of students who experienced it had spread their own versions after the holidays. The news media had also published reports regarding this matter. What had happened within the institute was naturally receiving a lot of attention. The case of the Mother Beast, a virus-like entity sneaking in, was no one's fault, and how they dealt with it did not receive much criticism either. Most of the focal point was on how they handled the situation. The matter this time did indeed result in many people dying. The number of deaths was well under less than 10. It wasn't like this kind of epidemic monster hadn't appeared before. The death toll could easily reach hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands. Those who had died received the empathy of the government and donations from many sources. These sad matters were usually not made public by the media nor the government, not just because the reason why there were less than 10 deaths was because someone had killed the Mother Beast in time. At the school general meeting, Academician Lee specifically wanted to call up the person who had made a major contribution to the matter this time. 30,000 regular students covered the whole field. What they gasped in surprise about was that the person who had resolved the danger this time was actually a light magician, but the other person who had participated in this was actually the summoner Mo Fan, who had the worst reputation. Before Mu Nujiao had donated funds to the school, there were some people cursing Mo Fan every single day. Yet today, they wanted all of the students to praise him. Many people's faces displayed strange expressions. Strange! How could it be him who killed the Mother Beast? Within the mass of people, among the healing element group was a short young woman who looked shocked as she spoke. "What's wrong?" the female roommate asked. It's nothing. So he's Mo Fan. The healing elemental girl didn't say more after that. Her gaze was firmly placed on the man standing next to the main character of the day. The school made supreme efforts to praise the light element student. However, in this girl's eyes, the light element Zhao Manyang was actually the support. The real person who had killed the Mother Beast was definitely Mo Fan. Speaking of which, the circumstances back then were extremely chaotic. However, I clearly saw lightning striking the green scale skin phantom monster. I thought that was the Mother Beast. At this time, another group of people began to whisper. The people at that time were not many, and many of them were oblivious to one another. However, the battle on the stage was too striking, it was impossible for people to not see it. Yeah, I also remember there was an intermediate lightning magician who killed the green Demoness. It could be that Zhao Manyang is not only just an intermediate light magician, but also a lightning intermediate. That's not right, we also saw intermediate fire magic as well. Who was the one that cast the intermediate fire magic? The sounds of discussion began. Although the media and school's announcement had stated Zhao Manyang had killed the Mother Beast, the students were spreading a different version. This version said that there was an incredibly handsome guy who possessed lightning and fire element who had killed the Mother Beast on the stage. Many of those who were present believed that. There was also many who suspected that it was Mo Fan who possessed the lightning element. However, Mo Fan was a student with the lightning and summoning element, so this version was invalid. Believe me, I was actually near the stage at that time. I personally saw Mo Fan fighting against the Mother Beast. He had summoned his spirit wolf and then used Thunderbolt to finally kill the Mother Beast. Heavens, that Mother Beast was definitely a warrior-class creature. Mo Fan single-handedly killed her. I even saw the blood on his face. One of the guys yelled out. "Are you crazy? He is only an intermediate magician, how could he possibly possess that many elements? Furthermore, you said his face was covered with blood, how are you still able to identify him? Damn, why won't you guys believe me?" When Mo Fan and the Mother Beast were falling from the lift to the stage, only half of his face was wounded. He was bleeding the whole time, but how could I possibly forget the face of my enemy? It's definitely that summoning element Mo Fan, he killed the Mother Beast, the guy said firmly. You must have been so scared that you saw wrong. The matter has already been announced, so what are you even saying? It must have been hidden, definitely. Not good. I need to discover the dark secrets and get the true rescuer justice. There were people who had seen the truth. Unfortunately, when Mo Fan was being carried out, his face was indeed completely covered in blood, so much that no one could recognize him. Since the officials had announced it was Zhao Manyang, then everyone thought it was him. As for the hidden secrets, there was indeed some secrets, but they were plotted by Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang themselves. It was all going precisely as the two of them had discussed this from the beginning. One wanted the money, the other wanted the fame, so why not? When the school general meeting had finished, Mo Fan was originally going to return to his old habit of avoiding the peak hours to go eat. After carefully thinking about it, he knew he had basically washed himself clean. Assisting someone in rescuing people was a very righteous thing, no need for him to be carrying that infamy anymore. Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang had colluded. They specifically went to a pretty good restaurant to have a good meal together. Mo Fan, you know that spirit-grade lightning seeds are not something that can be found just like that. We plan on going to the National Trade Center to participate in the auction. When the time comes, our Zhao family will definitely use our money to purchase that spirit-grade lightning seed. Once we've bought it, we'll immediately give it to you. Is that all right? Zhao Manyang said to Mo Fan. Auction? Are there a lot of good things there? Mo Fan asked. Of course. If you have anything you want to buy or anything you want to sell, you can go there. How about this, I'll bring you with me on Sunday, Zhao Manyang said. All right, bring me along to take a look, Mo Fan nodded. In Mo Fan's greedy hands was a warrior-level spirit essence. This was something you couldn't just sell to some small vendor. A million RMB thing like this was competitive. Mo Fan planned on selling this spirit essence so he could then purchase a better magic shield. The bone scythe shield he'd won from Boss Shanghai could be considered almost useless now. Mo Fan had a bit more money now, so he wanted to quickly acquire a more suitable piece of magic equipment. Without one, it would be hard to say whether he'd be able to survive another encounter with a creature at same level as the mother beast. If he couldn't buy a magic shield, then he planned on taking a look at what other things could possibly increase his strength. Not long after, there would be a main campus examination. When that time came, how could he possibly compare himself to those experts who carried a grudge against him without any equipment? Chapter 200. High Price, Warrior Soul Essence. Although the matter had caused a huge sensation, it eventually calmed down in time. Furthermore, most of the people's focal point was now on the young hero from the Zhao family. Zhao Manyang was indeed very carefree. From the beginning of school until the arena incident, Mo Fan had thought of this guy as just a simple pick-up artist. Other than picking girls up, it didn't seem like this guy did anything else. Now, he took advantage of the opportunity and soared in fame, becoming a reputable person within the school. It was indeed a rather miraculous thing. Fortunately, Zhao Manyang also knew how to return the favor. He would occasionally introduce a couple of pretty girls to Mo Fan. Being an upright person, Mo Fan would normally reject them. After they agreed on the weekend, Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang went to the National Trade Center together. There was an auction hall on the top floor of the National Trade Center. The auction was usually held once a month. Mo Fan had never been to a place like this before, so he used Zhao Manyang and obtained a pass to enter. This auction hall is very exclusive. Either you spend a lot of money for a membership here, or you have to obtain a certain level of background. You need to be the rank of a hunter master to have the qualifications to come here. Other powers, or families, require a certain position for it, Zhao Manyang explained to Mo Fan as they walked along. In other words, those without a position cannot participate in the auction for magic goods even if they have the money. Mo Fan asked. That's right. A magician is always lacking in things no matter what level they are at. This is also why a lot of the smart ones join some of the higher powers. One reason is because there is a lack of resources. Not everyone is like those magicians in the Hunters Union, going out to remote areas to dig for treasures without a care for their own lives. Another reason is that most of the resources that are native to the safe areas have already been occupied and controlled by the greater powers. In fact, I actually admire you. You don't have any background whatsoever, yet you were able to cultivate to this level. You should know that most of the magicians who are at the very top either cultivated bitterly and risked their own lives, or were forced to sell themselves to the powers. Zhao Manyang complimented him. If I have something I want to sell, where do I go? Mo Fan asked casually. Right now, Mo Fan's family did have some money. The scholarship given to him by the school was around 2 million, and then the commission from the hunt had added yet another million. Originally, his request was to bring back his wife and child safely. However, he knew that his own wife had almost turned into the source behind a calamity, and even though she was directly beheaded by Mo Fan, he still gave him the other million. He knew how painful it was to be infected. In his words, at least his wife was finally free of the demon. Adding on the 1.5 million renminbi from before, Mo Fan is now a man with 3.5 million renminbi in assets. Providing for a girl in school was not much of a problem for him. However, according to Zhao Manyang, the prices of all the things at the auction today would exceed 5 million renminbi. Ed note, at $1 off 7 RMB, he's worth $500,000. Mo Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had put in so much effort to earn so much money, yet he was unable to compete for a single thing. There were indeed more rich people in the world. What do you want to sell? Zhao Manyang asked. Warrior level soul essence. Mo Fan didn't hide it. After all, he still had to borrow Zhao Manyang's identity to sell his things. Just like how if you wanted to bid here, you'd have to be either a member or you'd have to reach a certain position in the society to sell something. Speaking of which, that brat Lingling's title as a hunter master was indeed very important, or else it'd be very hard to mingle in the domains of the magicians. A trivial matter. Wait, did you say a warrior level soul essence? Zhao Manyang was suddenly shocked as he opened his eyes wide to stare at Mo Fan. Yeah. Damn, you sure have some freaking luck. You even obtained a warrior level soul essence? Is it from that mother beast? Zhao Manyang exclaimed, obviously shocked. Mo Fan was also puzzled. This guy Zhao Manyang seemed to have the same moral integrity as Mo Fan himself, especially his choice of words. Yeah, I didn't think I would gain it, either, Mo Fan nodded. I respect that, I truly respect that. Others have killed who knows how many warrior-level magical beasts, yet none of them have been able to get this stuff. You only killed one, however, if you think about it, it does make sense. This mother beast was presumably very different from the other warrior-level magical beasts. The more special these creatures are, the more likely their spirits will turn into soul essence upon death. However, speaking of which, how could you have a soul container? That kind of stuff is not cheap at all. Zhao Manyang's expression showed admiration. For a disciple like him, the resources he could receive were not unlimited. A spirit-grade elemental seed or warrior-level soul essences was extremely precious. The families wouldn't just casually give them to the youths of the new generation. Either way, Zhao Manyang have never received something that expensive in all his years in the family. Looking at Mo Fan, he had first made a transaction with his own family to receive a lightning spirit seed. What caused Zhao Manyang to be really shocked, however, was that this guy had obtained a warrior-level soul essence. Even Zhao Manyang would react to it when the mother beast gave out this kind of stuff. Soul container? Mo Fan asked, as he didn't quite understand. How are you able to collect a soul essence without a soul container? A soul container is usually something that are made by those soul magicians who meticulously study the soul. This kind of thing is used for collecting soul remnants and soul essences. If I remember correctly, the worst kind of soul container costs at least 5 million. For yours that can even collect a warrior-level soul essence, you can't dream of buying one if you don't have at least 1 or 200 million. Zhao Manyang exclaimed. A container for collecting souls is that expensive? Mo Fan was also surprised. In fact, Mo Fan had realized this a long time ago. The soul essences and the soul remnant seem to be something only he can collect. Even the members from the Hunter's squad in the past were not interested in soul remnants or soul essences. They didn't even seem to see those souls that appeared like fireflies. Big brother, soul essences are used to manufacture Stardust tools and Nebula tools. Originally, no one was able to collect these things unless they were a soul magician. Now that someone has actually created a soul container, of course they're incredibly expensive. Imagine that even the worst Stardust tool used by a primary magician goes from 5 to 10 million. If you're lucky enough to receive a couple of soul essences, then you could become rich overnight. Zhao Manyang said. Mo Fan nodded to himself. So collecting souls are usually something only soul magicians can do. No wonder why the materials to create magic tools and nebula tools were so uncommon. Even spirit magicians were hard to find. Little Loach Pendant, so your abilities are this amazing. I am increasingly more curious on where you are from. Mo Fan looked at the Little Loach Pendant on his chest as he thought to himself. Let's go, I'll help you add your soul essence onto the auction list. It'll definitely be sold for a good price. Zhao Manyang said. At this moment, Mo Fan was also a bit excited. He was very curious as to how much his soul essence would be sold for. Would he be able to buy a house in an area of Shanghai?